and we're going to get into it. And that went live instantly for once. Holy crap, YouTube. Amazingly, actually working as intended, where I push the button and it does the thing and I don't have to wait for 30 seconds. And thank you, ooh, I'm going to mispronounce your name, so if I get it wrong, please correct me. Is that, oh man, I'm really not sure how to do the N-I-E-K. Tusinex? I'm pretty sure I have it wrong. But if you let me know how to pronounce it, I want to get it right. But thank you so much for the 7-stream streak. Catch the last 7 streams, one right after the other without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. But yeah, we'll see. The big point is, February we're definitely doing the push. If we get close, I might try and do a finish, like a big push, like right at the end. For those who missed, the big thing today is you now have access to what I've had access to for like a couple of days now. That the unstable branch of Project Zomboid now has the changes that we had on the internal test build. And I'm sure what'll end up happening is we'll get like a new version of the internal test build, and you know, it'll have the next round of changes and all that kind of stuff. Okay, cool, thumbs up. Awesome. I'm dubious. Oh, yeah. So it should have all the stuff there, so you shouldn't have your batteries draining anymore for no reason. You shouldn't have all these things. Okay, so what did we need for the knives? I don't remember at all where we left off. Apparently I had a pile of flint. What is my knife situation? Okay, so I have an okay number of knives. Right. You still can't wash in a rain barrel. Gotcha. I have been led to believe that plumbing is fixed. I have not verified that, and I also didn't see it in the patch notes, but I have been led to believe that. That's a comfy base you got settled in. It's coming along. The lack of windows is certainly a thing, but it's not as cursed as it once was. Alright. Hey, Pronger, how's it going? Good to see you. So weather today in-game is going to be lovely. Weather tomorrow, we will have rain. And we have a thunderstorm in 2 days, that's right. Weren't we due for... I'm pretty sure we're right about ready for a helicopter too. Let's verify how long I've got till that can be a reality we deal with. Oh, I'll just interrupt it. I was like, let me start this, we'll check. Okay, so you have the 7th, that was 16th. Yeah, so today was the first day we could have had a new helicopter. We didn't. We're good. But we are in the window the helicopter can come back. So yeah, so we probably do want to focus on, right now, making sure... How about planting growing seasons? Yeah, so they fixed some stuff with it. Like, it's been supposedly fixed in this test build. I haven't had a chance to properly test it, just because I'm playing in high zombie pop settings, so you can see all the stuff I did plant got killed. That was not due to weather. That was because I've been fighting back and forth with the zombies just to hold my ground. As you can probably tell by the fact that this place literally has no doors or windows intact anymore. Kinda gives you an idea of how the homestead's been doing. So let's get our weapons all squared away, get ourselves a little bit of food. That way we can keep some food on hand and all that for if the helicopter arrives. We're not a problem. I also turned off seasons in here at the beginning of that, and I can't turn them on without editing stuff. I mean, that's kind of your fault. I mean, yeah, settings-wise. Yes, I did turn the zombie pop way up to the max. Predictable outcomes are predictable. Okay, so we're just trying to get our knives made as quickly as we can. I've also been warned that the maul and the big stone axe are not that great. They're just heavy, which is what I had commented is most likely was going to be the case, that we're going to find those to be very heavy. What I did learn though is that the big stone axe is actually apparently pretty good for chopping trees and going through doors. And that the maul is also really good for going through doors, and that you can mine with it. So it is one of those things that when our pickaxe does eventually break, I still have something I can mine with well. Okay. We're taking damage now, so let's put those away. Looks like I only got one more. Okay. That should be all that, so we're good there. And I can make 12 offhand. Alright, cool. So that should have us squared away on our knives for a good while. Hey, Pirate Gold. How's it going? Thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. Catch the last 3 streams without missing a single one, so thank you. So I'll take care of our weapons, so I'll be in good shape for the weapons for a little while. And then it will be a matter of securing food. We are still gaining weight. I'm pretty sure all the fish we had... Yeah, all the fish we had we've already eaten. We're still technically gaining weight, but we're at like the bottom of the pile. So there's a very good chance what we're going to need to do is, again, try and fish up like one good fish. And that's all I should need. I do hope this animation gets faster. Alright, so let's take... Excuse me, zombie, wait your turn. Oh hey, thanks man. I appreciate that delivery. I don't know where I'm putting it yet, but it's gonna deliver me a casual radio and a battery and all that. Oh, I'm probably too far away. Alright, so I got 3 more to make, and then we're done making weapons. Then I gotta deal with our character's basic needs. We'll also probably need to go outside and see what zombies are in the area that zombie just saw us in here. Okay, then go over here. Take a sip of the water. Alright. So we'll do a quick lap around the outside. I'm mostly just watching to make sure we have no zombies right here, since we had that one stroll in. And then from there, like I said, I'm gonna need to secure just a little bit of food. And so I'm kind of hoping with that little bit of food to score one good fish. Alright, so we got a couple zombies down here. Actually a full rally group. That's fine. I don't want it anyways. Alright. Couple more over here, but that's fine. We did find this axe near the end of yesterday's stream. It seems stat-wise to be pretty comparable with the fireman's axe, which has been relatively good. It goes through zombies pretty quick. It's just, like all axes, you use it for like 30 seconds and your character needs to, you know, go on a half-day break. And hey, Quesadilla, how's it going? And Informatic, good to see you as well. Yep, so you can get your you can get some twine from Dogbane. That does work really well. It does take a lot of Dogbane though. As a warning, it's 20. The good thing is it gives you a full thing of twine, not just like a singular unit worth. So when you make a spool of twine, you can actually make a good handful of fishing poles and all that out of it. Hey, a potato. I'm gonna eat that right now. My potato. Now let's deal with these ones down here as well. Hey, that's Axis 4, I believe. Oh, right, because at the end of yesterday's stream, we were right about to hit Axis 4 and Short Blades 5. And these are all the stragglers I've gotten in the area over a while. But that's the reason why we're doing a loop around the house. See who's moved in the neighborhood and deal with them. Okay. And then plus using a weapon that we're not going to be able to sustain as well. Out here at home, we're going to be dealing with like little patches of zombies here and there. Makes more sense than leading it with the charge into an area where I'm just going to be dealing with raw numbers. Okay, that'll do for now. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea to just keep clearing that area down there, because that's right next to the house. I'm just thinking I'm running out of daylight hours, and I do want to try and sneak in some fishing. Just because we are looking at potentially having the helicopter any day now, and I'm lacking on spare food. And while we are in the healthy weight range finally, we're like just barely in it. So I figure if I get one more fish, I could probably juggle it a little while, and then get ourselves up to like lower 80s or whatever in weight with that. And then once we're in the lower 80s of weight, then I can just eat literally whatever and not care until we start dropping down low again. Okay, so let's put the seeds away. Wrong cabinet. Let's go see if we can't catch our fish. Plus, I'm suspecting when we get cold weather, it's going to be harder to fish. And we're getting really close to November. There's a lot of fish spots right there. What's it say for fishing stats? Time, good, normal, all that stuff. So both hands. Add bait. So here's hoping we just immediately pull up one big fish. That's all I need. One big fish, be done with it. And then we should be all clear to do whatever we need tomorrow. Because they've prepped a bunch of weapons already. We've got probably 3-4 days of fighting worth of weapons now. Food is the thing I'm trying to sort out this second. And then once we've got that going, like, when the helicopter shows up, we're just in good shape to deal with it. It's a shame you can't do something like read while doing this. It's looking a sweet spot. Yeah, no, it's been pretty good. Okay, you're fighting at least a little bit. Not a lot of fight. At least it seemed like he was fighting at the beginning. It didn't do anything after that. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a tiny fish. Alright. Oh, our fishing is already at 3. Yeah, so your fishing's coming along. Foraging is getting pretty close to 7. Not gonna probably see any points in fitness, nimble, or strength for a good while. I don't really care about the other passives. Oh, okay. Whatever you are, you got some fight in you. Alright, so what is this? Because you fought. A medium alligator gar instantly puts us at extremely overloaded. It is a 45 encumbrance fish. We are over our max carry weight right now. Because they picked it up. It is a 92 centimeter fish. I think that's as big as we're gonna get. I think food is going to go ahead and be not a problem until this rots. There's no way we're eating this whole thing in time. The worst thing is, based on that weight, I think it's going to take me 3 separate sessions to try and cook this, because it'll be too big. Put you away. How many calories is it? I'll check in just a second. The whole fish together is about 18,000 calories. So, you know, it big. And it's too dark for us to fillet it right now. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is go upstairs. I'm not going to put it down if I can help it. You know what? I think this is the case where you actually use the flashlight and do it. I cannot take out my flashlight due to the weight of the fish currently in my pocket. Alright, so my hope is that the pain will not be too much for us to sleep. Because it's too dark for me to fillet the fish right now, so I can't do anything about it. I also don't want to mess with anything inventory-wise until this is sorted. Out of fear of not being able to pick it back up without a big effort. Do I? That probably counts as the surface outside, right? There we go. Slice fillet. Alright. And we are going to half those fillets. 20 encumbrance fillets. And then we're going to half those fillets. Yeah, no, we're definitely going to lose a good chunk of this to rotting. Okay, those are still 5 encumbrance fillets, so let's half those fillets again. I'm having to really divide the fish down into smaller pieces to make it manageable. Alright, I broke my knife. I've been filleting it so much. Okay, and the artfish was too small to do anything filleting-wise with. Let's go ahead and grab our smaller fish and chuck it in here. I don't know where the smaller fish went, so I guess I won't worry about it. I must have dropped it on the ground, that's fine. Okay, so we've got the first set in there. Go ahead and grab a piece of cloth. Oh, hey, zombie, while you're here, you can hold that for me. And we can go ahead and light the fire. So 17 in there. I cannot fit the whole thing in this bag. They're just going to move it in this inventory for now, and they'll shove what I can in the bag. And then we'll swap out what's where. Or you know what? We're just going to drop it on the ground. We're going to grab it out of here and just put it on the ground. We'll sort it out on the other side. Yeah, no, I'm too far south for the snow. Okay. So we're just kind of rotating out to do our best to cook everything. There's just a lot of fish here. Can you dry it on a rack? No idea. I haven't gotten into messing with a lot of that. Okay, I got 2 more chunks to put in here. While that cooks, I'm gonna pick this all up real fast. Yeah, and I don't think we have, like, a fish smoker, I think, in the game yet. I know the freezer doesn't work. I can't carry this much fish. Okay, so put out the fire. Checking the radio. Start sorting our fish out more. You're all fine. Yeah, so I've got 5 really big fillets of fish on me. Okay, so let's go ahead and turn off our radio. Put that away. Okay, so it looks like the backyard's clear again. But we should be able to go over and actually do some killing of zombies. I did dump a bunch of fish in the freezer. It was 45 encumbrance worth of fish. I physically cannot eat that all in one day, even if we try. So I'm going to work on just chipping away at that fish, keeping our calories up, all that good stuff. Needless to say, we are set on fish until it rots. Oh no, I have a fridge/freezer. What I don't have is electricity. Do the bodies despawn? Yes, 9 days. After 9 days after you kill a zombie, it will disappear. Okay. That's the reason you'll never see me bother, like, burying or burning or otherwise processing bodies, is there's really no point. If you're killing more than a trivial amount of zombies, there's just no managing the bodies. You just let them rot. The exception being, again, is if you have a zombie, like, you have your bedroom, a zombie gets into the bedroom and you kill it, you drag the zombie outside the bedroom. But you don't worry about, like, processing the body, you just drag it away from where you're trying to sleep. Maybe where you're trying to craft might also make sense, but I don't even bother with that. Basically, just don't want to be standing around a body for long periods of time. Because this means you're going to gradually get sick being around it, but it takes a long time for it to get bad. Alright. Oh, that's already the last house. Okay. So we'll pop in here long enough to do a quick rest and grab drink. Okay. Alright, and we are ready to do some clearing. Yeah, so we lost 1 day to resupplying weapons and the fish. But that alligator guard is going to keep us covered for a good couple days. It would cover us for longer, it's just unfortunately the fish will rot before it can eat it all. That's fine. But what we're working on right now is just south of us is a gas station just on the edge of Irvington. We are trying to reach that gas station. This station wagon is my vehicle that is working. I've got keys for it and all that, but it's only got about a quarter of a tank of gas. So I do need more gas. It does have a generator inside the passenger seat and all that, so it's literally, I just got to get there, plunk down the generator, and connect it. The thing is, we're playing on the maximum zombie population of 16 times. So it's just one of those things that I have a lot of fighting to do before I can get into any type of place. The good news, though, is once I've managed to work our way into Irvington at all, then it shouldn't be as hard to, like, make ourselves a little bit more distance inside. Because just one of those things that I'll just already have a staging point inside the town. I don't have to, like, constantly rediscover where I can set up and push forward and all that. You really like the X-Wing animation? Yeah. Let's see, why not just bring the generator home and hook it up? So all it needs is gas? Because I need electricity to get gas. The gas pumps don't work without electricity. I also know where a second generator is, so I can bring one home once I've got gas secured. But until I have gas, generators need gas, and I can't get the gas without the generator. And there's ways to, like, start that process, so it's not like you're just thinking. Does the generator have gas in it? Nope. I'm gonna have to take a little bit of gas out of the car. Okay. No, that doesn't suck. That's just how it is. If it wasn't that way, it'd be super easy to deal with, and you know, it'd be done in like no time at all, and I'd run out of things to do. Like having difficult barriers to overcome that I have to work on that take time, that's what makes games like this interesting to me. When you can just go in and very quickly have your problems solved. You know, you solve your problems and then like a couple hours later, like, well, I'm bored, I guess I'll go play something else. That's also why I put in such sweaty try-hard settings, is I wanna drag out how long it takes to do some things. And there's definitely a point where you cross the line from I'm extending my gameplay to I've just made it tedious. And I know for a lot of people I'm well over that line. But that's fine. That's why we have sandbox settings. Oh, I thought you aggroed. Your friends did, though. What axe do I have? It's just called axe. There's no other part to its name. It's just axe. Looted off a zombie that had it stuck in their back. Its stats are honestly very comparable to... Oh, axe skill is 4, I believe. It's got basically the same stats as the fireman's axe. I don't know the exact same, but it feels like they're at least within a rock throw of each other. That was a little uncomfortable. Broken acoustic guitar neck. Yeah, that's only good for making a handle out of. Okay. This is no longer the internal build. This is the unstable branch. It does seem like they did pad our range just a little bit, though. It's just slightly longer. I wouldn't say it's even broken. It's not like it was early internal build. Early internal build, the range was just kind of silly. It's longer than we're used to, but I also don't think it's so long it's like, oh hey, that's just ridiculous, never mind. You're just pushing the zombie's pinky finger, that's all. You think you killed them all and like 3 more waltz over? Oh yeah. There's always more zombies. Even low pop with respawns off. There's always more zombies. I mean, you target the zombie behind the closest? I haven't run into that today. I had the one where I hit the one on the ground a little bit closer than I was really preferring. I didn't see when I hit the one behind what I was aiming for. Like, we had that problem. We had that problem a lot with the, when Build 42 first dropped, and then the internal test build early on. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I didn't notice it, so I don't think I did. Because, like, that is one of those bugs that when I run into, it's usually one that frustrates me. When you hit the zombie behind the one that's nearby, but I didn't particularly notice it one way or the other. Not saying it didn't happen, I just didn't stand out to me, at least. Now, the one that got close to me, that wasn't me hitting a zombie behind it. That was me executing a zombie on the ground, which I do agree that I didn't want to execute the one on the ground. I wasn't expecting that. But the one on the ground was the closest at that time. And it's just the animation of hitting a zombie on the ground is much slower than the animation of whacking a zombie that's walking up to you. So I hit the zombie on the ground, and by the time I finished the animation, the other zombie had kind of overtaken it. Like, we still had a pretty decent window to get away. I wasn't in that much danger, but it's definitely not as, like, it's definitely closer than I'd want it to be. Let's move over here. I think those aggro. Let's see if they actually see me or if they're just going towards the sound. Going towards the sound. Alright, so with that, let's sit down for a moment, go here. How is our axe doing? Sharpness is fine. I need to be better about doing the shift run getting up. Normally I don't have to worry about that so much. I'm running into more actions I want to do while I'm sitting down that don't let me turn. Which I think is a good thing that we have those. Because the whole sitting down, like just helicoptering while we wait, is a whole thing. But I need a whole shift so we get up, do the fast get up versus what I've been doing. Okay. Grab a sip of our water. Do you see a construction worker gives +3 masonry and +1 maintenance? Altogether, it gives like 8 skill points. Oh yeah, no, there was a lot of stuff that they gave the maintenance 1 skill to it. I kind of feel like instead of going that route, they should have just removed the level 1 maintenance requirements off of some of the early build stuff. Because a lot of those ones that got that maintenance 1 plus their existing benefits are feeling a little bit overtuned by comparison to the other stuff. Not that I feel like they need to be nerfed, just the comparison between them and the other skills, they don't feel like they're on the same level. Like, don't get me wrong, there's always going to be some variance where it's like, oh, this one's a bit stronger than that one. But a lot of those, like, okay, hang on, this trait does not feel like it's in the same balance alignment, whatever you want to call it, to the other ones. Felt like they buffed the ones that are already better. Yeah, no, the thing I think they did is, understandably, people complained that stuff that wasn't formerly locked behind maintenance is now locked behind maintenance 1. And that means, like, you are a construction worker, but you can't do construction because you don't have maintenance 1. So it looks like they tried to correct it by, you know, taking care of those requirements by giving them that stuff. But that's just giving more points to existing ones. The one that really stood out was, like, the lumberjack thing. Because, like, lumberjack is already a very powerful one, as it's one of the only professions in the game that has a permanent buff for you. Whereas a lot of the other professions, they have, like, a temporary advantage. Like, you get a little bit of better XP or whatever, you just start with some skills. Whereas lumberjack has a permanent attack speed buff for axes. And it's not that I think they should get rid of that axe buff. I just think we should see more stuff like that on the other people. Like, give the fast food person, who part of their thematic is that they get short blade weapon bonuses. Like, give them, you know, an attack speed bonus, or, you know, maybe they have a little bit better durability. I don't care what the stat is. But, you know, something they're like, oh, that's worth considering now. So far as, like, the extra something. Because otherwise the professions really otherwise only matter for, like, your start of the run. Back off. Let's see. Let's see, one would think you would learn axe skill from chopping trees, or you're skilled. Yeah, I feel like it was a thing. It seems kind of cheap. Would you get short blade for cutting veggies? I mean, you are getting better at using the tool, and you would be cutting meat. And, you know, hate to break it to you, meat is just flesh. You know, is there a difference between, you know, using a chopping knife and trying to hack someone to bits? Sure. But also, I don't really care about the realism aspect of it. I care about the game balance aspect of it. And the game balance aspect of it is lumberjack is currently at a different tier than a lot of the other professions. Which means we either need to bring other professions up to its level or bring it down a little bit. Because otherwise, if you're trying to take a consideration of, I'm not trying to make it sweaty tryhard, you're trying to do the right thing, that has a standout. It's like, this is one of the professions you choose. These are professions, they don't exist. Choose the good ones. And that's my comment, is Burger Flipper, you know, a lot, and that's just the one I drew out. There's tons of them that have the same issue, that they don't have any permanent benefits that are really that meaningful. They give you a skill point or two. Versus Axeman, or Lumberjack has Axeman, and Axeman gives you a permanent attack speed bonus. So I could definitely see the Burger Flipper one giving you some type of permanent stat bonus to short blade, because that's the Burger Flipper's theme, is that you get a skill point or two in short blade, and like one other thing. They get the hand-eye coordination? Yep. Let's see, nowadays, is either Lumberjack, Construction Worker, or Do-It-Yourself Expert, and they all got buffed. Yep. Well, like I said, the reason I think they got buffed, I can't really answer for the Lumberjack, because the big thing they got was they got a point in maintenance. I think it was the fact that you need a point in maintenance to be able to make the stone axes last I looked. And so it was weird that your character, like, their whole theme is that they're around axes, but then you can't make axes, so you can't play your build or whatever, is I think the justification. And that's me guessing, that's not me hearing things. Versus like the do-it-yourself and construction worker and all that, getting their point in maintenance, is because it was weird that you had someone who had a profession and they couldn't do it because there was stuff locked behind maintenance 1. So I think, to me, the more correct decision would have been just drop the maintenance 1 requirement. I really need my character to be inside resting. I don't like going with the axes this hard because they're so endurance inefficient, which is our problem right now, is we're getting extremely exhausted. Stop pulling. Okay. Alright. Let's see. You like Burger Flipper for the cheap maintenance? Well, that's the problem, is like all the other ones got maintenance too. Let's see. Also, certain profession would have an idea of maintenance? Yeah. Well, again, that's the discussion of balance versus realism. And I generally, anytime that realism gets in the way of other things, realism, the one in my book, can check itself at the door. That, to me, like, balance and gameplay is more important. Like you said, firemen probably don't have someone sharpening their axes. Yeah, no, and I get that. My bigger point is more, you have this one. These professions are getting out of line with the other ones where they're just getting better. You have these other ones that they could use some love. Is basically where I'm going with that. And I say this as someone who generally doesn't really play much with the professions, because I do sweaty tryhard stuff. But it is the thing that, like, when I'm gonna go do a run, I'm like, okay, we're gonna actually do a run where I choose a profession and all that. You get, like, the feels bad man of, you can choose one of these 3, 4, 5 really strong professions, or you're just kind of making an incorrect decision so far as, like, giving yourself the best odds of success. Because they're not balanced. That's where my commentary is going. I don't even care that they get the maintenance, it's just, we have a balance problem right now, where there are just a lot of professions that you kind of scratch your head and go, but why would I choose that? Like, right now, engineer's in a really bad spot. Like, you get a little bit of, I believe you get maintenance with engineer, and that's nice. But it's just kind of one of those things, but why would you not choose a different profession? It just doesn't bring anything to offer you. Let's see, fast food workers should be able to transfer things more quickly. They learn to do things fast, otherwise they get so far behind. I could go for something like that. I honestly think that's actually a very clever thing, is instead of having the fast food worker based around combat like I was suggesting, that you just get, you know, a 10%, you know, moving stuff faster bonus. So it doesn't help you in a fight in any way, but, like, as far as that. I could also see something like Burglar getting the same kind of thing. I think Burglar has a permanent set. I'm trying to remember. I know they get the starting stuff they need to hotwire cars right from the get-go. Let's see, did they patch the unbreakable wall and fence create fence technique? Are you talking about the one from way back? Or are you like, is there a new one? Because that got, if it's the one where you do like the little wall, the crate, and then the big wall, and then the zombies can't attack the big wall, I believe that got patched forever ago. That said, honestly, if you do find those things, I don't even see it as a necessary thing for them to patch those kind of things out. They certainly can. I don't see a reason not to. But when people go and use those, like, cheese stats where the zombies can't even attack them kind of thing, I see it as more of the person who's playing it that way problem, where they're just going to get bored with the game because, you know, the game just gets easier because they've made it so the zombies literally can't participate. And I understand why you do it, because you don't want to keep rebuilding the wall and all that kind of stuff. It also takes a very long time to build, especially now with the changes in crafting. I mean, if there's a new one, it would not surprise me if some of the new items people have figured out, like zombies can't attack it somehow, or, you know, glitches or pathing, or whatever. There's always those things. I usually just don't care. How's this axe doing, by the way? It's getting pretty spent. Amusingly enough, so it looks like the handle's gonna break well before the head of the axe, which isn't super surprising. The downside is I cannot make a new handle. I still have no idea what happened to our fireman's axe. Maybe I put it in the car again. Yeah, I figured there'd be a couple down here, so I could back out towards home. Fight a couple more here while it starts to get dark. Oh yeah, now I got a whole bunch of whetstones. The big problem right now is you can only sharpen the axes and stuff up to their condition. And since the condition and the sharpness, like the sharpness only goes away a little bit faster, it's pretty rare if I'm using a thing as a weapon that I have much reason to sharpen it. Because I'll only get that like negligible little boost. The stuff I use as a tool, I end up sharpening up a lot. Like the knives and all that I'm cutting stuff with, like the carving and all that. Those I sharpen a lot. But as far as weapons, because there's kind of a hard limit on how high you can get the sharpness, it really undermines the need to sharpen it. Can't see, it's too dark. Okay. Alright, looks like we're clear. Any like Path of Exile? I haven't played Path of Exile on the channel in an age. It's just very, very poorly aligned with the type of content I do. I kind of just accept that as much as I love that game, it's just not a good fit for the channel. Which I've known. Is sharpening lower durability? I don't believe so. Yeah, so if you look at the sharpness here, so the sharpness there is only like, can I sharpen in the dark? Probably not, right? We'll try sharpening it and see what happens when it's daylight. My understanding is it only go up to the condition. We'll see if it goes up to the head condition, because that's pretty dull. It should go to the head condition. But I haven't had too many weapons I can sharpen that I've been using. Yeah, so that's probably worth sharpening. I do think long-term, with the sharpening mechanic as it is, I'm generally just not going to want to use weapons that I have to sharpen. It's just kind of one of those things you're like, okay, but now it's just going to be a lot of time. It's not super slow to sharpen stuff, but it's a routine thing. See, most people probably didn't know Wilderness Knowledge is now a properly foraging trait, with proper foraging bonuses. Makes you happy. The Wilderness Knowledge is a super powerful trait. I honestly kind of feel like they should separate that out into like 2 or 3 different traits. Probably 2 different traits. Like, it's a very, very strong trait. I think it's very good. But I also do think it's well... Yeah, okay, so it did go up to the sharpness of the R stuff. That's fine. It's another of those ones that's feeling like it's a little out of sync with the rest of the stuff. But this is the unstable branch. Like, that's gonna happen. So the way I look at it is probably for everything you get for that, I think realistically they're gonna have to make it more expensive in regards to points. What I figure they'll probably do is I would assume long run they'll probably break it up into like 2 traits that have, you know, like the different benefits to it. And so cumulatively they'll be slightly more expensive, like maybe 2 more points expensive, not a lot. Yeah. Yeah, now it gives bonuses. Jeez.
Thank you B_type13x2 for subscribing for 29 months. The way I look at it is now that we have cows, I am doing the dairy challenge 24/7 in the zombie apocalypse.
Hey B-Type, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, I really do appreciate it. That's 29 months you've been subbed to channel. Thank you for that continued support. Really does mean a lot. And yeah. How'd you break it up? So, if I remember correctly, there is the napping stuff you get from it. It was what? It was napping, carving, and what else did you get out of it? And then you had to make a bunch of recipes. So the thought would be like you'd have like the napping on one side and the carving on the other side kind of stuff. Yeah, napping, carving, foraging, and maintenance. Yeah, it almost feels like the napping and carving, you could split those off into 2 different things. I get thematically, if we're going realistically, if you're wilderness knowledgeable, yada yada yada, you would have all 4 of those and yada yada yada. Again, gameplay balance. It's not the fact that it's strong, that's fine. You don't think the maintenance belonged there? Yeah, and I think that still comes back to a lot of your early survivalist stuff does have the maintenance as a requirement for it now. And I think that's what actually needs to change. Is I do think they just need to drop the maintenance requirement. Bear with me, chat. I need to grab myself a new drink, so I'm gonna do it real fast. I'll be right back. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised. Oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing Drongo is doing all the time. It's just my axle underneath the barge, don't worry about it. Okay, I'm back, sorry about that. Let's see, has weapon sharpness? No, weapon sharpness is a build 42 thing. Let's see. Yeah, no, I like the thing. Napping's not easy, you've done it. No, that's the whole thing. I do think, like, it's almost like, instead of having a wilderness knowledge trait, just axe that thing entirely, have, like, a napping trait, and have a trait around carving, and I believe they already have those. And we already do have multiple foraging traits that I feel like cover that. So it's kind of one of those things that's like, I almost feel like it's not needed because it's just strong. And like I said, it can even have all those points, or like all those different things. It wants to be that strong, but I think it's what, eight points for it. It's a really, really big thing for 8 points. So if they want it to be that strong, I do think it needs to be bumped up to like the full-on 10 points. Because even at 10, I think a lot of people would still take it. But yeah, no, weapon sharpness is a new thing in build 42. It basically takes a lot of the bladed weapons and means you have to resharpen them more and more. Let me check one thing really fast. Alright, sorry about this, 1 second. I was being asked a question by an arcade I want to actually answer because I know they'll be going live in a little bit and I don't want it to mess with their stream. Oh, the answer to your question. Blood only affects if your character has, there's like a fear of blood trait. Which, for the record, fear of blood trait, absolutely awful. Very, very don't recommend. Like, absolutely the most obnoxious traits I would say in the game to just not want to deal with. Fear of blood is really, really, really bad. Yeah, hemophilia. That's the only thing it affects? Yeah, it causes your character to be nervous, anxious, whatever, when they're bloody. And it just means your character is constantly that way, so they get depressed and all that stuff. But yeah, genuinely, hemophilia is a trait to very, very much consider avoiding. Oh, phobia. I'm sorry, phobia. You're correct. Philia is like not fear of. But yeah, sorry. Hemophobia is a trait to avoid. The, what is it, like, heavy, there was like heavy sleeper or something like that as a trait to avoid. The one that requires you to need more sleep. There is one that, there's two traits that require you to have more sleep. One, you get fatigued faster, and one, you need to sleep longer to recover fatigue. Those are awful traits. They can be worked with, but they're really rough. Smoker is annoying. They did make some adjustments to it. For those who don't know, there was a bug with build 42 that caused it so, I'm sorry, I'm like juggling loot here. There was a bug in build 42 that had it so, yeah, restless sleeper. That's I think the one. where it takes way longer for you to get sleep. But, the problem with the smoker trait is you had a bug that when you were looting zombie bodies, your character would get stressed out by it. And it was just super duper awful if you were using the smoker trait to deal with that. That wasn't an intended thing. So they have fixed that. So it's not as bad as it was. But at the same token, cigarettes are a lot harder to get a hold of now in the game. So it is going to be a more obnoxious trait. And I found it obnoxious even in build 41, even though most people, their stance was 3 points. I'm like, right, but I gotta carry a lighter and cigarettes with me all over the place. And yes, I do know you could get all sorts of negative mood debuffs from stuff, and then use the cigarettes to correct it where other characters couldn't, and that's fine. The bigger thing was I had to keep these stupid cigarettes around all the time. So it was never one of my favorite. But that one I'd say is just annoying versus like really, really bad. I'd say hemophobia is really bad. Restless sleeper is really bad. I can't remember the last was like sleepyhead or something like that you just need more sleep. Let's see, how have they not updated the public build 42? They have. The build 42 unstable branch has been updated today. So not the internal test build. There is no difference between I'm on unstable right now because the internal test build is the same build as the unstable build at the moment. Like literally switching between the two, it didn't update anything on Steam. It just flipped what it was flagged as. But yeah, so those ones requiring more sleep are really bad. I personally, this would definitely not be... So, I would also put hard of hearing and deaf up there, and illiterate, but I'd put those like one tier not as bad. They can be worked around. I do find, like, the danger side of deaf is fine. For me, the problem with deaf is you just get tired of your game being silent. There's just after a while you're like, please, I'm begging you, give me any kind of sound effect. Like, I don't care about the challenge difficulty thing. Like, the quiet is just in itself too much. And hard of hearing kind of just muffles sound. And unless it's changed, the sound sounding quote-unquote like not right is just obnoxious. But that's an easy one to play around. Like it's not bad or whatever. So far as difficulty, it's just really unpleasant. 3 points if you're deaf in real life? I mean, sure. You know, or you're in a situation where you just can't have sound on. Okay. Hey, Somas, how's it going? Yeah, so those ones are pretty bad. Let's see, what else? What else are, like, really, really bad stuff? Oh yeah, like I was saying, illiterate is pretty rough. You can work around it nowadays. Your character will just learn how to do stuff. Like, for those who don't know, like, say I'm doing carving, and it says, okay, well, if you don't have the recipe, you know, like at carving 1, I could get, like, basic handles, but I need a recipe to do this other thing. If I hit carving 2, I then get the recipes I should have had, like, I could have had at carving 1. And that should be applying to everything now. So there is a workaround now to not having the recipes, whereas in build 41, if you didn't get the Jenny Mag, you just didn't get the Jenny Mag. They're just... You could master electronics, but you still didn't get the Jenny Mag. Versus now, it's just Electrical 3, which is a bit of a slog to grind. But that does make illiterate not quite as punishing as it used to be. Because not ever being able to read the generator magazines, that meant if you didn't start with electrician and chose illiterate, generators were just not a doable thing. You still need an axe for anything if you have found a saw? I mean, you'll probably want the axe to chop down trees. Okay. Yeah, no, there's a handful of traits that, if you play around them right, are really not bad, but they can be just annoying to deal with. Because that's like I said with Death. Death, as far as like the actual gameplay and all that, doesn't really hurt you, but it makes all the sounds sound not good. Or sorry, hard of hearing. It makes it all sound like not good, like you're listening to it kind of underwater a little bit. And so for me, it's like, yeah, if you're trying to min-max your points, by all means take it. But also, it's really annoying. That's fine. If you're not going to aggro, I'll just leave you alone. You always take claustrophobic and sleepyhead? Yeah. Any of the things that give you more sleep requirements, I'm going to generally avoid. It is a thing that in some ways, like, wakeful can be an annoying trait to take. Like, it's a good trait, it is a strong trait, it is an advantageous trait, but it does make managing your character's sleep schedule harder because your character just sleeps so little. And then you get that situation, especially now with the lighting changes, where your character just wakes up super early and like, well, it's still pitch black outside until you've got like the generator and a bunch of lights set up and all that. It's like, okay, I can go out there, but I can't see anything. I still remember on our really long run with Ellen Ennis how tired I got of replacing light bulbs. Because I had made this, like, really big base that I had built from scratch. And I had put a bunch of lights off on it. I'm just gonna drop this on the ground. We can repair that later. I don't have what I need to repair it now. Oh, I see what you're saying with the knife animations. There's definitely something that was not bugged in the knife animations on the test build in this. That we stop moving, like literally just stop moving anytime we aren't actively doing things. We're just being full efficiency with our combat. If I don't need to move, I will not use a single thousandth of a calorie on movement. Only in combat stance too. That's a weird one. But yeah, no, that wasn't in the test build. Yeah, calories are precious, yo. Yeah, we're min-maxing our calorie usage. For the record, that wouldn't actually work because not all positions are equal at rest and yada yada. So you definitely have that thing where you're up on like one leg in an awkward position and you just stop moving. Oh, that's... I'm not sure if you saw. It looked like we were on our toes, like leaning forward and then stabbing. Just because of like the way the animation, like we were falling, but just like held suspended in space for a moment. Min-maxing calories, everything's a smoothie. Pretty much. Honestly, if you're actually trying to like eat proper healthy, a lot of the times it comes down what nutrition do you actually need. You grind it up and put it into a cup. What happened that there's so many bodies? So I walked down the street, and zombies walked up the street, and then I stabbed them in the face. And then I kept doing that, like that, until there was a lot of bodies. It's partly memeing, but also very true as well. So you'd argue that the psychological effect and the psychological... You'd argue that the psychological effect and... sociological effect, mastication, chewing, overrules the efficiency of only drinking smoothies. Oh yeah, no, you're not wrong. Yeah, no, I had to read it like twice to get like the other one. But yeah, no, it's like it's just one of those things. Like I know it's like it's not trying to be mean about the question. But that's a lot of how this goes. It's like, how did you kill so many zombies? It's like, well, I hit the zombie until it fell down, and then I repeated a lot. And as much as it seems like memeing, it's like, no, but that's really what it is. I would think of a second part, but there really isn't one. You just get into a fight, and then the fight ends, and there's a body. Alright, let's deal with these. Okay. Yeah, I'm just clearing out the zombies around the trailer before I go in the trailer. One of my early long runs, I got to like 20, 30,000 zombie kills. Died because I didn't clear outside in an enclosed backyard. Like, my brain was like, it's enclosed. I've been making lots of noise. Clearly, there's nothing to worry about here. And there had been one zombie in the backyard. And I had gone into the garage. Like, I'd gone around in the house. I'd gone into the garage to go loot something. A zombie saw me through the window while I was going into the garage, and I didn't hear anything, because sometimes zombies are just silent like that. And so what ended up happening is, I went into the garage, looted the stuff, everything seemed clear and dandy, stepped right out of the garage, and got grabbed right as I walked out of the door. The zombie did the thing where it just stood at the door, waited for its turn, and you know, executed. Oh, was that a Suey popped in here? The kids are mean today. You're so done. You still have to teach until June. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. I know it really doesn't change anything for that. Way more support for the teachers, not. Hey, dried lentils. Let's see. Blending food into smoothies allows your body to take up more calories quicker and allows some vitamins to oxidize quicker. I'd believe that. It might not always be what you want. Yeah, no, I'd believe that, though. Because if nothing else, like more surface area to be exposed to the chemicals of your digestive system and yada yada yada. Alright, so with that, it's time to add a new little mark on our map. It's been a little while, and I'm excited to do it. Where are we at? The gas station's right there. Boom. Looted. Cancel pulling that out for just a minute. Those fish fillets be heavy. You now have the patience for 16 times pop? That's totally fair. I would argue the vast majority of people don't. I don't mean that in a bad way either. It's just, it's slow. But my whole thing is that the beginning of Project Zomboid is the best part. Like when you're still trying to get your basic skills up, you're trying to get the generator, you're trying to get gas, you're trying to get a working car, like all that. Those early struggles, to me, are where the game really shines. And so kinda when you get it sorted is when you start running into the point where the game will start slowing down and dragging on, kind of thing. Because you have to like start fishing harder and harder, being like, okay, what am I working on now? What do I care about? Oh, and there's like no zombies along the way here. We're so close. Very genuinely, at the way we're clearing here, there's a good chance, not the trailer, because that trailer's a death trap, but, like an actual house where I can close off a bedroom or whatever, there's a very real chance that what we could do is the next in-game day, like, just tuck into this house, go to sleep, walk outside, the fight begins. I should be leveling up Short Blade soon if I remember correctly. I haven't looked at it since we started, but I remember we were pretty close to leveling Short Blade 5 at the end of yesterday's stream. Okay. Yeah, that glitch animation is certainly weird. I'll catch up with chat here in a minute. I realize we've gotten to education talk, but old Project Zomboid things can't fight in chat easy. It's kind of one or the other. Kill this one behind us so I can sit down and not have to worry about it. Alright. I'll have to deal with that later. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, no, yeah, no, it's really difficult with the education thing about a lot of people. There's like a lot of different issues you got going on. Parents just hucking their kids off onto teachers and being like, "This isn't a me problem. You teach them how to not be awful. Not getting the support you need. Too many students in a class." And it just, you know, it's setting you up for failure in just about every way. Like, it's not even a thing about how the teacher performs. It's just the deck is being stacked against them. And it just sucks. And then the reward a lot of times when a school's not doing well is they get their funding cut back more and more and more, which, you know, when you don't have enough resources to do your job and then they take away more resources, it's not like you're going to suddenly get better at it. And half those pain points are what drive good teachers out of teaching. They want to do what's right for their students. You can kind of only be let down so many times before you just don't have any spoons left to give. Yeah, no, so I have a background in teaching as well. Mine wasn't grade school though. Mine was college level, and that's an entirely different ball game. Grade school has it way worse because like college level, if you're being a little crap, I'll just tell you leave my class, and you've just wasted your money. Is what's happened. But people make out teachers to be the villains. It's like, no. Do a lot of teachers turn to streaming? I wouldn't say any particularly more other than that. I will say one thing that probably does support it is you'll actually have a lot of frontline roles where you interact with people do tend to lead to stuff like streaming and that as a possibility, as like a background. And a big part of that is just you've already gotten used to interacting with people, you've already done like a lot of communication, that kind of stuff. So it gives you some of the skill sets you do need as a content creator. I would also argue stuff like classroom management, all that does help with dealing with chat. Look, chat, you know how you are. The truth hurts sometimes. But it's just kind of those things. It's one of those things, you look at almost every job, and there's going to be some like cross-pollination of skills where, okay, you work on a cash register at a grocery store. Sure, on the surface it'd be like, okay, what does running a grocery store's cashier have anything to do with entertaining people? And if you took it at the surface value of the skills involved, you'd probably be like, well, it doesn't. But then when you start getting deeper, it's like, well, you have to communicate effectively. You do have a bunch of stuff like that that goes on with that. That's office? Oh, I guess this might be like a, not a house like I mistook it. No, that looks like a house to me. Hey, would you mind just dying in one? Thank you. I didn't realize I left my knife in that last zombie. But it's just one of those things that, like, skills and stuff you learn in those jobs you don't realize transfer well do. Hey, dried apricots. That's cool. Eat my sugar cubes right here. Cashiers rarely have time to chat these days. You're not wrong, but even that is a skill within itself, is like being able to communicate effectively and efficiently and all that. I do think a lot of all of them are overworked and undercompensated and all that kind of stuff. But it's just kind of one of those things that, like, every job has skills. Some of them aren't as obvious, but every job has skills. Okay. Cool. So not only did we clear here, well, I was gonna mark on my map that we've got this. Something you said yesterday about subs and contributions doing more in the coming months, but you didn't hear and you wanted to know more. Oh, yeah, I can clarify that, Quesadilla. So basically, Twitch has what's called the Plus program. and it is a thing that by default on tier 1 subs, you get a 50-50 split between myself and Twitch on a tier 1 sub. And what happens is if I get over 100 what's called plus points, then it's a 60-40 split in the favor of me as the creator. If I get 300 plus points, it's a 70-30 split in my favor. And you get the idea. And I'm on the 60-40 split already. But that does expire at the end of June. I have to re-qualify for it. And the way you qualify for it is by hitting that like 100 or 300 plus points for 3 months in a row. And so my plan is for February, March, and April, leading up to June and all that, give myself 1 month of padding in case it doesn't go through or whatever. I'm going to be pushing for that. The catch is with those plus points only count for subs you buy for yourself. And so that's tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 subs you buy for yourself. Gifted sub, bits, and prime subs won't count for that. I still get supported by that, and it's not like it being like, oh, don't give me these other things. You still financially support me with those other things. But it's just when we get to that February, March, April, I'm going to be trying to gently nudge people who would otherwise maybe consider dropping bits or gifted sub to be like, hey, please upgrade your sub instead. Yeah, no, it really sucks because it does create this weird thing. It's like you're supporting me, but the wrong way. Obviously, any support is still appreciated. I really dislike the way the Plus program deals with that. As far as with the Plus program, that has been a thing since TwitchCon 2 years, like 2 TwitchCons ago, like whatever. It's been like almost 2 years now. It's been in effect, or over a year, whatever it is. Like I qualified last year, and it's just my qualification will be expiring in June because you have to like re-up it every year. Yeah, no, the thing I think is the worst part of it. So as I said, you have to qualify 3 months in a row. There were a lot of creators who they got their first month locked in, they got their second month locked in, and then they came up just a little bit short on their last month. And that's the kind of thing that just, you know, nukes from orbit your motivation. Because it's not like, okay, well, I just need 1 more month now. No, you have to start over from the very beginning. And like that's the kind of thing that just absolutely saps your energy and just makes you not even want to deal with it anymore. I don't think the intent. So I think Twitch's intent with the program was the carrot and the stick of we will give you more revenue, because before this, individually, if you were a big enough creator, you could bully Twitch and say, hey, give me a better rate or I'm out. And it was sometimes in Twitch's interest to give you that better rate. But it was all like behind closed doors, that kind of thing. And so a lot of people complained about preferential treatment of larger creators and yada yada yada, because there was no transparent way to do that. And so what this did is said, okay, it has nothing to do with who negotiates better or anything like that. We now have actual numbers. And I think the reason they set up those numbers the way they did, though, is because now it is a thing that motivates content creators to be like, hey, please sub, that kind of thing. Whereas traditionally, the way you got the most money from support from your viewers was to be like, hey, do this thing that is not on Twitch. But with that 20% cut, that makes that not quite that directly clear and obvious. Because, you know, getting a 20% increase, well, sure, your one contribution to the channel would be worth more on like Ko-Fi or Patreon or whatever. If that's that point that gets you over that threshold to get that 20% more on literally all of your sub revenue is way more than one person's individual donation is going to do. So, it is a whole thing. Let's see, but Twitch moderation also intransparent, intent for heck, so you don't want to fix it because it costs money. I don't. So, for the record, because I've worked with a number of Twitch staff directly and all that, I don't personally feel Twitch has any ill will, is trying to pull a gotcha on anyone. They're not like, oh, we want to get these people off our platform or whatever. There's no like anything going behind there. They're operating a business. And we can disagree with how they approach the business. That is fine and fair. We can say, hey, it would be better to do X, Y, Z. 99% of us aren't going to have, one, any knowledge about the subject whatsoever. But also, a lot of us aren't going to have any of the relevant data that we could even make those kind of comments and have any support whatsoever. There's a lot of things that Twitch does that the perception of why they do it is completely detached from why they're actually doing it. And that's something I've had to deal with my own stuff working in software dev in the past, that there is stuff that people accuse your company, like, oh, your company's doing this and this to accomplish X, Y, Z. It's like, no, we actually had this other completely unrelated problem that this solves or helps mitigate or whatever. Oh, it's not even, no, it's not even, outside US streamers. Literally, it's just a thing that when it comes to your bang for your buck, when it comes to supporting content creators, always using a direct donation thing like, well, not direct donation, a donation thing like Ko-Fi or Patreon is usually the best way. Technically, you can get an even better rate if the person, like, you know, caught you a check or otherwise that, but the problem is the moment you get into like that level of transaction, you've got to give out a lot of details that are personal details that you really don't want to be just passing around. Having that middle layer does have some importance with that kind of thing. But it's stuff like Ko-Fi and Patreon. I can't remember the percents. I think it's Ko-Fi, I get to keep like 95-ish% of the money. And I think like Patreon is like 92%. And that's like a mass generalization. There's like a whole bunch of nuance, but basically it's you get to keep a bit over 90% of it. But the downside is if people support me in that way, they don't get any of the benefits you get from subbing. You don't get the advertisement-free viewing, you don't get the emotes, you don't get the increased points, you don't get the little badges on your name. You know, and some people care about that, some people don't. Like, it's not like one of those things I look at when someone subs a channel, I'm like, aw, man, they subbed, they didn't give me a Ko-Fi. Look, I sub too. Like, people are supporting me. They're throwing money at this so I can keep doing it full time. How they choose to do that, I appreciate all of it. I do think there is value for creators to try to diversify where their money comes from. That's not all eggs in one basket. Because all it does take is Twitch one day to have a policy that said, okay, we're changing the split to, you know, 30-70 in our favor, and the whole thing melts down. But I wouldn't anticipate that kind of thing. If Twitch does start making nickel and dimey decisions to ruin the platform, it's going to be more like cutting who has access to certain resolutions and all those kind of things, where it more just makes people have a subpar experience on all that. You think the personal individual moderators are fine? Oh, they're just highly imbalanced in favor of some things? Well, the thing you got to keep in mind when it comes to Twitch as a platform is it's not when you're on the Twitch platform, you're under one giant umbrella where all the rules are the same everywhere. Every channel has its own rules, every person will have their own boundaries, every person will have what they see as a timeout or a ban thing. The difference comes into there are a lot of restrictions about, hey, you're not supposed to use hate speech, hey, you aren't supposed to, you know, encourage any type of illicit activity and these kind of things, and you will get suspended or banned for that. Most of the time, I feel like they do a relatively good job. They do make mistakes, though. Especially when stuff is out of context and that kind of thing. But it is a thing that they do not have enough people trying to manage that job. So they can't do the level of diligence that they probably should. And that isn't me bashing the moderators. If you're understaffed, you're understaffed. You get your 5 seconds to look over something and go, "Yep, looks bad." But I also feel like moderation is extremely important. Let's see, the big reason you got Twitch Turbo is because you have about 3 streamers, you're one of them, thanks. And I really care about it and do high tier subs, and the Prime sub, just the other streamers. Yeah. Holding. Well, crap, it's an error. Okay, helicopter day, everyone. So, we definitely don't want to be standing right here where I'm at right now. This is the one wrong place to be. This would be our worst case scenario, is if I'm right here and the helicopter shows up. Okay. So let's try and get up the road here. I'm trying to run out of here. Normally I don't like running, just because of the helicopter shows up at 9 AM and I'm here. If it's more than a one passer, it'll be a massive setback. So we are noping the heck out as fast as we can. But yeah, no, actually, like, that's another thing, is I have a lot of people's like, "Oh, well, I don't want to do Turbo because it doesn't support creators." It does. You also have people sit there and go, "Oh, ads don't do anything for the creator." If you're a really small channel, sure, but it's kind of one of those things that, unless you have disproportionately high revenue from subs and all that kind of stuff coming in, most channels that are small aren't making much revenue at all, one way or the other. A lot of them will have to turn on to stuff like, you know, more creative ways of making money, like so far as doing merch, that kind of thing. Anyone else knows that Lumberjack's axe swing was nerfed? I hadn't heard that myself. But yeah, no, absolutely, like, I will never be a person who's like, "Hey, make sure you sub, oh, freeloader," or something like that, because I don't believe that in the first place. Because you being here, watching ads, which we're about to get hit by right this second, you being here, getting hit by ads and all that, I do get compensated for it. And very genuinely, ads are usually somewhere in the area of 1/3 of my revenue, and I run the minimum required to get rid of pre-rolls. You just read the patch double XP? I missed that from the notes, going through it. You enjoy listening to streamers talk about thing while you do something else? Yeah. How does Twitch Turbo support you? Yeah, for those who don't know, so Twitch Turbo gives you advertisement-free viewing. Like, just across the platform. What happens is, and this is, like, what happens is, like, say, like, right now we're in an ad break, which is why we're paused. You would be compensated the exact same, or like me, I am compensated the exact same as if you watched the ads when you are not seeing the ads because you have an ad-free viewing. Yeah, everyone got stuck in the ads, but yeah, it'll be what it is when I'm on. I'll kind of go over in that. Let's see what else I missed. So, you know, based on California, you don't think they have like a physical building element, or actually people are in it, right? I actually don't. I thought they had a Twitch headquarters, whatever. Let's see. Yeah, you thought that Twitch ads are generally trash because they don't care / use Google system, which was Monopoly on it. I have no idea what that says. One thing. I'm actually surprised. So there is almost always like this tug of war. I'm gonna respond now in text because they can't hear me. Oh, come on, quit scrolling. So 3 minutes of ads is per hour is the minimum requirement to disable pre-rolls. It's the most common setup these days. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm just giving it a moment for the ad break to go. That way, because we're about to go into a helicopter, we could have a 9 a.m. helicopter, so I don't want people to miss anything. But yeah, no, that's very genuinely, I would say the actual... So, Twitch running ads, here's a hint. If you're not paying for something, they're getting their money somehow. They're either selling your data, or you are getting hit with ads. Servers cost money, staff cost money, physical locations cost money, these things cost money. They also compensate creators like myself. These things all cost money. So they're going to get money out of stuff, and that's either one, they get money from you directly, that's subs, that's bits, all that kind of stuff. Or let's see, or they sorry. Because you either pay them directly, or what they'll do is on Twitch, you get hit with ads and all that kind of stuff. And what is the new icon you see? Oh, this is just wind chill. That's always been there. Let's see. You do them all the time. Once at a plan time. That actually makes sense, and you prefer it. Rescind my complaint. Yeah. So what happens is we have the ad manager. It runs once per hour. That it will play like the 3-block ads. Other creators will do stuff where instead of three minutes all in one block, they'll do like every half hour, minute and a half, or every 15 minutes, 45 seconds. You get the idea. It just has to cumulatively add to 3 minutes per hour. But it is one of those things that like is there. The one thing all right. The comment I was saying when we got interrupted by the ad. Twitch Turbo supports creators in that the ad you would have seen had you not had Twitch Turbo, I am compensated as if you saw it. So I basically get ad revenue for the ads you did not see, is the way Twitch Turbo supports creators. So it's not as much money as if like someone directly subs to me, but I'm also like any support, I don't care how people support the channel. Like if you just sit here and watch and lurk, you are supporting the channel. It still lets me keep doing this full time. Let's see, you lurk a lot, you appreciate the work of the business, your work and social advice. Currently I've been working with a piece of software that you've been in charge of for years with no internal help. Currently everyone is crapping all over it, and it feels like they're just saying, my baby is ugly. What advice can you take to not take it personally? It is a thing that you do have to kind of detach yourself from your work a lot in software dev. It's the same thing of like when you go into a code review in software dev, that, you know, you wrote your code, you sit down there in the room, and they're saying, why did you do this, that kind of thing. I mean, one, the person doing your code review needs to handle it professionally and all that, and not make it sound like they're directly attacking you with every line. But it's the other thing of realizing they're not attacking the quality of the work. This isn't them trying to like justify whether or not you still have a job or anything like that. It's going in saying, hey, you did this thing here. Was there another way to do it better? Because, you know, multiple brains hitting something are going to have a better chance of coming up with a better solution. But it is one of those things that you will have projects that even if the project is just sound down good code, it's doing its job, but it's like not exciting, it's some server-side utility, and you're gonna have people dump on it. And it can be very difficult to not take it personally, like, hey man, I have poured hours into that work. And it's one thing, it's almost one of those things that you kind of want to remind people, like if it's like your company Slack or whatever, like even when it's like not your project, when someone else is like attacking a different thing, you'll be like, hey, keep in mind, a lot of people worked on that. You may not be happy with the way it is right now, but unless more resources are allocated to have the time to make it better, or there's the requirements or the desire to make the changes that these people want, they're not gonna happen. So it is one of those things. Yeah, no, I saw that there's snow and everything you're dealing with in the panhandle, but that is a thing. But yeah, so like the whole ad situation on the platform, it is it is your choice as as a creator. You can do pre-rolls, which means when you join the channel, people get hit with 30 seconds of ads, regardless. And that doesn't sound as bad. You'll have a lot of people shouts like, "How dare you, greedy creators!" And you're trying to get those 3 minutes. That's a minimum to get rid of it. You know, so greedy. But the reality is, if your connection's spotty, you get to keep seeing those pre-rolls again and again every time you get dropped. If you accidentally click off, guess what? Another round of pre-rolls. If you have something happens that your connection stability is just not there, guess what? More pre-rolls. You get the idea. If you have, like, even Twitch disconnects you for a second, not even your end, Twitch drops you for a second and comes back. Hey, pre-rolls time. You get the idea. It's technically there is no cap on how many pre-rolls you could be subjected to. That said, normally what you'll do to get rid of that is 3 minutes of ads per hour, and you can break it up however, as long as cumulatively it adds up to 3 minutes per ads per hour. Because what happens is, like, when I play 1 minute of ads, for a window after that time, pre-rolls are disabled, and then they become re-enabled until I run the next ad segment. I've opted to do my entire 3 minutes in 1 block per hour because it's easier for me to walk off, grab myself a replacement drink, use the restroom, whatever I gotta do. I'm suddenly realizing it's like 9 o'clock and this is the ad break, but that I usually take the 5-minute break. So this is gonna be a weird long thing because normally I delay that ad break, which means we'd have pre-rolls for like 10 minutes. So that when Tomb gets home, I could run down and throw food in the oven and all that. So I'm gonna actually have to take a break here in a minute, so I do apologize about, like, I won't run another ad break or anything. It'll be an ad break and you'll see clips. So I do apologize about that. I've just been losing track of time. But yeah. Let's see, little backhistory. You had brand new high-tech, one the first in the country to have it, and the employee force couldn't import the data with it, but the software suite, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, it can be difficult to not take, and it's not even software dev, like whatever you worked on, to not take it personally when people complain about it, even if it is good or whatever. It's just kind of one of those things. But on the subject where people are talking about the Google ads and all that, that is the one thing I will hold against Twitch for its ad situation. The one thing I will hold against Twitch for its ad situation is Twitch's ads are really dumb. About the only things they consider right now is what is your location, so far as, like, broadly speaking, like, are you in Arizona, are you in Germany, that kind of thing. The next thing it can consider is stuff like what tags or what content warnings you have on your channel, so ads can choose to not play or play directly to those tags, like target them. And that's kind of it. Which means you get a lot of ads that are irrelevant to you more so than on other platforms. Now the catch is, to get them more relevant, they gotta track more of your personal data, and there's the balance, there's the whole thing. The other thing I'll hold against Twitch is, I haven't checked in a while, but their volume balancing has typically been pretty bad. They'll have, like, the stream will be one volume, then the ad goes up here, and then the next ad's down here, and the next one's up there, that kind of thing. And there's a whole thing there about that could certainly be improved. And then the last thing is where you get the ad break and you see the same Honda commercial 3 times in a row. So those are the things I do hold against Twitch. I'm like, hey, I get it. You need your money, and you're either getting us to pay you or you're hitting us with ads. Those are our choices. We can choose either, but, like, at least make your ad system work well. But do you think that's because they aren't and can't use the Google ad system? Yeah, no, I would not be surprised at all if Amazon did not want to work directly with Google. They are strong competitors. You think that's Amazon Twitch's ad system is less expansive and their data's lacking comparatively? Yeah, no, exactly. So Amazon itself, like the Amazon side of things, the data collection Amazon does is absurd. It is up there with Google in just how ridiculous volumes it collects. But Twitch does not. Twitch does not collect that kind of data. So that's the key. If we ever do get personalized ads in here, it means they're going to have to start monitoring stuff. Now, I could see them doing a lot more with checking what games you play, what categories you go into, that kind of stuff, and building a profile. I'm still not a fan of that kind of personalized ads and tracking, but that would improve the situation. Anyways, with all that said, what is going to happen is, as I said, my timing sucks. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes. I got to welcome my wife home and quickly throw something in the oven. I'll put up my clip reel and all that stuff, so we've got something going on. So I do apologize about, like, the ad break rolling into a break. I lost track of time and I didn't see the ads coming. It happens. No, it's no problem. You gotta sleep? You sleep. Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes and I'll say hi, don't worry. She'll probably pop in at some point. Alright, be back in a few. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to. Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. Okay, just clarifying, that mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! Okay. You saw that crazy move? The one where I advanced on him with the axe, like hit him with the axe and ran through him. I did not feel good about that move, but I'm like, man, I'm getting cornered here. That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace and you're still threatening, but not you. She's a jerk. That's one of the things that irks me is, like, I do try and keep right, but, like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them and it's just, no, don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS and that was the thing. Engine malfunction? I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Oh, I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. Get out of my way, man. I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no! What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Please. Well, that was lovely. let's go ahead and do that real fast. Okay, sorry about, like, the break after break kind of thing and all that. I do apologize. Why would you punch a warhead? Yeah, no, that's a classic clip. Alright, you kicked them out of the colony? Most of them were dead at that point. Surprisingly, that didn't finish that run off either. That run did ultimately die, but it wasn't until, like, I don't remember, it was like 2 or 3 years later that we had, like, a proper raid that finished it. But yeah, that character punching the warhead, killing, like, 2 people, and deleting the entirety of all of our supplies. Not good. What game was the hang gliding? Ooh, hang gliding. I missed what clip that was, so I would answer, but I don't know which clip it was. Because I know Enshrouded had sort of hang gliding. Oh, the character stuck in the ceiling. What was the name of that game? Oh man. So that game was like a competitive racing game kind of thing. They sponsored a stream like forever ago. It was one of my very first sponsored streams. But the issue they ran into is they gave me the wrong time to stream it. And it's supposed to be playing with a whole bunch of other people, multiplayer. And none of them were there. And so I couldn't actually do any of the races because their servers weren't up and working. And luckily they had like a lobby you could drive around in, so we just screwed around with physics for like the entire sponsored segment. It was probably the least organized sponsorship I had ever had. So I'm kind of low-key hoping I can do here is that maybe I can cross to the south. Past where we brought the helicopter, so down past all this. I'm kind of hoping if I can get down there before the zombies spread out, they'll all be in clumps like this and I can maneuver easy. I'm not sure if that's a good option. We'll see what happens here. I'm going to keep going west just in case it doesn't look like it's going to be an option. Because for those who missed, we're in a helicopter day. We got to the point we could see the gas station just down the road. We had cleared all the way to that point. And then the helicopter arrived. We actually slept in the house straight above the gas station. Let's get this crap out of here. I'm not going to need that right now. We can go ahead and pop in here. Get the whistle primed and ready in case I decide to use it. This helicopter being during a storm, though, is not a good time. I'm really hoping, when it comes to this helicopter, that it doesn't wait till, like... Why is the whole game freezing for a moment? What do you know that I don't know, game? Okay, these trees. That's gonna be a no in my book. I can see where I can spot just the occasional zombie in between them. That's gonna be a big old no in my book. Over here is not looking as bad. Back there is like getting glimpses of like high density zombies in the trees. Yeah, like you can see down here it's much denser than up here for whatever reason. That's probably a cell line right there. Nah, that's still pretty dense. There's just a gap in it. Go back out to the railroad. Okay, just topping off our stuff. Will be Tomb in the heli? Probably. Probably not. I'm actually I'm actually curious, like, if I were to ever go and do, like, a helicopter, like, how Tomb would deal with that, if she would be, like, as well as things that she's not done before, and she's not sure if she would like it or not. Oh, hey. We were by here. Oh, wait, we didn't go right along here, did we? So that's something worth noting, but not right now. Okay. I also did get a look to see if there was, you know, a crowbar or a sledgehammer or something really amazing in the trunk. Whatever's going on here, our frame rate is dipping hard. My guess is on the other side of this wall is just the entire world's worth of zombies. Hey, Rabbit, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. Catch the last 7 streams, not miss a single one. I do appreciate that. Alright. Yeah, so this place is still way too dangerous to take a helicopter in if we can help it. So I'm just trying to cross it real quick. But my hope here is that we'll be able to find stuff. How are you looking over here? Okay, so this corner's at least usable if it comes down to it. If things get desperate, I can fall back to that corner. I'm not looking to do the giant stroll we did last time. But it would be nice to see if I can't get someplace away from the worst of this. And I think what we'll do is, I'm gonna aim to keep on this side of the racetrack. And then in the hopes of that after the helicopter I can follow the racetrack north and come across again. Just like we did the last time. But not go to the far side of the racetrack. We don't need to go nearly that far. Ooh, is this field not grown in? If this field's not grown in, that would work. Oh no, it's grown in, never mind. Doom just jamming to music downstairs is like, what am I hearing? They supposedly put some type of preventative measure into the chicken apocalypse issue. The advice is good, you just weren't able to implement it. I mean, there is a lot of the stuff that there's a difference between knowing and doing. And that just because you know what you should do, it takes a lot more to actually do it. Like knowing to not be greedy and when to dump your stuff and run is a real hard thing to sell people on. Okay, so somewhere up here should be the racetrack.
Yes.
Hi, wifey.
I thought we were gonna need bigger bowls, so it looks really small in there.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. I love you.
I love you.
She was just letting me know she overestimated the amount of space the food is gonna take. So it's just comical that we've got like a big old bowl, but not a whole lot in there. It's a full meal though. It's like 800 calories. I don't really calorie count, but the point is, it's an appropriate amount. Now I'm the one who chose dinner. It actually smells really good. It's like rice and beans and a whole bunch of stuff. You gonna start calorie counting? I, at times, probably should. I also do not have remotely enough patience to actually do it. I've tried a few times and it did not last very long. And I'm just going to shirk my own responsibility on it and just pretend it's ADHD things, even though it's really not. I'm sure ADHD isn't helping me on it, but yeah. Okay. So, right, I think to our north here somewhere should be the racetrack's border. I don't remember where the exact split. Oh, I think that's the right border there. Yeah, that'll be the right border there because that's where it led up there. So yeah, so we're gonna go and try and catch this right edge of the racetrack. I might even try and sneak in. You're morbidly obese and you need to, though you don't plan to do too much of it. Regular meals approximately. Yeah, I think there's also I agree. There's kind of a very big difference between going, I'm gonna be like nitty gritty to make sure I'm landing like right around this sweet spot of calories, versus just kind of being aware like, oh, like I'm trying to keep it under this large amount. Okay, after I eat this thing, I'm done. It's a whole thing. You counted calories once, they're delicious, and when they went farther than you could count, yeah. Eating healthy takes work. Like, it's one of those things that's not hard once you come up with, like, a plan. Oh, hey, what do you got? Alright, 1 second. How many zombies do I still have following me? Because that's a survivor. Because it's the same size backpack I have, so it's not a huge cell. I do have a lot of space to work with here. Okay, we got him. Flawless victory. Alright, let's grab you and drag you away from the body. Yeah, no, this one, because it didn't have, like, a whole lot of fences and them ducking in and out of the house and all that kind of crap, we were able to just run up and deal. So my plan is, grab the backpack in my offhand and walk away, unless we see something amazing. Okay, so let's hiking backpack, you have some goodies in. The steel rod I'm not too worried about, and the rest I'm not worried about. Alright, so let's start inventorying what we got. Whistle's going away. Got your tequila and tortillas. The man knew how to live. There. And we're not even overburdened. What traits do you like to take? So I tend to run a very sweaty, try-hard, self-sabotage build. So when I mention these traits, this is not a build I recommend. This is the opposite of a build I recommend, which is that I forget what the new traits are called for it, but it's weak, unfit, and obese. And the idea is pretty straightforward, that the character is just really, really awful at everything, and you just work with it. I do take a lot of positive traits, but I don't take anything that gives me any stats. So if something gives me any skill points in anything, it's off limits to me. I was counting on there being no zombies along here. Don't you do that. Don't be west-east. That's all I'm at. It's west-east. Okay, because there's a lot of zombies right there, so I'm a little concerned that if I look in that hole there, it's gonna be full of zombies. Oh yeah, there's... Okay, yeah. So, where it's just making the comment, I was like, I don't think we duck in that spot. We don't duck in that spot. That spot spilleth forth the zombies. The cup runneth over with zombies. Oh, did my last of my fish rot, or did we finish it all? Okay, so we finished the fish. That's fine. We don't generally use fire. What I'm trying to find is a place that I can duck into that perimeter, because this area in here is mostly just empty. Fire is fixed now? I don't think fire was broken. I believe fire was deliberately nerfed. Like that was not a mistake, that was a design decision. So my entire plan was hinging on when we went in here before, there was like no zombies away from the main building, so I was thinking, cool, the area's huge, it's mostly open because it's a racetrack, and I only have to worry about that, you know, on the west. And now we're here, and every time I get a look in the place, it's swimming with zombies. I'm like, but that, like, I literally cut through the entire area the last time and didn't see a zombie the entire time I was in the perimeter, other than when we were at the main building. The main building was just straight up awful. Alright. So there's the helicopter. So that's number 9? Yeah. I didn't check the date. October 29th. Okay. 9th helicopter 10/29/93. Okay. I'm hoping that we're going to see this as being empty, and I can just run in here real fast. It's not. Okay. The good news is I am noticing that these have gone way down. So my hope is we're going to be able to run up to the next entrance. I probably don't even need to do that. We're in the middle of nowhere. Let's just chill on the highway. Because we really didn't see... Oh, that's right. There's even farm fields north of the highway up here. Yeah, we'll just go to the highway up here. It's fine. Oh, right. The entrance is on the north side. that we came out. That's still fine. Oh, I thought from was another survivor zombie was getting ready to like just home in on him. I was like, loot pinata by itself? Yes, please and thank you. The shame is that Survivor Zombie didn't have any books or anything for us. Alright, so this is the dangerous part, is cutting through these trees. Oh yeah, no, we're in the healthy range of weight. We're just doing solid on weight right now. I just every 5th or 6th day have to take a quick pause to fish. Once we get a fridge or a freezer set up, so like once I get to the gas station, and so I can plug down a generator next to our house, then I don't have to worry about that. Okay. Let's see. Hot dude selling burger. Pizza ladies. Our tent. Cincilla's gonna be effing awesome. Let me guess. That's the tent area in Louisville? Yup. No, that's not the one. Where am I looking? It's this here. I already had the map revealed. But yeah, so this is an area, if you've never been to Louisville, if you're ever looking for a tent, this area has like 20, 30 of them. Hey zombie, if you don't mind, I'm looking for a garbage can. Thank you. Yeah, we're in the middle of nowhere, so I'm just kind of chilling here for a minute. If we start getting a proper number of zombies, we'll, you know, back off or whatever. These are just gonna be random zombies that are, like, in the woods. The big concern is to the south. Or if there's some high-density place in the north I'm not aware of, we'll have, like, a whole farm roll in on us or something. But right now, I think we're just out in the middle of nowhere. We'll kill a handful of zombies just to keep them from making me run around constantly. The bugged animations are that. Or someone says LV, you think Log Vegas? Yeah, there's a reason I always say Louisville. I also, like, I don't discourage, like, I don't go and be like, how dare you use acronyms. I generally try to not use acronyms on the channel. It's just one of those things that, like, unless the acronym is, like, very, very widely known and contextually obvious, you're just gonna have to spell it out anyways. So it's just easier to skip the whole thing and just say what you actually mean versus the acronym most of the time. But granted, for Project Zomboid, LV being Louisville is fair. Like, that's probably a safe one. Okay. So something's finally spilling over a proper number of zombies. But yeah, like for example, when people bring up PoE, the problem is like most of the time they're gonna be talking about Path of Exile. Oh, well, I hate this part. Well, I'm still going this way. Most of the time they're talking Path of Exile, but it could be, you know, Path of Exile, Pillars of Eternia. There was like Plains of Eidolon, Power over Ethernet. So it's one of those things, unless we happen to be talking about Path of Exile and people use it, it's like, okay, but I'm gonna need you to be a little bit more specific. Alright, so I'm ready to helicopter be gone now, because keep in mind, we are dealing with the storm day that's got heavy cloud cover. It's gonna get real dark real fast. You think of Plains of Eidolon? Yes, that's the whole thing. If, like, contextually someone bring... And that's not because it came up earlier, I'm just mentioning this in general. But it's just one of those things that you're just better off saying Path of Exile in most cases, because you're gonna go like, oh, in PoE, like, do you think PoE is hard? You know, one of those things that's not obvious what the game is. And it's like, alright, I'm gonna need you... you need to let me know which one you're talking about. Let's see, it's especially fun if they don't capitalize the P and E. Because, like, PoE, you mean the author of the singer? Wait, games? Oh, yeah, well, I mean, even if you capitalize, like, Plains of Eidolon, Path of Exile, Pillars of Eternia, or Eternity, or whatever, all three of those would be capital P, under, like, lowercase e, capital E. So, like, all three of those, you'd capitalize them the same way. And that's just usually the one that stands as an outlier, that there's so many things that match that acronym. Because everyone knows if you say AV, you're very clearly talking about Alta Vista. Getting those good search results. That's... I wonder if that's even around anymore. For those Yunyuns, Alta Vista was one of the early search engines. So, like, before Google became the big colossus that it is, Alta Vista was one of the big ones, around the times of Ask Jeeves. Oh yeah, no, I used Alta Vista as well. That was one of my preferred ones for a good while. Alright, well, it's gonna be dark soon, but I've compromised that road. This is gonna get really busy up ahead of us. My hope is that I can get over here. Oh wait, no, we're farther away from town than I'm thinking. There's like a little pocket of houses over here that's got, it's not a lot of zombies, but it's not a lot of zombies. I'm kind of hoping we can scooch on into that area and get past. Yeah, you know AV is audio video? Yup. Okay, so it arrived at 4, and it just left, I think. No, I could do one more pass. It's 4 passes, which equates usually to about 4 in-game hours. Yep. So there's the farmhouse over here. Let's see how this is. Last time we were here, it had a good, like, 5 or 6 rally groups just chilling by it. We did just have a pass and a helicopter right next to it, though. I don't expect it to be clear at all, but it's worth peeking. Nah, there's at least a rally group there. And I'm kind of looking at it's going to be a whole thing. Ask Jeeves, is your preferred? Little Butler seemed nice. Yeah, Ask Jeeves was fine. Like, I think Yahoo was a thing back then, if I remember correctly. Or maybe Yahoo was later. I can't remember. Okay. Yeah, so what's going to happen is we're going to travel over here towards this little town. I'm probably going to have our character sleep in a sleeping bag before we get close enough that we have to worry about pulling them or whatever. So we'll sleep. Then the next morning we can get past the town and rush back to where we were back home. So we shouldn't lose like too much time to the helicopter. Did you ever use AOL? I mean, the only AOL I ever used was AOL Instant Messenger. Because that was, at least within my circles of friends, that was like the instant messenger that had the most people I knew from like school and all that on it. Alright, looks like just 4 or 5 will kill them. As I have like a perfectly centered on me cloud that makes it hard to see. Okay. Your town was still using dial-up until the early 2010s? Yeah, there was a lot of places. If you weren't an area that had like any strong technical stuff or high population density kind of thing, you're probably still gonna have dial-up into the nearly like the 2000 like leading into 2010s. It's a lot of your very rural places. Or, if it doesn't need to necessarily be rural, it could be just kind of away from everything else. That's one reason I don't think I could have, like, the, living out in the middle of nowhere lifestyle. Is just so much of, like, advancements, technology, those kind of things take decades later to get out there. You know, barring the one person who's got like billions, not billions, but like multi-millionaire who lives out in the middle of nowhere and like has a private fiber line, you know, put directly to their house that they dropped hundreds of thousands of dollars to have installed for them individually. I don't got that kind of money. Oh, it's only a partial chocolate bar. I'm eating someone's leftovers. That's cool. This is how you get the zombie plague. You eat someone else who had, like, the plague's leftovers. It's got their spit on it and everything. Alright, so we're getting close to the town perimeter. I don't think we go all the way to town, because it is going to get darker and I already can't see. Like, honestly, this is how dark it actually is. I'm only seeing that because of the fog. When the fog lays, you know, eases up, it'll suddenly be pitch black like you're seeing here. It's just a weird thing that how they implemented the fog. Yeah, no, where I was growing up at the time, we had DSL show up first. And it was in the area for a while. And that would have been the early 2000s. And it wasn't too long later that then cable rolled in as well. So downside is our body heat temperature is crashing. I don't really want to make my character do a bunch of exercise. We'll just jog in circles for a minute. So if we look here at our temperature, body response, what should happen is our heat generation, you'll notice it is climbing as I'm jogging. And we're trying to get our core temperature up. As your core temperature gets down, it gets harder and harder and harder for you to build up body temperature. So there is kind of a feedback loop in that as you get colder, it's easier to get colder. Okay. So our core temperature is climbing. Because I'm trying to not let us catch a cold. If we catch a cold, we start coughing and sneezing and wheezing, and it makes it a lot more difficult to deal with the zombies because you're just constantly broadcasting where you are. You also take penalties just from being sick in general. Okay. Alright, so we're now just chilly. The other thing that a lot of people don't realize is as you get drowsy and sleepier, you actually get less resistance to cold as well. Can you die from a cold? No. It's just like normally on base settings, you can't die from hypothermia. Hypothermia can put you down to 1 hit point though, which means, you know, you stomp on a zombie causing yourself 1 hit point of damage and you die, that kind of thing. So you're basically, you're not dead, but you might as well be. Okay, so as you can see, our body temperature is coming up fine. So we're good on our body temperature for a little bit. Our body temperature will start to crash again, but we'll be alright. Lethal case of stubbing your toe? Yep. Cool. I was worried about us going to sleep and our temperature slowly crashing in the sleeping bag, because we had that happen once where I didn't have enough insulation on. I had the character go to sleep, and while we were asleep, our body temperature crashed really low. Not like dangerous like we were, like hypothermic levels of lower, I think, but just like, oh, that's definitely lower than what I want to go. Because also, as your body temperature goes down, it becomes a lot of problems for a lot of different reasons. Hey, zombie. Don't mind me, I was just napping, like, 2 inches up the road. Could you hold this can for me, buddy? I wouldn't want a litter. Okay, no new major weather events. Alright. Jog just a little bit. Oh, that's not the town either. I thought this was the town coming up. Alright, well, never mind. It's just a lone building. That's still fine. The whole point here is I'm trying to get us back to our house this in-game day. Just so we don't waste a lot of time. Oh, right! This is this, like, junction point or whatever it was back here. I wonder if the zombies got moved around enough that I could just stroll on into this place. I'm down to kill some zombies here real quick. Need some water? Yeah, we're okay though. We got quite a ways until it gets dangerous. Alright. That's more than I'm really looking for in there. It looks like a pretty trashed house. That's not available. There's a tool building back there that might be worth looting eventually. But I was curious if it was going to be like just 1 or 2 rally groups and we could pop in there. Oh good, that's the outskirts of this part of town. That's fine. Alright, let's chill with the jogging so I can recover some endurance in case I needed to get through town. How can you tell how long it goes to get bad? I mean, so right now I've got this giving me more information, but this is only at Thirsty. So if you look at it, you've got here where you've got your first thing, I think, what was it? Not peckish, it's, it goes from your first thing down to the first tier, and it's like, okay, you're just, you know, your character just wants a little bit of water, and then it goes down to the next thing, and then you get thirsty, and then it goes down to the next thing, where it's dehydrated, and then you go down to dying of thirst. And until you hit dying of thirst, it's more a nuisance / inconvenience. When it's dying of thirst, then you're like, okay, no, this is actually bad. Like, this is genuinely a problem. Is that a mod? Yeah, this is a mod. This is one of the only mods we're running. Minimal display bars, and I mostly use it so people can see what's happening behind the scenes, like, this is how we determine our weight gain and loss is your calories. So you can see like this green bar is slowly draining because as we do stuff we burn calories. Oh yeah, I forgot we looted that house. Oh wait, did we ever mark the house down here that we looted? Because we looted that one because we slept in there. It's basically a dev tool. It just lets you, let's just see what's happening behind the scenes. It's a mod I usually do like having. As a content creator, people ask me questions, and so, like, they'll be like, you know, I'm getting really, they'll be like, I'm really frustrated, I keep playing, my character gets exerted, I rest till it's gone, then I get up and I only have to, like, I can only hit, like, 1 or 2 zombies, and then I'm exerted again, like, what the hell's going on? And that's where you can sit there and go, oh, well, when you look at it, you don't see the Moodle until you hit, like, that threshold there. So when you get to just past that, you're only, like, the tiniest bit over the threshold. You gotta rest longer till it goes away properly. Stuff like that. There's just lots and lots and lots of those things in the game that, you know, without being able to see what's happening behind the scenes, it can be very confusing for people. Hey. I'm trying to mind my own business in here. Grab that and put that in our bag for now. Not worry about the stuff I can get renewably. I'll grab the screws while we're here. Because in this way I can go to this building and say, hey. This little building down here, it's looted. Look, I'm not trying to cheese you with the window. You just keep climbing through before it can close it. Hey, lunge, you can turn it off. Lunge is there basically to keep you from window and fence cheesing. Like, it didn't used to be a mechanic, but people were abusing the window fence cheese so hard they added it. And even then, now that people know how to work around it, it's still not that bad. But that used to be a thing, was just like... So... It just feels cheap? Yeah, no, but it's just such an easy thing to avoid. Just don't mess with zombies near fences and windows. Like, to me, it doesn't feel cheap any more than just abusing fences and windows feels cheap the other way around. So it's a cheap reaction to a cheap tactic. It's only fair that if we're allowed to cheese, the zombies can cheese as well. Look on the bright side. They haven't given the zombies a way to drag you into fire. That'll be the day when zombies start trying to use burns against us. Don't ever do that, devs. That is entirely meme mod territory. Yeah, just make it so if a zombie catches fire, it becomes like a sprinter, but not even like the regular sprinters. It can go the same, you know, run speed as the player can at max sprint. Zombies have night vision, you don't? The zombies actually have their vision penalized in the dark. It's just... Because, you want to know what? I have night vision as well. You want to see it? We just go right over here and we can say, hey, I would like night vision. Hang on a second. Filters. Add effects. Was it color correction? Okay. Gamma. Alright, I can see in the dark. Oh wait, no, I don't want to keep that. Get rid of it. No, it's gross. I know people who have done that kind of stuff. Where they'll take a trait that makes it so they can't see in the dark and then turn up the brightness of their game. That's, it used to be a thing, and I haven't set it back up, but it used to be a thing when I was playing Project Zomboid. I had a filter I would turn on that would increase the gamma for all of you about 10% more than me. Because of the whole thing of me not being able to see stuff in the night. That's fine, but it's also a real bummer when neither can anyone else. Because you're just standing around and you just hear crunch. And it's like, well, that's not as exciting. It's one of the reasons why I'll never use, like, the pitch black nights setting or anything else. It's one of those things right now with the changes in lighting, though, like when you go into the basements and that, even, like, I'm running Cat's Eye. I think, like, for stream purposes, I don't think I will ever turn off Cat's Eyes. But even with Cat's Eye, you go in a basement and there's no lights on, it's pitch black. It's just pitch black. You're not turning the gamma up and making that work. It's just pitch black. You know, 80% brighter on 0% is still 0%. There was, part of the reason I stopped doing that as well was you'd hit winter, and winter is when that became a problem, because at the nights you really wanted that kind of thing turned on so people could see, because winter could get very dark. But then when the snow was there, and you turned on, and like still had that filter on, you were just making the screen like blindingly bright because you're taking white and then turning the gamma up on it. Yeah, so those traits are probably not exactly right, but mostly right. It wasn't even flashbang snow, it was just snowblind. For those who aren't familiar, the phenomena of snowblind, where it's basically just everything is a bright white and it just can really mess with your eyes. They're just so bright. Like opening your curtains in winter, yeah, you're in the dark, dingy dungeon, you open the windows and it's just... everything's white outside, you're just like, ah, stop. Natural light, get rid of it. Let's see, this winter is so warm, it's like -20 mid-January. And so far it's been like 0 degrees. Yeah, and weirdly, like, we're getting the opposite here in Florida right now. We've had a particularly cold winter. Not just climate change. Things are going to have all sorts of wild variances that, more so than normal, as all the different systems on the Earth whiplash around trying to figure out what to do. Like, on average, it's still just plain hotter here. It's just more extremes. Okay. I'm gonna jog a little bit more because I don't feel like walking the whole way. We still have a couple on us? So if we go down this way, we're pretty close to our house. I'm just trying to avoid getting into too much fighting until we're near home. And then we can just clean out anything that showed up. Because we were really far away when the meta event happened. So that meta event won't have applied over here. The helicopter likely didn't do anything over here of substance either. There are rabbits running around everywhere out here. Let's see. Hey, Alice, how's it going? Let's see, you didn't get the winter precipitation you used to, which is kind of a problem. Because while it wasn't always snow down here, it was mountains and the local rivers are fed from the snowmelt. Yeah, so you're looking at drought. That's kind of the same thing that happens to California, is it'll be like the rain the previous year is kind of what determines this year's situation. Because they also get most of their water comes from snowfall up on the mountains that then is melted and fed into aquifers. It is interesting to think that it's people's job to just go to the top of these mountains like big bulldozers and all that, and just shove snow into what's effectively a trough so that it melts to feed the aquifer. It's a cool setup. It's actually like, it's really slick. You'll have people's like, oh, we just don't build things like, you know, the Roman Empire with their aqueducts and all. It's like, yeah, we do. There's lots of them. Like that project out in California is just as ridiculous as those. Now, granted, we have a much higher level of technology, so it's more impressive that they did it with their level of technology thousands of years ago. Or, no, not thousands of years ago. Like, over 1,000 years ago, but hundreds of years ago. Not plural thousands. It's also kind of true in, not the aqueduct kind of thing, but like the last year's rain really kind of determining this year. Because most of Florida's water comes from our aquifers, and it just takes a while for the water that rains down to soak through all like the limestone and all that separates the surface from the aquifer. And so it's like not a year out, but rain from the previous couple of months determines this month's availability of water. And let's deal with them. You're only a few miles from a temperate rainforest? Gotcha. It's always one of those fun things that, like, things that you didn't think about in school that much. Like the idea of, you know, cold deserts, you know, temperate rainforests, that kind of stuff. Like, just, usually the way you always see as a rainforest is almost always depicted as being, you know, hot, tropical, you know, really, really muggy and sweaty and full of mosquitoes kind of thing. And you're like, yeah, but they also come in cool. But then you have, like, literally frozen deserts. But it's still a desert, because desert is just determined by rainfall. You do get mosquitoes, at least not in the winter? Yeah, that's the same in Michigan. We didn't get much in the way of mosquitoes compared to what I'm used to here in Florida. But we did get mosquitoes during the summer and the spring, and then the winter rolled around, and that's part of the fun of going out in the winter. Is like, you know what bugs I'm gonna deal with? None. Not a single one. Put it in the right place. Now I gotta figure out where it went. Where did you go? There you are. Meant to put it here so I'd take a sip out of it. Take a sip out of that one. I forgot I had that magazine. We've got more of that giant fish we caught. Could try and slam some of these real quick. I'm accepting most of that's just gonna rot away. There's nothing I can do about it. Mosquitoes love you. The feeling's not mutual. Yep. Know what that's like. Drop you off in here. Grab a couple of these knives. Grab the empty cooking pots, because we're going to need to top off our water. But yeah, considering we just had a helicopter, is basically walked back. We killed something like 2 rally groups worth of zombies. And then we're right back home. Things seem pretty comfortable still. Even with a lot of the useful techniques, mosquitoes are willing to suffer through to steal your blood. Yep. I'm fortunate that just changes in the situation of what I'm dealing with. I don't have to worry about mosquitoes nearly as much. Because I remember visiting, like, my grandparents' place. It was right on the water, and just, if you went there the wrong time of year, it was a war, and very clearly the mosquitoes were winning. Like, you were there at their mercy. Let's grab one of these dirty rags. Let's see, you need to set timers for how long he is able to stay in that house before he gets chased out. I mean, it's been going pretty good for a while now. Like, we literally just did a helicopter and it went totally fine. See if we can sneak reading this magazine before it gets done. Yeah, and I noticed, I remember there was discussions about why, so another thing we deal with is these things called love bugs. They're super obnoxious. But like the last couple of seasons, the love bugs have been really, really mild than they've been historically. And I remember there's a reason for it, and I don't remember what it was. Like what changed that suddenly the love bug population was nowhere near as bad. So you need to be this. I need the empty water bottle here. I'd like to transfer the full thing. Okay, so I've got a spare water bottle now. Put you away for later. Can I fit another one in here? Yeah, so they're getting really sad because I'm eating stale fish in large quantities. Never heard of love bugs? They're an annoying bug that they like cook head to tail kind of thing. And they mostly just fly around on the highways and all that. Screw the University of Florida for making those monsters. What conspiracy thing are you getting into? Love bugs don't originate from Florida at all. They come from Brazil. I shouldn't say Brazil, South America. They migrated here. That's what they want you to think? Nah, it's... there's lots of rumors about the origins of love bugs, that they were manufactured to eat mosquitoes, and you know, that like is a whole thing that they got loose and they didn't do their job and a whole bunch of other garbage. It's just not real. Yeah, that's what I remember. Is there's like almost nothing would eat love bugs, so as a result, they just flourished. Is a floor a wall? I mean, depends on how you want to define wall. They're two bugs in one? They're not literally two bugs in one. It's when they mate, they connect and they move around together. Like they stay attached for a long period of time. So when they fly around in a pair, connected to each other a lot. But like they're still independent creatures. Yeah, but I'm trying to immediately pick up right where we left off with the push down here. Because I'm pretty sure we're only like a day or two in game or whatever. Assuming like we don't have like a really bad med event. We're really, really close to being able to get to that gas station finally. Let's see. Is floor a wall equals are bugs enabled memes? Oh. That's missed the joke. Didn't catch the reference. Yes, it does look like we had some movement of the zombies in the area over here. That's fine. It's not looking like that bad. This is not even a full-size rally group. Okay. Actually, give me the matchbook. Okay, so we can go back here and all that.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Sometimes automod. Automod flagging on the word fellow for bullying. Just the word fellow by itself in isolation. Hey, I'm gonna need you to not bully. Stop calling people fellow. I don't actually mean that. Needless to say, we allowed that because sometimes, like, a lot of time automod does really good, and then there's also those times that you kind of scratch your head and go, what? Don't call me buddy, pal. I'm not your pal, friend. Exactly. I still think for my favorite for just automod Y. The automod Y was when it picked up on the word the by itself one time. There was a good, like, 5-minute delay of just mental processing going, huh? Who did I romance in Coral Island? So, the characters we've romanced on Coral Island is on stream the first time before its 1.0 release, we romanced Eva. I'm sorry, no, that's not true. Eva was the 1.0 release, and then Yuri was the 1.1 update. And I think, like, before that, we started to romance someone, but, you know, like, there wasn't, like, it was still early and there wasn't that much implementation, so we didn't follow through with the other ones. But Eva and Yuri are the only ones I followed through with. I mean, fact, Raj is hot. Water's wet. And Raj is hot. It's just the way it is. You don't think Raj is hot? I mean, it's certainly an interesting hill to die on. It's just a meme on the channel. You know what else is hot? Sidewalks in Texas. I mean, probably not right now. Yeah, let's back up and go sleep in this house. How can water be wet with the thing that's make things wet? Right, but you see, the water next to the water makes the other water wet. Because water isn't a singular entity. So water cannot make itself wet, but the other particles of water around the water make that you know, that segment of water wet. Now, if you had a singular H2O atom in isolation, then yeah, it wouldn't be wet. Dry water. No memeing, there is actually a product called dehydrated water, and it actually is a thing. And while on paper you look and be like, what is this, like, absolute obvious scam? It's basically flavoring for water. But it's, you know, it's got a bunch of minerals you add to water. I wouldn't buy it, it's just still silly. But ice is water, but it's not wet. Counter argument, it's not water, it's ice. It's H2O. But, you know, it's no longer water, it's ice. Water is the state of liquid. Once it goes solid, it's ice. And when it becomes gaseous, it's vapor. Or steam, I guess is more technically right. Recycled dino drinking water. That's one of the fascinating things is when you look at like the amount of water that is used by humanity, like on the planet, is only like, it was something really minuscule, like 5 or 3%. I don't know the exact percentage. It was like really, really nothing. And you'd be like, how can it possibly be that low? And the first thing is like 90% of the water is salt water. But even then, a lot of the actual rest of the fresh water is inaccessible. Up, and there goes the fish. We'll throw it on a body. Fish is gone. We got through as much of it as we could, but fish is gone. Pungent. Tried to snort coke once. Got ice up your nose. I see what you did there. I understand. Right, different names in different state matters. I lose again. I'm not trying to be like, well, actually, do you have a flag? Okay. Okay, so the last of that fish expired, but we are at 79 weight. So I don't feel the immediate need to go out and fish again. It'll take a little while for us to stop gaining weight. And then we can eat stuff that we don't gain weight from, like berries and all that kind of nonsense for a little while. We should be done fishing for a little bit here. Okay. Hey, Steph, how's it going? Yeah, well, actually, I do really appreciate Simcopter 1 has an emote that is like doing the glass adjustment thing where, you know, the person being like, well, actually, I appreciate that emote. That is an emote that probably gets a lot of mileage. Like every time someone starts backseating. Look how many isotope kinds of water there is. Oh yeah, circling back. And then like when it comes to fresh water, one of the big things is a lot of the fresh water out there is trapped underground where we can't get it and all that. Or is otherwise not safe for human consumption and yada yada. But all in all, it's just there's like so little water that we actually have. Sorry, we are so little water we have like easy access to and all that. That humanity uses a very negligible amount of the overall global water. And that isn't like a, oh, we're not using hardly any water. You know, let's go ridiculous. It's just the bigger lesson is of the water in the world, there's only the teeniest, tiniest fraction that we have available to us. And there's ways we could get more with like desalination and all that if, you know, various things were invested in more and yada yada. There'd be ways to get more water. We can get, well, that's the thing. There's some underground water that is very deep, or otherwise again not safe because of like where it's contained and yada yada. Yeah, no, we have lots of well water. A lot of your like again with the stuff like Florida, we get most of our water from our aquifers. You know, ultimately we're basically doing the same idea as a well to get access to the aquifer. We're digging a big hole and shoving a pipe down there and putting a pump on it. Or something that accomplishes roughly the same outcome. Okay. Yep, big straw with big motor on the other side of it. I mean, more realistically, not big motor, many motor. And not one straw, bunches of straws in many different places. Yeah, so we got a rally group that wandered in up here. Not a huge fan of that, but it is what it is. What do you have stuck in you? Okay, they just have a whole sapling stuck in them. Someone said, this guy, I'm shoving a tree in this person. No, I'm not going to sharpen it. I am taking a tree and shoving it in this person. The whole thing. Makes a bad weapon, because clearly it didn't work. You're not wrong. The tree was there. The zombie was still going. Let's see. Yeah, there's a good amount of wells around there. Said there's limited water infrastructure outside a couple of towns, but some places are out of luck. There's a parcel of land near where you're at that tried to dig a well and went down more than 3 times the lower depth and still didn't hit water. Yeah. One of the things I've actually found fascinating is just there are I'm trying to remember what desert it is. There was one of the, oh man, they were going through these ancient ruins that, like, you know, it's just mostly like little bits of stone and all that. Most of the rest of the ruin is just gone, but they had these different designs they had put in the sand that they've been trying to figure out what they mean. And one of the theories behind it was that it was a way that they would communicate whether or not there was water below the ground to find in an area. Like, basically be like, hey, here's a spot you can go, you know, tap a well to get water. And to their credit, people went to check there and it's like, alright, well, let's go to one of these symbols and, like, go dig down next to it and see if we find water anywhere soon. And it was interesting because they only had to go a couple feet down and they did actually find water. Whether or not that was the actual use case for the symbol, or like they were doing something else and that's a happy coincidence. Don't know. I don't know enough about the cultures. I wish I could remember which culture it was. They basically do these like giant designs in the sand that have survived thousands of years. But then I do know they use them for spiritual / religious reasons and a bunch of other stuff. Which is the idea of going in the middle of a desert, digging down and being like, yep, water. Alright, we had a meta event. Let's see how it goes. Nazca, that sounds right. I'm not sure if it was, but Nazca sounds right. But these water tables can be funny. You can find a well in one place, and then 20 feet away, you won't hit it. Yep. You think it's why bread knives get stuck in zombies? People get panicked grabbing the bread knife instead of a good one. Obviously didn't work great. Why would you stab a katana? They're always stuck in them. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, this is rural Kentucky in 1993. A lot of... If you're finding a katana in rural Kentucky in 1993, it's gonna be like 99.9%, you know, flea market replica katanas is what you're gonna be finding. Yeah, exactly. Like mall katanas, flea market katanas. The thing you hit a watermelon with and the katana bends because it's made out of garbage. It's like tin. And now you want the throwing stars? Yep. Ah, I missed the hunting knife. Okay. The red-white hat there has a hunting knife on him that I want. Hi. Big group of you down there, huh? That's okay, there's about to be a whole lot less of you down there. So they're sitting on short blade 5. And this works out pretty well. Next knife ready. What do you have on your head? Oh, it's a hoodie that just the design on it. Okay, I see. I just saw the one in the tan hoodie, and it looked like he had a skull cap or something, like, you know, a leather pilot skull cap. I'm like, what? I'm like, oh, that's just your hair, man. It's just with that hoodie the way it is, made it look weird. That said, I would also not be surprised, rural Kentucky in 1993, seeing someone running around with, like, a pilot's leather skull cap. Hey, another hunting knife. Alright, so let's sit down here. Let me catch up with Chad here for a moment. Let's see. Pretty sure talking about the Nazca lines? Yeah, no, I think that is correct, the Nazca lines. But it's just interesting that they're trying to figure out like what they were for. And they know there was a spiritual side to it, but they also felt there was like a utility side to it, and they were trying to figure it out. You know, the stuff that you're trying to you've got like all the little teeny tiny grains of information about a past society, and you're trying to piece them together and be like, they invested a lot of time, effort, and material into making these things. Clearly they served some kind of purpose that, especially as how inhospitable the place they were living, there had to be something that made it worthwhile. Yeah, it said, if you're lucky, your grandpa serves early World War II in the Pacific Front and possibly have one of the true katanas laying around. War trophies a thing? Yeah. But yeah, that'd be the thing. It's like most of that. Let's see, a lot of mall ninja gear, cheap steel and untempered and unheat treated, soft state rather than hardened. Seen a smith take a few of them and redo them to make them functional. Yeah. Rural Kentucky 1993. Replica katana thinking, oh my god, zombie apocalypse. I prepared this. Yeah, nuts exactly. Like, you look at a lot of those replica weapons and you'd be like, bonk. Well, that's done. That's stuck. Let's see, you went through a few before you got one to a good point. Let's see, stress fractures from bad manufacturing. Yeah. I wonder, Mad Jack Scotch broadsword has been taken as war trophy? I have no idea. But yeah, so there's a whole lot of stuff. But you can imagine the double take a cop did when he decided to play soldier. And... oh. Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't do much better with a real katana sword. You'd probably be eaten first thing. And then plus, depending on, like, how the infection works, like, what lore you go by, you wouldn't want to fight the zombies anyways, out of concern of, like, if the spit and blood and all that is a problem, like, if it gets in your mouth. That's, I know it's something they did in The Walking Dead once or twice, that someone would hit a zombie and get, like, splashed in the mouth or whatever, and it would get them infected. And so it's like, no, really... you don't want to be fighting them. Maybe it's on The Walking Dead, but that's one they've done as a trope. Generally speaking, you wouldn't be wanting to fight the zombies anyways. Like, you're better off not, like, where are the zombies? Not being there. Where is the one that had the hunting knife? There's a red and white hat, and I don't remember where it was because we got bullied half up the road. Feels like it's around here somewhere. There's the broken one. No, that's not a red and white hat. What is laying on the ground here? Oh, it's the sapling I yanked out of the one. Oh, it's there. There you are. There's the one with the hunting knife we saw earlier, and if not, then I'm just not going to care about it anymore. Hunting knives are nice and all, but like, it's not worth going on like a full quest to find one. Got it. Okay, it looks like some zombies may have done a migration or moved around a lot during the helicopter, which is no surprise. So it does look like I'm doing a bit of cleanup. Still already getting farther than we did before yesterday's stream. And then on top of that, like after I kill a rally group, I'm getting to go like that much farther up the road. Wish all these didn't cover my screen nearly as much as they do. One thing that's nice is we are starting to see a little bit more like hunting knives than zombies. I don't know if that's like actually a thing or just, you know, a little fluke of the RNG. But if that's the case, we're going to start getting more mileage because every one of these weapons I'm finding that lasts a little while is going to be another weapon I don't have to stop to craft. Yeah, no, we're Knives 5. That happened, I think, while we were coming back from the helicopter, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong in that one. Okay, and that zombie in the maroon. Sort of maroon? It's kind of like a brownish maroon? I don't know. Another hunting knife. Couple more. Okay. Sit down and rest again. Just notice how hard the knife was hitting? Yeah, no, we're starting to get to, like, that's one of the things that, doesn't matter what weapon category you choose. Once you start getting to, like, 5 or 6 or 7 or whatever in Product Zomboid in any weapon category, it's gonna start 1 and 2 tapping things. Even like, short blades and all that. It's one of the reasons why it's not necessarily the greatest play to go for the stuff that gets very early damage. Like, that can help you in the early game, so it's worth considering. Yeah, no, I see that we're hungry. It's fine. We're only 2 ticks in. None of those things are as urgent as they normally appear. Like this here, being hungry, big ol' nothing burger. And I think it was you. There we go. Like, it's honestly not until I'm particularly close to starving to death that I'm actually like, no, I need to really stop and get food. Like, it's one thing for, like, weight management, but for hunger, all I have to do is find, like, 1 stack of mushrooms, and then we're set. Okay. Isn't that why wooden spears are really good? Wooden spears historically were the highest DPS weapon. Generally speaking, in build 42, spears are pretty terrible. They're much, much, much harder to craft than they used to be. And then being harder to craft and having terrible durability, you just can't level them up at all well. And I haven't particularly heard good things about the later game spears either. I haven't messed with them, but I will say the early game spears have been outright terrible, even by comparison to build 41 when it came to like the early game spears breaking. You hoping they got good later with the metal ones? They might, but I haven't heard promising things. The garden fork is probably still good. The problem you're going to run into with the garden fork, though, is you're going to be super low-level spears when you get it. They've also made it so you'll have, like, what looks kind of like the execution thing, but just knocks the zombie down instead. We'll see. I feel like spears, generally speaking, in the game right now are pretty underwhelming. Like, I didn't like spears that much in build 41, but they were good in build 41. Like, they were definitely an arguable meta. As far as just like raw DPS going out, they were the best. I just didn't like having to juggle around like 8 spears even end game just to fight for a day. Alright, we got an ice axe on you. Okay. Blue jumper behind the car. Has an ice axe. I wish I'd seen all those before I pulled. We're pretty close to exerted. It's at least okay, because we got some good damage now. Yeah, muscle strain exertion is really robbing us of damage. We're getting ready to need to back off from going high exertion. Yeah, it's back off. You've been just going hard at it for a while. And we had started that rally group already mostly exerted from the previous fighting. And then it looks like we pulled a second rally group in on top of that when we already had like exertion and muscle strain and all that. So just killing our damage. We're going to try and back off a little bit so we only have a couple to fight. We're going to sit down for a minute. And then rest, recover, then we can go back in. Same thing you have to do with all the other weapons, it's just less often I have to do it with short blade. Why is that many of you still holding up on me? I figured we'd be all in the clear by now. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's go over here. Sit back down. Looks like I might just have you left on me. Yep. I'll take a moment since we're sitting here anyways. Read our book for a bit. Just waiting for that muscle strain to fall off. Okay. And I got those ones down there. I'm assuming we're part of the same group. I did see that supposedly they rebalanced the cudgel style weapons, which I'm curious about that because it was one of those things that at Build 42 releasing, the cudgel weapons actually had okay-ish damage, but you swung and it just obliterated your exertion and your muscle fatigue. So I'd be curious to see what they've got going there. I also heard they got the The run speed modifier on these apparently doesn't do anything. Like the knee pads and all that. Yeah, let's switch out our shoes. I hadn't done that in a long time. Gonna wait to do that. Okay. I just want to clean up the stuff we were fighting down there. Also for like a stack of berries or whatever. And peeking at the bodies on the way by, just see if we happen to find like another hunting knife that's not broken or whatever. I should also check, because I did see that there's like a long blade, and I'm wondering if we make a long blade, like what we can do with that. Because I still think it doesn't give you like an actual long blade weapon. I'm talking about the stone one. So I'm wondering if maybe it ends up being a thing. Yeah, we probably shouldn't search out here in the dark. Yes, make sure this house is secure, and then like can go around the outside and we'll forage a little bit. See if we get lucky, find some berries or mushrooms. The absolute worst case scenario, we can fall back, our home has a bunch of food. We can fish, there's lots of options. We're not in any urgency yet, I don't expect to be in any urgency soon. Okay. Yeah, more than likely I have to wait till the morning when we have the bigger search radius, and I can actually see what's going on.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting 5 subscriptions to the channel.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting 5 subs to the channel. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot, so I do appreciate that as well. And thank you also for being the one to test the test the change test the change on the alerts so that it doesn't be like calling them out one at a time. I still need to fix it up because it did more than what it was supposed to. But the idea is like right now I just got like some little animations there
Thank
going.
You, Pretty Big Oof, for gifting 1 subscriptions to the channel.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well it's not supposed to do it that way. It's fine. It'll be a little fun and cursed in that way. Alright, I'll figure that out. But, because, like, it's supposed to be, like, when it's one, they do the thing where, like, they pop up, and the one throws the scarf around the other one. And then when you have more, they, like, all pop up and do, like, the little follow emote thing. Until I get something commissioned to do whatever. Because I wanted to make it so, like, it could escalate based on the number of subs. So if you drop, like, 20 subs, it'd be, like, 20 of them that would pop up or whatever. You get the idea. But again, thank you so much, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate it. So all those people who just got those subs, congratulations. You got yourselves a nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. Thank you, Sending Cookie, for the 100 biddies. And thank you, on top of all of that, Pretty Big Oof, gifting a sub to the community as well. So I really do appreciate that. So, you know, 6 of you all just got advertisement previewing, as well as access to the emotes and all that. And I really do appreciate that support. Kicking off a hype train right away. I think we're already in level 2, or working our way through level 2. It's probably in level 2. And thank you, Quesadilla, for the 500 biddies. Okay, that's a problem. Where did you all come from? We were literally just out there.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Ghetto Quesadilla.
Alright, bear with me for a moment, and I'll thank people properly. That's probably fine. Go fast, this does not feel good. I canceled it. And thank you all. I'll get a proper thank you here in a moment.
Thank you, Digger_Butte, for gifting a sub to One-Eyed Willy 35.
One-Eyed Willy. Excellent. When Chet decided to lose his mind, I don't know. But again, thank you, Quesadilla, for the 500
Thank you,
biddies.
Digger_Butte, for gifting a sub to Verticus XX.
Thank you, Randathor, for gifting a sub to Ghetto Quesadilla. Thank you, Dick Butte, for gifting 5 subs to the community, so we're hitting a level 3 hype train.
Thank you, Digger_Butte, for gifting a sub to Tobias 35.
And you've already had the bot mess up, and now did like the first one as a group, and then the other ones as individuals. Great.
Thank you, Digger_Butte, for gifting.
That's
a
on
sub
my
to
side. Like, I
Sugar
appreciate
Spear.
the support. I've been trying to fix that problem for a while, and you can see how reliable it is. And it's on Twitch's side that they have an API thing on their side that says, "Hey, I'm gifting
Thank
a
you,
group versus one."
Digger_Butte, for gifting a sub
And
to Lazzy Apples.
It's not reliable. But also thank you, Randall Thor, for the tier 1 sub to Cerise the Mage. I do appreciate that. And thank you, Ryuzi, for the Prime Gaming
Thank you,
sub.
Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Ceresi_the_Mage.
You've been subbed to the channel for 3 months. I really do appreciate that. Almost hitting, well, actually, we're at Hype Train level 4, 91%. Just, that's not at all what I do. We do not want to sleep yet.
Thank you, Ruzi, for subscribing for 3 months.
So just everything kicking off immediately to 11. So I don't know what triggered all of that, but geez. Thank you so much for that support. It does mean a lot. It was just like the first sub drop. It's like, oh, cool. Someone's being, and then just like the snowball. Not true. It's just chat do. Sometimes just chat do. I also realized I don't think I have silverware. Next ad break, I'll have to run and grab silverware. I don't have any. Wait, no, yeah, I do. It just fell over. Never mind. I'm a liar. But thank you so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Alright, we're gonna keep fast forwarding. We are getting properly hungry and properly thirsty. That's fine. We're just gonna take a sip from the sink outside once we're done here. And I should be able to forage and
Thank
find
you,
stuff.
Moriartea, for subscribing for 35 months. Sometimes we just gotta be feral.
It's sometimes you do. And thank you, Moriarty, for the tier 1 sub to 35 months. You've been subbed to the channel, so I really do appreciate that. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 200 biddies. Just,
Woo, hi.
I lost track of time and our character's up at like 3 in the morning. That's fine. That checks out with my real life world experience. That's good. We didn't oversleep. But thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate. Oh, yeah, we can probably sharpen that. Okay. Well, thank you so much for that support. Kick us into a level 5 hype train. Absolutely blowing that out of the water. Oh, there's no water left in that sink. I've used it all. That's fine. We can go to the bathroom. Drink some bathtub water. Okay, so... yeah, so that one I can only sharpen it to get like the tiniest bit more sharpness out of it because it's locked by the condition. Let's do a quick little forge over here. See if we can't find some we can eat real fast. We got like the big search radius right now. Yeah, chat's is gonna chat. And I do appreciate it. So thanks so much for that. I genuinely couldn't keep doing this without all the support you all show. So thank you so much for that support. Well, you keep wanting to give me bait for fishing. But I actually don't really want to or need to fish right now. My weight's good. Okay, I was hoping for some quick stuff. Is that nettles? No, comfy. Comfrey. Just need to find ourselves a little snacky snack. Oh, hey, give that back. It's mine. Okay. So just trying to get down here in hopes of finding a berry bush or whatever. The worm, I'm leaving. Those rot. The good news is, like, we just had the helicopter, I'm just gonna ignore it. Like, we just were through this area clearing. I probably don't have anything edible left in the car, do I? Oh, you're busy again. What happened? Okay. Well, that kind of sucks. Oh, but this isn't the area we were at before. That's right. I was sitting there, I was like, oh man, it's like right in front of the car is busy again. You know, did the cell repopulate somehow? I was like, oh wait, never mind. This is in the cell. Right, the blue jumpsuit. That guy right there. I don't remember what he had, but we wanted it. There you go. Thank you for the reminder. But yeah, no, it's easy, especially with like chat being so supportive and all that going on. It is one of those things in a lot of ways, playing Product Zomboid on stream is much harder than playing on your own time. Just by the fact that like you've got distractions and all that, and you've got all these things you're juggling your attention between, that it's real easy to overlook important stuff. And thank you so much for the level 5 hype train at 17% with 15 subs and 800 biddies. I do really appreciate that support. That is incredibly generous of all of you, and thank you so much. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel in that way, so thank you. Is that a hunting knife on that one? What did I see? Oh, it's probably a fillet knife. Yeah, it's a fillet knife. I don't care about that. Fillet knife's garbage. Fillet knife I use for carving sometimes, but as a weapon, it's useless. Not useless, it's just not good. Okay. I And I'll have to catch up with chat in just a moment. Okay. Let's see what we had said there. Yeah, and a whole bunch of people mentioning the ice axe. Let's see, well, you did say you like to play counterproductive builds and make it harder for yourself. That's why chat is here. We're helping. Let's see, you think you can melt the fillet knife to make better knives? Yeah, I can't do any of that melting stuff yet. So I'll get back with you on that one. Like, I imagine there's a lot of stuff that is not meaningful for me right now that later I'll have a use for. But for the moment, probably just not worth me wasting my time on it. Okay. I'm gonna drop in here, rest real fast. Yeah. Now I can probably make it. The reason we had been holding off before on making the furnaces, all the zombies kept overrunning us. And so I was worried I was going to spend all the time to get all the materials, build it, and then just have it destroyed right away. We're not running into that much anymore, so that could be the next time we have a day that we're like, yeah, you know, I've already lost half the day or whatever, let's do something productive at home. That might be one of the things we can work on. Checking the south side of the road, see if I can't find a stack of berries or mushrooms, because we are getting to the point I'm going to have to back off to deal with food if I don't find some quick. Not quick, we're not in urgent, it takes forever to die of starvation. Need food. Alright, well, I'll start walking back. Because soon we're going to start, you know, hitting starving to death. If I do this quickly, I can go over there, you know, shove something in our mouth real fast and be good to go back. I can also possibly check to see... No food in the car? No, we've cleaned out most of it. We also could potentially forage the farm next to the field, and we'll probably find a bunch of stuff there, too. That's fine. We can kill these ones over here. They're right next to our property anyways. Okay. Yeah. If we don't find food, I can fish. I don't need to fish, though. We're kind of at the sweet spot where we can go either way with it. Because I'm finding bumpkins for food. Because that's what I was kind of hoping, is just forage up some berries or something on the way out. Like these berries right here. That's the thing that's happening right now, is, you'll forage stuff, it'll mark it as not poisonous, then it hits your inventory, it says it is poisonous. Start picking those up, because I know I'm going to probably need them as well. I can juggle those and it'd be fine, I just don't need to. Do you play Farming Simulator? I have played Farming Simulator, yeah. It's been a little while, but I do intend to get back to our Survivor Man challenge run we've been doing. Farm sim's a good time. Let's drop off the poisonous berries on a body. Let's go check the field. There we go. We got a mushroom. And it's not poisonous. All right. Deal with the ones down here first. Yeah, it looks like you got some zombies encroaching in our area. Yeah, so definitely while we're at the helicopter. Did the 2 remaining crops die yet? I haven't looked in a long time. Probably. Yeah, so as you can see, I found that 1 stack of 3 mushrooms. And we're fully fed, and I've got a spare, like, half mushroom, I believe. So that's the reasons why I usually don't worry too much about hunger. Like, even at really low abundance and all that, you can usually keep your weight up by just foraging. Or not, sorry, weight is not up. Hunger up. You can absolutely not keep your weight up foraging. That's fine, I'm not going to sweat it. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and drop stuff off in here. We are at the house. And top off our water and all that if needed. You can have this, this, that. There you go. There you are. Next cabinet. You on the back. Pop on down here. Grab these spare knives. And I got a bunch of stuff in here. We just don't need to do anything with it for a while. Oh, I know they made... Yeah, I was going to say, I think they made it so jalapenos aren't supposed to be able to rot anymore. But clearly it has. There's something else that came in here for and I don't remember what it was. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, so I mostly wanted to pit stop back at the house just to get the food handled. I don't need that. But I want to keep the push on trying to reach the gas station. So we just loop back real fast just to deal with that. And I'll let this go until our weight starts dropping down. And once our weight starts dropping down, I'll see what I can do with the fish. Let's also see what this says now. Literally 32 degrees. It's still saying good temperature. I don't necessarily agree with it, but you know. Sure as heck not going to complain. I'm willing to bet below freezing is the cutoff. So I'm willing to bet once that goes below freezing is probably the cutoff that we get the penalty where it's like the fishing's bad or whatever. Alright, I also meant to put you on the left. Let's switch to using the ice axe first. I haven't been grabbing any limestone. Let's go ahead and start grabbing it because I don't know what I'm going to be using for yet. But I'm sure it's going to have a lot of uses. Probably for like cement or something. Okay. Honestly, we're finding a decent amount of flint right now. Yeah, the character sitting down from all that foraging is burning exertion. Okay. So mushroom topped off our hunger and all that. We have now since used that up. But that's okay. It takes more than a day for your hunger to wind down anyways, so getting yourself like full days worth of food from one pickup is not something to worry about. It'll be interesting when I can get my hands on a large backpack or a military backpack, how much of a difference it makes with the extra weight reduction and all that. And the extra carry capacity. That's going to go a long way for how much I've been dealing with the hiking backpack. Now, granted, the hiking backpack's pretty good in its own right. It's like the third best backpack or whatever. The big one I've got, that is. Alright. Back away from those trees. The zombies coming up from below. Okay. I expect this ice axe to probably do a good number of kills. It was pretty good at lower axe levels. A little endurance hungry, but I feel like it's... Honestly, I've been more impressed by it than, like, the Fireman's Axe. Even though this isn't as much damage, I don't believe. Just because the Fireman's Axe is so greedy on your endurance. Where this isn't quite, like, hatchet efficient from what I've been seeing. But does relatively okay. I want to say it had pretty bad muscle strain, though, if I remember correctly. Alright. Yeah, so just gotta clean up the mess from the helicopter. That's fine. Nothing new. Gonna happen a lot. It is also a thing that should get better as time goes on. Because like you saw with, before this helicopter happened, that after the last helicopter, we got to the point of just basically walking into town. I got all the way down to, we could kind of see the gas station, like, by going like that. No, I did not break the metal baseball bat. There is a upgrade you can do to it, and so I'm kind of just storing it till we have the upgrade. Because all I need is, some nuts and bolts. And once I've got the nuts and bolts, I can upgrade it and make it a lot more damage. Alright, just letting a little bit of time pass. So get the muscle strain off and get back into it. Oh, that is okay. All right, hang on, wait up. Okay, that is more than I'm going to be doing with the axe. I'm willing to do that with the knives, but the axe is not going to have that type of staying power. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we're going to back off here just for a minute. Should you use a claw hammer as a tool or a weapon? I mean, that depends on if you have a spare. If you got a spare, by all means use it as a weapon, but if it's your only one, you might consider using it as a tool instead. It also depends on your situation as well. Like, if you're really desperate for a weapon, like, use what you got. You'll find another claw hammer eventually if you don't die. Okay. Stop walking through the trees and get over here. There you go. But yeah, so he pulled a whole lot of zombies, and it was just like, wait a second. Because as I mentioned, the axes are really inefficient from an endurance standpoint. And so just one of those things, and you see like those really big groups of zombies, unless you got really, really high axe skill and all that. That's the place where axes don't go well. Usually when you're playing with like axes, the idea is you want to pull a rally group, kill it, back off, rest. You know, once you're fully recovered, pull a rally group, back off, rest, that kind of thing. But that's once you've got some skill levels in it. Randomly pulling like 20-30 zombies, even if I'm at level 4s, we probably would win, but it'd be one of those things that like at the other side of the fight would be extremely muscle fatigued. Our exertion would be really kind of pushing its limit, and that's a maybe we'd get that far. So just kind of one of those things that you don't want to commit. Knowing when to back off on a fight is a very important thing in Project Zomboid. Because the two ways you die is either A, you just like fat finger a key and walk into a zombie and die, or like jump into a window. Like, you know, one of those things you just straight up feed yourself to a zombie. That's way number 1, you die. Way number 2 is the slow burn down, where you overcommit to a fight and you get too exerted, and that starts to cause you to get fatigued, which gets you more exerted, which causes you to get more fatigued, and you get in that feedback loop. You can't really run away anymore because you've put yourself out of balance. And you just kind of slowly get ground down. Now, granted, usually once you start getting time in the game, that doesn't happen very often. The slow burn down. You start learning just how insidious Moodles like out of breath and that really are. That there's like that's not a minor thing. It's a really nasty penalty. I saw the one spot me from behind. Okay. Okay, sink is empty. Alright. Let's see, interview went pretty well, but they're also interviewing a bunch of other people. We'll know either way by Friday. Gotcha. Definitely gave you some stuff that would make you stand out, though. That's good, I hope it goes well for you. Let's see, having a hard time getting into town, and I'm near with just spears. Oh yeah, no, spears are rough. Just... The thing to keep in mind is it's totally fine if you have to back off and get pushed in. That's another thing that'll help you survive a long time, is a lot of times you'll be at your home base and something will happen, like zombies get in there, you made too much noise, helicopter, meta event, whatever, and your base gets a lot of zombies there, and it's really easy to get yourself in the headspace of just being like, no, this is where all my stuff is. Like, I need to get in here. And first of all, you actually don't. But it is just one of those things like, right, but the correct play most of the time is to leave and then fight your way back in and reclaim your base. But that's going to be a thing that's going to happen. When you're playing with respawns, it's going to happen eventually, unless you're really diligent on patrolling your area. If you're playing in higher populations, again, you've seen where, like, I'm all set up, things are looking pretty good, and then a meta event happens, and, like, suddenly I'm backpedaling just to, like, hold what I can, as I'm just getting straight up kicked out of my home. That's just normal in Project Zomboid. Like, later on, once you've got, like, higher skills and you've cleared the area more and more, even with respawns, if you've been running around your area a lot, you'll quite often have the area pretty well cleared out that you'll have a straggler here and there that might get there. But it's not until you leave an area for a while that'll properly get out of hand again. That said, with the new cell-to-cell migration thing going on, I do expect, even if you clear the area around you, occasionally it's just, you'll have the zombies decide it's time to migrate cells to your cell, and you're gonna get, you know, you can get served your eviction notice. You just have to work with it. Okay. Four or five left? Make that 6 or 7 left? That probably is still doable with the axe without too much of a problem. Take a little advantage. Alright, there's the red muscle strain and the exertion, so we're gonna go from 1 and 2 tapping to like 5 and 6. Cool, no more? Alright. Let's see. You started watching it like 3 days ago, and you started a new save with higher zombie spawns. So it was much more challenging, and you love it. Yeah, no, very genuinely, I found... Even... So, I started turning up the population when I was still very new to the game. Like, you know, I would have a run that getting to like 500-600 kills is a really big deal in the run, like that early on. And I'm really glad I did, because it is one of those things that it really does change the feel of the game, and in my opinion, in a good way. I just realized this house doesn't have a room I could safely sleep in. So let's oh right, the other house is up here. Yeah, I was like looking at the windows, like, wait a second, all these windows are blown out. Huh. But yeah, and I definitely appreciated bumping up the difficulty. It just changed the feel of the game. You don't need to go like 16 times pop. I think that would be too much early on. but bouncing it up to like 3-4 times pop really changes the feel that you have to like properly fight around. I didn't do it in build 42, and I know with the pinpoint hearing and slow moving zombies and all that kind of stuff, that's gonna massively change the experience. But I do remember when I went just like Apocalypse and Go, I could really get away with just walk into a place, kill a zombie, and all I had to do was watch out for like not running around the corner and stuff. When I started cranking up the difficulty, it really forced me to play differently. Because you realize you couldn't just throw down into an area and be fine. So for right now, we're not on internal anymore. We're on the unstable. Earlier today, the internal branch got pushed to the unstable. So everyone's on the same version if they're not on... Like, you're either building build 41 or build 42 right now. Later on, they'll have an update and there'll probably be another external one or whatever. We'll see. But yeah, no, the randomness is still on. Unless they changed it without saying anything, the randomness is still on. I had mine turned off. I know a lot of people have been turning it off. Just, it's almost exclusively the peak hearing, like the pinpoint zombies and the slow-moving zombies. But I do feel like it needs to be revisited. Let's see. Are you playing at high spawns with a peak of very high at Apocalypse? Mode, you're 2 weeks in and you get in town. Within 2 more weeks of the game, I'll probably not be able to survive the peak spawns. Yeah, I've done that one too. I haven't done that one in a long time. I did a run a long while back that we just cranked up the spawn rate. I didn't end up sticking to doing that style run very long. It wound up not feeling great after a while, but it was fun for a challenge. Because I think I started that we started like 0.1 times pop, and then like set the max to be like 4, so it'd work its way up to 16. And it was just one of those things that like, just zombies kept showing up everywhere, and you couldn't just get like any real movement or momentum. That you'd carve out a spot, and then the next day it'd be just overrun really quickly. It was still an interesting thing of just going, okay, well, grab the goodies early.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, I'll get all the self-care here things in just a second. I was kind of hoping to find more berries or something real quick, but I guess not. I'll kill this zombie. And then what I'm probably going to do is at that point, since I have like the whole like stretch, hydrate, and all that, I got to use a restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast. So I'll, run the ad and all that, and I'll be right back. So thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. We can do it. We can do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. Okay. You saw that crazy move? The one where I advanced on him with the axe, like hit him with the axe and ran through him? I did not feel good about that move, but I'm like, man, I'm getting cornered here. But it was that time span. But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what happened is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to. Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised. I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car. Alright, and I am back. Your cat likes you, it's not just because of food? I don't know. I think the cat's playing the long con. Cat liking people doesn't sound like cat behavior to me. I find cats have very transactional love. Alright. Sneaking a little bit of my dinner in real fast during the break, too. Ooh. A lot of zombies right there. What is going on? There's so many zombies here all of a sudden. I can be able to keep that up. I mean, it's fine. We can kill. I don't know what our kill rate's up to. That was a I used to have a mod that I would hook up. I had like my own bot I was running on the computer, and so the mod would output a text file. So they could put the number of zombies I had killed in a day, or not in the day, like had killed and how long we were survived on the screen. So not needing to have the paper doll open, but like just having it like on OBS. And then I took my own program and I just had it read from those files and do the quick calculation of like, okay, but what is that on average kills per day? So it's just kind of funny because you'd start a run and you'd only be getting like 20, 30, 40, 50 kills per day on average, like good days and all that. And then you started to get to like mid-game, you just slowly see that average climb up to like start getting 100, 200, 300. Usually by the end of the run it would start getting to be about 500 because that's kind of where it caps out. Alright. You wonder if any of the mods have been updated? Oh, a lot of mods have already been updated for build 42. Like a lot of them. There's also a lot of mods that will probably never get updated. It's just what happens anytime a game goes to like a major iteration. I need them to die. We're pushing our limit on our exertion here. Alright, we're at high exertion. High muscle strain and exertion is terrible. We're down to like the last 4 or 5, so I'm kind of hoping. If more show up, then it's like not just 1 or 2 I can execute. Oh, that is definitely more we can fight right now. Alright, we're gonna just back off. I was not expecting to see that wave right behind that. Don't care. Yeah, we must have pulled another full rally group while we were fighting past the one we were fighting. The point is that high muscle strain and high exertion, that's a losing fight. That is how you kill your character right there. We're just gonna go strolling down the road, find ourselves a place to sit down, recover, and then go back in and kill more. The good news with the fog is they lose line of sight with us really easy. So we didn't even have to walk that far to ditch them. Yep. Oh no, that's a big thing. Normally you'll see I'll try to never push into high exertion if people are trying to figure out like where I draw that line in the sand. You can make high exertion work for a little bit. So if you're close, you can just kind of push a little ways into it, and that's fine. But once you're on high exertion, you're kind of on a timer, because even just walking will slowly burn your exertion. So you do not want to go high exertion. Versus at like out of breath, you can walk away, and as long as you're not overburdened or something else being wrong, your exertion should never go down. There are so many of you. Okay. That's part of why I was pushing a little bit far, and I should have. I was like, this thing's got to be about broken. I'll give you a moment to catch up. Okay. How are we doing in our weapon supply? We've been going pretty hard. Alright, so let's... Right here at home. I need a little extra food. So let's go back in the house. We can stock up on our weapons since we're bullied back anyways. We can go ahead and top off our water. It's still pretty early morning in this in-game day, so... It's not like we're really being set back much. And we probably just killed 50 zombies between that whole big pull. There's like 20-something on the first set, maybe... Well, probably not 20 in the second, but like first set was probably 20-some, second set was probably like 16, 18. I wasn't keeping count, but it feels about that. You know, this home with all the trees growing in, I see you on my front porch. With the fog, really hits different. Oh, right, we're still exerted, aren't we? Yeah, that's a thing, isn't it? These trees gotta be really close to being fully grown in. Sip of water. We'll go craft. Pause the game for a moment. How many zombies have we killed total? We are at 6,511. Okay. So downside is I did not have a bunch of weapons handy here. It's gonna take me a minute to prep up some more weapons. Alright, we're gonna want to go out there and kill that zombie here in a minute. It's definitely way too close. Alright, where did you go? There you are. There's no one behind us. Okay, you good? We done? Alright. Alright, so next up we need to make the blades. Well, the crops are all dead. They're all gone. It wasn't from, like, the cursed thing or either that. They just got trampled to death. They haven't bothered fixing any of it because they're just going to keep doing that, as you can see, until they can start walling this place off. And then most of these trees that are growing in aren't big enough to get logs. Oh, I didn't realize I had another stone hammer in there. That's perfect. Oh yeah, so yeah, most of the streams I've killed about 1,000 after like the first two. The first two streams collectively together was about 1,000, but since then all the other streams have been like 1,000, 800, 900, stuff like that. That general ballpark. Okay, so we have made a bunch of blades, but we do not have. Is it rags I'm out of? I'm probably out of rags. There's 2 handles there. Yeah, so it looks like I probably need handles and I need rags. Yeah, because those are all dirty rags, and those don't do us any good. I didn't check if we can rinse the rags off. Let's test something. So it used to be you could wash the rags off in the water. I'm going to go over there and I'm going to just try doing that and see if it lets me. Because that happens, that'll be way easier than me hunting down and ripping up clothing on a billion zombies. Alright. Let's go to craft. Can we clean rag? Nope. So we cannot clean the rags there. That's fine. I didn't think we could, but it would have been really nice. Look under wash. That's a fair point. Clean rags was there? Alright, so I'm just not seeing stuff. Alright, so let's see. We have clean all ourselves. It's not here. Drink, fill, so it's not under this. It's not here either. We can go here. Clean bandage. Oh! Okay, so it's under bandage. Alright, that canceled almost immediately. I guess I could only clean 2 of them? Ah, okay, so I used my fresh water to clean them. I wonder what was the amount of water it took to clean those? It's got to be something pretty awful, right? 0.5 liter? Yeah, screw that. Yeah, no, it did take the water out of my water bottle. You can clean clothing off of zombies before that. Yeah, but the problem is clothing on the zombies is usually relatively heavy. And I'll just use the dirty rags for making walls. I'm going to need an absolutely astronomical amount of them, so it's whatever. I'll put you broken rock on here. Put you away, put you away. Break out this stuff, so I want to liquid transfer liquids, pause the game, grab my bottle, switch where it goes, max it out, transfer, stop. And drop you. That's enough for a couple of knives. I'm more surprised I can't make a knife with the dirty rag. Make ourselves a bunch of handles. Okay, so I've got 40 handles worth, so we don't need to worry about handles. All right. So, let's do this with a little bit of logic. Okay. So if we look at our inventory, I've got 8 knives on me. We can go over here, and if we look for where I've already got those blades made. They were here somewhere. What I could do is grab a couple of those blades, chuck them in my inventory. That should be plenty. So that's 9 blades. Let's go ahead and go and find our handles. I now have plenty of handles, so I've got the stuff to make knives on the go. Let's get our sip of water. You hope they do let you reconsider using the lakes for other sources? Honestly, mostly from the labor perspective. I'm even okay if it has, like, a supply cost in some manner. But from just the lots of clicking and all that, I don't want to sit here and, like, boil all the water and then clean all stuff from the boiled water and do that. Not unless I could boil a large volume at once, like get like a giant drum of 100 water, whatever. I mean, I guess the other thing would be just use the rain barrels. And that the rain barrel, if you let them top off. Hey, Resorty, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you playing out stuff? And if you got a raid and run, no problem. But you're obviously welcome. But welcome in, raiders. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Let's see, you're showing up. Are things let's see, as things are exciting. I mean, we're playing at 16 times pop. It's been a whole thing for a while. So we're just trying to make it all work. Take those. Actually, give me these back. Give me that back. Go down here. So let me go ahead and get you a proper shout and all that real quick. Okay, are you a real wizard? I mean, during the internal test build, we were definitely a real wizard. Because there was a range bug where we could hit way farther than we could, so I was running around with the little knives, and then I would be standing here, the animation would then there, and I'd hit a zombie over here. So we definitely were cosplaying as a wizard of, you know, you'd stab, and then the zombie would fall over. But anyways, check out Resorty, another content creator on the platform. Been playing some Dungeon Crawler, Product Zomboid, just chatting recently. I'm assuming you're playing Product Zomboid today, but if not, you know, if I missed it where you're saying in there, because a lot went, but yeah, you're doing some Product Zomboid. So far, nomadic. Gotcha. But yeah, so we are playing on 16 times population, sweaty try-hard stuff. For those who don't know who I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in this game, Product Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life. There was no mods that changed itemization or vehicles, and it was on sweaty tryhard settings. That said, that record has been beaten. But we are doing 16 times pop sweaty tryhard things, so if you're like, man, it seems like you really don't make a whole lot of progress into town very fast. Yeah, that's an accurate assessment, yes. Because to give you an idea, we're at 6,500 kills at coming up on 4 months. I have not managed to get into town yet. But town is running out of numbers. We're just dealing with some food issues, because I had like a lot of stuff I had to do, like get what I needed for fishing, all that stuff. We're in really good shape though. I've already got the generator magazine. I've already got one generator in my vehicle. I've got a working vehicle. I do know where another, I think 2 generators are. But, you know, I can't quite put those to use yet. Our skills are looking pretty good. And right now I'm getting some more cloth because I need to make more knives. Because you just can't stab people very good without stabby bits. Let's see. Town is kicked over an anthill. Yeah, no, that's they changed the cell migration for the zombies. Aha. 16 times pop is real scary now. Because you'll be chilling and like, my base is mostly secure. And then just, you don't have to worry about going to town. Town will come to you. So there's been a lot of being bullied around. You meant to ask earlier, with the new patch, your save file prior to this patch is working, but you are hearing, let's see, you are hearing that the file will not, or will work, but most of the elements of the new patch will not. Is that a new run needed? Hey, Anemone Rose. Let me just finish the one thought real fast and I'll get you a shout out. So what will happen if you open a new or if you open existing save file for build 42 on the unstable branch we have now, so you've gone forward with the update, it will still work. The parts of the map you have already loaded in won't have the new stuff, but any new parts of the map you go to will be fine. So in this particular case, like, I have searched this area around here. All of this area around here will likely not have any of the new stuff, but if I then went up to like Rosewood or Riverside or whatever, they would. Most of that new stuff, probably not a big deal. As you stayed up way too late playing the 1 week mod? Gotcha, Anemone Rose. For those who don't know, Anemone Rose, another fantastic content creator on the platform, plays Project Zomboid as well. Let me go ahead and do a shout out for you. That is not the name I'm looking. Thank you, you got the shout out for me because I was finding the wrong name. So definitely check them out. Yeah, now if you got a raid and run, I understand. I know you got to get that sleep, but thank you again so much for the raid. Your profession also won't get the new bonuses. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So if you got one of the professions that got the free point and maintenance or whatever, you won't get that. If you're in a run that's more than like a month in, you've probably already got your point and maintenance. Resorty was happy about washing rags in the sink. Yeah, sadly my water's been off. We were literally just washing rags. And then I was like, this is way too much water. I would rather not use my water on this. So I'm actively going through the same kind of problem. But yeah. Now I wouldn't, for this update, I wouldn't necessarily start a new save unless you're looking for an excuse to start a new save. I don't think, or you're looking to do a challenge or something like that. Yeah, no, build 42, you need clean water to do your rags. You get water from the pond? I can. I have to boil it to make it clean. Once it's clean, I can do whatever I need to with it. But the problem is, until I boil it, it's no good for dealing with what I want to do. Leave me alone for just a minute, zombie. I just want to get a little bit more cloth. But yeah, we're making good progress. I actually got to see the gas station I'm trying to reach earlier on the stream. But we did have a helicopter event, and we handled it pretty well. But when we got back, it does seem like there was a migration, and now we've been cleaning up what the migration has done. Alright, so this means I will have 9 more knives worth of materials on us. But before it gets too late, let's go stab some zombies. And by that I mean let's put a weapon in her hand and then stab some zombies. Oh, that's not my worn one. Let's use the worn one. Nope, that was the right one. Where's your friend? There's your friend. I miss when this yard was clear of trees. Those are good times. Versus it's slowly becoming a forest. Can you make it? Oh yeah, no, we can definitely then. You get gas yet? I saw the gas station earlier. We had cleared down to the point I could see it. And then the helicopter came. And then I had to stop to reacquire weapons and food. Yeah, nope, helicopter every 10 days or so. That is what we've set it to. Trying to see if I could find some berries or mushrooms real fast. I actually have plenty of food. I'm not in any real danger. But it would be nice to secure some food. Let's see, hope to get a screen sometime. See all the updates things? Yeah. Let's see, you hear we can walk through trees without dying now? Yes, so they did make it so you can still get scratched by bushes and trees, but you won't bleed from it. You'll get an injury that doesn't bleed. So it'll cause your character pain and be inconvenient. But that's kind of as far as that'll go. The big one for me is that I can walk through, like, fields of corn and not seem like I'm walking my character through a series of razor blades. Because I've gotten pretty slice and diced by the cornfields in the game. You have the radio channel? Yeah, we've had the radio channel for a long time. I think we actually had the radio channel for the very first one. Thank you for the Gigantify, Randalthar. I appreciate it. Is it bright enough? Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and make a couple blades in our, we're gonna stare out our window at the world around us while we make sharp knives. Don't worry about it. It's fine. And I did put the RPG manual and the, our D&D dice in here. And now it's too dark to make more. That's fine. Alright, so when the next day starts, we do need to deal with food. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll walk east to the farm next to us. We'll forage a little bit. How's my weight going? We'll probably need to fish soon, won't we? We should fish. Alright, we'll fish tomorrow. Because either way, it's going to take me a minute. We're on the low end of the healthy range of weight, so I'd rather... Well, actually, we'll see what happens. I might be in the area of starving to death tomorrow. Hey, first snow. Would you look at that? It probably won't stay. It'll probably melt by the time we wake up and all that. But first snow. It's still snowing out there. Okay, so it's 25 degrees outside. If I look at this and check the temperature, I'm assuming it'll say temperature bad. Yeah, temperature bad, time good, all that good. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do, I'm going to try to fish. Real quick. And we'll see how this goes. So let's go ahead and... You know what I'm going to do, though? Just to play it safe. We're going to go ahead and eat an entire bag of sugar. And then we're going to start fishing. Because everyone knows it's a great combination when you're trying to sit down and relax. To wolf down an entire bag of sugar. I have a fish that isn't expired in... Okay. I'm gonna just throw away that little fish. It's gonna be expired any second, and it's not cooked. There's no real reason for me to keep it. Alright, so I'll make... Because I was worried I was gonna start starving as we were fishing, and then get a heavy fish, and the combination of the heavy fish and starving get us killed. Because that technically could happen. Alright, so we will attach bait. And here's hoping for a good one. Is there any world you can make like Rimworld's Pemmican, something that keeps well? I don't think there's anything that lasts super long. I know you can jar stuff and do like that, but there probably are new recipes I'm blissfully unaware of. Generally, I don't worry about that. Alright, so let's see. Do we get something good? Assuming no, it's not fighting back. An empty plastic bottle. Excellent, you can go with the others. Yeah, no, you can make stuff like butter that doesn't expire in the game. So all we want is one large fish. And the reason we're doing that is our weight is starting to come back down. And that'll be a problem. I might also need to get another layer of clothing. And a small perch. Okay. Like, small perches and all that'll work, but I want something bigger, ideally. Gator gar and all that kind of nonsense. On the upside, despite supposedly being a bad temperature, we seem to be getting fish hooked pretty quick. No, I checked the bait. You don't always lose the bait. But yeah, no, I checked the bait in that one. It was still good. You're fighting just the tiniest bit. Another perch. And there's a centipede. Okay. Yeah, so we're catching a bunch of little stuff, which isn't the worst. I'm honestly curious when it comes to the good, bad, and all that stats. Like, what that impacts. Like, does it impact the frequency I catch fish? Does it impact when I catch a fish, how good, bad, or otherwise the fish is? Because so far, the frequency feels pretty good. It's turning off the alarm. We're not in the range that the helicopter could show up, so I'm just going to cancel so I don't have to listen to it beep. Come on. But yeah, so we've been weight managing using the fish. It took us a while to get the twine we needed. But as you can see from all the garbage sitting at our feet, this is one of our two fishing spots. I actually like this place because they've got the lake on the top and the bottom. So you just go on this land bridge, and I can choose between the two to fish. Oh, it looks like we're snowing again. Just a little. We probably won't have much snow stay on the ground for a little while longer. It's closer to mid-December and January that you have the snow stick around for like a week or so. Generally speaking, in Product Zomboid, the snow does not tend to stick around for any real length of time. Okay, we're fast forwarding time just a little bit. Is Kentucky? Yep. And Kentucky's not far enough north that it has like a really long snowy winter or anything like that. Okay. Got a meta event, so after we catch this, let's take a quick look around, see if any zombies can reveal which way they're going. Looks like west to east. That should be fine because that means I can just keep staring this way. And then we should see them moving around. It's around here somewhere. There's the spot. Dirty rag. Do you think it'd be bad for the game if they made a method to making your ammo yourself? Probably, because like the guns in the game are very strong, like very, very strong. And so part of what lets them be very strong without having all sorts of balance issue is the fact that you do need to seek out more ammo. Alright, that one gave me a little bit of a fight. It's the same thing about being able to like make something quite as strong. Gave me a little bit of fight, it's still a tiny little fish. But yeah, so it's stuff like the katana and how powerful it is. There's a reason it's allowed to be that powerful, and it's just there isn't a way to just make and get it easy. There's always that juggle you gotta make. Because otherwise, if you have something that's like really easy to make the ammo, or even if it's, because if it's not, if they make it too hard to make the ammo, it's also going to be a thing that you're going to want the guns and then have to like grind the ammo real hard, and then it becomes tedious. I think it's those ones that better to just like leave it alone. Come on, give me something good. It'd be great for calling zombies to you. I mean, I think even giving you some like flintlocks would be okay. But yeah, no, it's. I think when we get like the bows and arrows and all that, that'll fill that need. Because the bow and arrow, I think the really slow fire rates and all that they'll likely have, and how they'll be physically exhausting, can make up for the fact that they are ranged weapons and they're not loud. Ooh. You went right sideways. You might be a good one. Alright, you're fighting me a little bit. Not a lot. You're probably not big. You're probably a small one. I mean, that's big enough for me. 10 encumbrance fish? I'm sold. Shoving rocks into a blunderbuss? Yeah. But no, I don't think Project Zomboid's ever been intended to be the game that you just kind of like arcadey, get guns and just start blasting really easily. You have to manage to go and get the loot and all that. So the only way I could see them allowing us to manufacture ammo is if it's very laborious, or like the materials are very rare. And the moment it starts to become like an actual chore to do it, people will just loot the ammo. I know, I feel like there's just way other things I'd rather they focus on. Hi.
I have to give you the kisses.
Yaw.
Because you're too cute.
That's not even true. Okay, so let's go here to slice the fillets. You really want throwing at some point? Well, that's one of the promises that the changes to the guns that they've done for Build 42 are supposed to give us. Is historically they couldn't do that very well. Like if you remember the Molotov, like it can be thrown, but it is real janky. But thing of the follow, welcome to the stream. So that actually is one of the big benefits we're gonna get out of all this, is that we can actually throw these things. It'll be fine. I'm gonna cut these fillets down to be a little bit smaller. And the reason I'm doing that is that the fillets are really big. When I go to, you know, chop them up while they're in my pack, it takes me forever to unload them, put them into my bowl, and then take them back out. And so by doing this, it'll help a lot. Alright, so I can go over here, drop the fillets in, and go here and light with the matches. I should have spare stuff. I didn't realize I had a roach in there. Drop those in there. We're all good here. We'll want to keep these rags and all on us. The rest of that can stay on us. Did you have a full fish to cook again? Yeah, not as big as the one we had earlier. That alligator gar that weighed 45 encumbrance. Couldn't eat it fast enough. This one's not nearly that big. This one was like 10 or 11 encumbrance, which is still more than enough for my needs. Well, I forgot about the perch. I'm throwing the perch in the garbage. Sorry, perch. I don't feel like starting up the oven again. You died for nothing. Okay, we can probably go ahead and sippy sip some water. Eat the smaller fillets and just be done with them. Compost the fish? Don't have a composter. Generally, I've been trying to not spend a whole lot of time at home doing base building. I also don't really care about the composting. Very genuinely, I'm not expecting to do much of the farming in its current implementation. With just how ridiculously long it takes to grow everything, I just can't see myself doing it. Like, we live in characters multiple years long and all that before, but just the labor for the output, I don't see myself doing it. Because even if they make it so you do like a cabbage, it grows for a long time and you get like a stack of cabbage. Cool. The cabbage is gonna rot before I get to use it anyways, so the increased amount wouldn't make a difference. They'd have to massively increase its shelf life too, and a whole bunch of stuff, so it's just kind of like scratching my head going, okay. But in a lot of ways, you kind of broke farming by making that growing time so long. I think the bug to make the game realistic is being a detractor on the farming. Unless you have power to freeze in the fridge. Freezing does not make stuff last forever. It extends its life in the game, but it does not make it indefinite. Even with that stuff, I've done runs where we've like farmed and all that, and it does not need to be that long. Don't some crops take a year to grow? I think the longest is like 200 something days, like 250 days. I don't believe there's any that's a full year, but yeah, no, basically. That's, I think, garlic. And they have some with much shorter grow times. It's one of those things, like I said, I feel it's one of those mistakes where the desire to make the game realistic has come at the direct result of not making any sense at all from the gameplay's perspective. Because the number of people who survive to grow even the fastest crop is already cutting it down to a very small number of people, let alone the crops that take extra long. Because even if you are doing runs that you're living that long, what are the odds you're going to stay in one place 250 days in the game? And I realize you could, like, leave and come back. But what are the odds you're playing entirely, like, multiple year runs and all that kind of stuff? And just, you know, not eventually move or something like that. Were you not trying to get the gas? Yeah, no, we're trying to get to gas. That's what we're doing now. I just had to restock my weapons, and I needed to get food sorted. Same old, same old. We do a couple of days of progress forward, and then we gotta do our character maintenance, and then a couple of days forward, and a little character maintenance. Basil, sure. Let it rot quick. Potatoes, that should last for months in the cellar. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can... The potatoes do last a pretty long time. It's one of the reasons why the two metas you'd have for people growing stuff on their farm in Build 41 was either A, you went for cabbage, just so you could grow stuff as fast as possible, or B, you went for potatoes, so that you could just throw it in the freezer and not, like, you just have it. I typically grew a little bit of everything, just because. And that usually lasts until I hit the point in the game that, my combat skills got high enough I could just stroll into a town and it's just, like, even 16 times pop, we would just be able to work our way through a cell in the course of a couple of days. Or, you know, depending on the cell, I guess. You know, a couple of days, a couple of weeks. There just wasn't a reason for me to stop to farm. Because by the time the stuff grew, I'd already be on to the next area. I think the expectation is for your ability to move around and progress, like clearing, exploring, and all that, it'd be slowed down. I honestly wonder, because for those who don't know, there actually is a mechanic. There's two mechanics in the game. One is in the first, I can't remember how many days, the houses and buildings that get loot, half of the houses and buildings that get looted in the game, like 50% of stuff gets looted. And then there's a separate mechanic that very, very gradually the loot vanishes from the game. My understanding is I was under the impression that it had, like, some type of bottom, but apparently it can, like, fully loot, that just all loot can be gone. But it's after, you know, 10 full years in game or some nonsense that you get there. Yeah, short blades at 5. But see, having multiple crops would be incredible maintenance too, like you said, keeping tied to single location. Yeah. So it's one of those things that I do feel like the realism has made the farming kind of a meaningless mechanic. I hate to say it, but I just even as someone who does the marathon playthroughs and all that, I don't see myself, like, I'll grow stuff just to be like, hey, look, I did it. But I can't imagine doing it, like, long term as a strategy and all that. Not even because, like, min-maxy stuff, but because it's so laborious, I just wouldn't want to engage with the mechanic past doing it once or twice. Go in here, get some water. Yeah, chickens seem pretty low maintenance. Oh yeah. You know, build 41, doing my 16 times pop stuff where it takes me for to go everywhere, I usually would plant a bunch of stuff at my first base, and it wasn't until I got late game where I would just plow through the zombies that you hit a point you just didn't need to stop to, you know, grow stuff. You could survive almost exclusively on, you know, fish or whatever. But it got to the point where you'd plant like potatoes or whatever, and just during the winter, if you didn't have enough fishing, you would trap, and so you just needed enough stuff grown to handle your traps. But honestly, it didn't take much. And even then, after like the first year or two, like, you're just gonna have enough that you can fish even during the winter and be fine. And you could juggle the fish in such a way that you can gain weight if you need to, and you can lose weight if you need to. Whoa, saw blade hatchet. Alright, the guy in the green shirt right in front of me, we want his loot. He's got a saw blade hatchet, and I want to see it. Ah, come on. That body right there, that... I'm fighting around. I feel like in real life a saw blade hatchet would actually be pretty terrible. Because, like, saw blades aren't meant to, like, bang on. They're not the most durable things in that regard. Alright. Let's deal with these. We're gonna rest. What kind of knife? You look like a hunting knife. It's a fillet knife. Alright, so let's back off. Rest for a minute. Wouldn't penetrate much yet. Yeah, because it's like, even if it's like carbide tip or whatever, carbide's designed to be like a rotational where you're just kind of like chipping away at the wood, like you're taking a little slice every single pass. It's not meant to just slap it into something. Carbide's actually pretty bad about impact. You do not want to impact carbide. Which might be the meme. I might take this hatchet, I might hit a zombie, and just immediately break it. I mean, the good news is... So its damage rating on here is not amazing. It's good, but not amazing. But I got one that's maximum sharp and also a pretty thing. Get caught and everything? Yeah. And look at it, it is literally half of a saw blade. Yeah, no, that probably wouldn't work well. I mean, honestly, it'd probably be better off if you've got like a big fat dado blade or something like that, and not even use it for the cutting aspect, use it the fact it's this big metal thing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So like a big heavy dado blade, it'd be more of a mace that happens to have some edges to it. So you'd consider it like a short blunt weapon as opposed to, I'm assuming this is an axe, because it is a hatchet. That said, realistic or not, this thing slaps. Okay, it's just a paring knife. The downside I'm noticing is it does seem to fall into the same trap as all axes, where it says, that's some mighty nice endurance you have there. It'd be an awful shame if I used it all. And we're already in really high pain. Okay, so basically pretty good damage, but absolutely brutal from a endurance and muscle strain aspect, because we actually have a decent level in axes. Oh yeah, that building's not safe for us. You have an MV torch and a propane tank that has a full thing. You can't fill a torch. They might require a rubber hose or something. I have no idea. It's probably in the crafting menu now, as opposed to right-click context menu. That is one thing that they've done a lot of in Build 42, is they really have been getting rid of a lot of stuff here under your context menu and putting them under the crafting thing. I'm okay with that as an idea, but I do think there are certain things that are very repetitive that should not be in a separate menu. Like they could just be on the context menu. Like refilling something with water, I don't feel really needs to be under something else. Man, this place has windows everywhere. Probably the safest room for me to work in. We want to make the knives while we wait. Gotcha. So you're saying you have to actually physically get the propane torch to empty before you can refill it. Oh, no, you're saying once it's completely empty, you can't refill it. Gotcha. I haven't had the opportunity to do the torch. We've been playing on sweaty tryhard settings, so there's a lot of stuff I have not been able to engage in yet. Yeah, I agree, She-Wolf. The liquid transfer is a lot more involved than it needs to be. Like, it's cool that we can do, like, the custom thing where we can very specifically go, well, I want to do 60% this, 30% that, like that kind of nonsense. That's neat. But it also doesn't seem to really serve a purpose, from what I'm feeling. And the fact that we lost the right-click, you know, right-click just drink, and then right-click and, pour into menus, like those kind of got lost as part of that. I would rather have the other menus back, because being able to, you know, fill up a bottle should not be a complicated thing. That's the one thing I'm kind of unhappy about, is just stuff like that. The extra layer of UI to me is a negative. Still, like, for the record, I do think overall this is absolutely an improvement compared to Build 41. It actually does. If you put 10 milliliters of bleach in a bucket and fill it with the rest with water, you can use it to clean stains, just like you could use straight bleach, but a lot less bleach. Right, but then give us an option where we can say, like, dilute water with bleach or whatever. It doesn't need to be this whole UI thing where we go, okay, I want to transfer, like, go here, I want to transfer liquid, know the magic ratio between the two and all that. It could just be a context menu. Versus right now, when I go to refill a water bottle from, like, a cooking pot, I have to go, like, through this menu that instead of being, like, right click, left click, and now it's full, so 2 clicks, now I have to be like, right click, left click, go to the transfer, switch the transfer, move the item over to the other, like, move the item I want to fill over there, choose the amount, and then choose transfer. And it's just kind of one of those things. It's like, okay, like, for the more complicated stuff, sure, have the liquid menu. I don't think the liquid menu existing is bad, but, like, for things like, I want to fill this bottle. I just want to fill the bottle. I just want to make it full. I want to just put water in it. I don't want to go through that menu. And from the sinks, you can do that. From the sink, I can right-click and do it. but like from one container to another you can't. Yeah, simple choices should have simple UI. I agree. But that to me is the thing, and that's probably something they could easily resolve. I know they've been trying to lean away from these context menus, just because you get to the point where, you know, you remember you go to build something with the context menu, you choose this, you go to build, and then you go up there, and you go down here, and you're doing like 8 or 9 different layers of UI just to go like, I want to build a window. So I get why they tried to get away from the context menus, but I do feel like some stuff, if not a context menu, they can use another system, certainly, but some stuff needs to be just 1 or 2 clicks away. What is your favorite recipe? What is your favorite bottled water recipe? It's the one with water in it? What? What do you mean favorite bottled water recipe? Are you asking, like, what's my favorite brand of bottled water? Because I also don't have an answer to that. Because it's water. I don't know. Maybe that's a hot take. It's water. And I do know different bottled waters do taste different because they come from different places. Sometimes they have different additives and yada yada. But it's water. To me. That's cool, Strider. Okay. So, Strider, do you actually play Fallout 4 or do you just mod Fallout 4? I've never figured that out, because you'll sit there and you'll talk about like the thing you have in the game, and then it'll be like months you don't hear about Fallout, and then it'll be like, I finally got it working. I couldn't do that. Having a background that involves IT and all that, and then doing software development, spending my time off work troubleshooting mods, it's not my idea of a good time. Oh yeah, so you can find a house like that they're doing like tabletop games, and you'll have you have people dressed up like a wizard and all that. They'll have a whole bunch of like 12 and 20 and all that sided dice and all that, little dice pouches. We have our monster manual. It's very important. But we keep that safely at home. Yeah, this hatchet. That endurance straight up wrecks it. It's now in half a rally group, and we are super spent. And that's 4 axe skill. And relatively good strength and fitness. It hits hard. I'm actually kind of happy it's broken, by the way. It hits hard, but whoa, that thing just eats your, oh, you're heavy. Just drop it on the ground, deal with it later. That thing just eats your endurance. All right. Has your guy written up more accurate stats from the monster manual yet? No, they're still working on their character sheet. They didn't get the supplementary supplementary manual for when they're gonna go with rogue or thief, I guess it is. I never remember which ones are which, so far as like which lore has which one. So they're still working on trying to write up their character sheet, and it's just, unfortunately, they've got the monster manual, but they don't have the general rulebook or the individual class rulebooks. Haha. That was bad. All right, so that room there, not safe anymore. I heard the window shatter, didn't hear the zombie, and just, we were fast forwarding. It's like, I don't see it, I'm running for the door. Alright, so just so I don't make the mistakes of thinking that place is safe. Okay, this room's safe though. Oh, it stinks in this room. What stinks in this room? Oh, it's probably because we're inside and those, even though we're in a separate room, it's still counting. Because the window is intact. So I don't have to worry about a zombie climbing through the window without shattering it first. Alright, bear with me, chat. I'm going to quickly use this ad break to quickly finish my dinner, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a minute. Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. Oh, you absolute jerk! That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. Well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff. Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. Get more involved. Alright, and I am back. Well, let's go ahead and fast forward here real fast. Try and get rid of all this muscle strain, because that hatchet just obliterated our right arm. The land of tucked away. Cool. Almost there. You love doing custom stat monsters? Yeah, I never really got into the tabletop D&D thing. I played once or twice, and I made the comment that it just didn't resonate with me, and maybe it was just the dungeon master or whatever, which is very possible. It just never was one of those things that kind of held my attention. I did like lots of tabletop gaming, like Warhammer 40k and all that, but like the actual Dungeons and Dragons kind of thing never stuck. And I do enjoy a lot of the, you know, games and all that are based on the universe, where they use like their rules and everything. That's a very different thing than, you know, sitting down with a group of people and doing it. It was the DM. It's always the DM, except for when it's a player. Yeah. And that's what I've heard, is it's like all about finding like the right group for you and yada yada. Which is fair. I think that's, you know, there's probably a lot of truth to that. That the right group of people can be a lot of fun. Alright, so now we're back to good, old, safe, and predictable stabbing knives. Okay. Oh, right, that was the axe I'll be able to repair later. I just don't have the means, so I just chucked it on the ground for now since it was overburdened when it broke. The good news is a lot of these bodies are starting to go away. So even though we are back to fighting in this area, the bodies will start to thin out. That's actually one of the ways you can use as a measure of progress, is where the back of your zombie lines, where it's actually dense, not just the one-offs. And you'll kind of gradually, over the course of days, see the back part of it will slowly move forward. And that's just because, you know, the number of zombies you're pulling start to thin out, and so you don't have to backpedal nearly as much. And your weapon skill goes up, so you kill them faster. It is a bummer we had another setback for this. It's fine. I'm guessing it was another one of those cell-to-cell migrations. It does make me wonder with how much those seem to work. I am curious if it will feel like we're making no progress, and then instead of having just like the one cell be easy to fight in, that like the town itself will be kind of depleted. Because that's one of the other ones I'm kind of expecting, with as much as the zombies are moving into cells that didn't really have any zombies in them before. That would effectively dilute the zombies to thin them out. Just put them over a wider area. So it does kind of make me wonder if over time we'll just... like, they'll never get like low density where on just a very high pop. But like, even to a certain extent, it almost becomes like a uniform distribution over time. Because now we're getting to the point, like, as you see, just pull a group and just knock half them down real fast. That was going into that fight nearly exerted. And that's only with the Short Blade 5. You still think that gas station is a myth like Zandu? Just follow the zombie brick road, yep. He said they don't come back. It's all progress. Yeah, and that's exactly the whole thing. Is the zombies, when you start the game at these pops, they have enough concentration that as you clear an area, like you kill zombies, they kind of backfill from the other zombies in the area because you're just kind of opening up space for them to be. And it kind of just keeps going that way until you reach such a point that there's just not enough zombies to do the backfill. And then you just kind of fall in. So it's a shame because the earlier part of the stream we kind of experienced that where I was just rolling into town and I'd have to stop and fight stuff the whole way in. But instead of like here where I get pushed back up the road, it's just you'd go down and you'd have a steady progress down the road. We got all the way to just not even a block north of the gas station when I had to back off. And then we had slept in the house just north of the gas station. And then we got the alert for the helicopter when we woke up in that house. And so that's where we bailed from the house real fast and ran off. Which the helicopter shouldn't have brought any of the zombies into the area. We were way, way, way far away when it arrived. But migrations trigger regardless. Okay, so we can sit down. We can eat our salad. How's our weight doing? Doing fine. All right. It'd also be nice when you had stuff. We started doing more carving tonight and using the bones for carving. Super fun. Carving so fun is one of your favorites. Yeah, I still need to get the carving 3. How are we doing on that, by the way? Not as good as I'd like. We're not quite 2/3 the way there. Our napping is almost another level. But if I get carving 3, we can start making the big stone axes, the maul, and all that. I've heard generally they're not good as weapons, but they're good as tools. Like, I've been told specifically that the maul is really good at taking out doors. It's very heavy, it's very straining, but it just does so much damage that it's good for, just smashing down a door real fast. So that's probably a good one for, going to storage units, smash down the door in like 2-3 hits. Loot it, deal with what you're gonna do, rest for a minute, go to the next door, smash it down. It's basically a sledgehammer that can't do the destroy action. That's kind of what I was figuring. I'm assuming the big stone axe is like the wood axe, where unless you're sitting at your axe man with like 9 or 10 axe skill, you probably don't want to bother. Because the attack speed is just so slow, it's dangerous. Oh, hi, don't do that. That's not my favorite. I'll get you all sorted in a minute. Okay. Cycle our blades around. We've got mop up to do. And then we rest and we go for another pull. Yeah, so as you can see, we're getting to the point now I'm probably killing over 100 a day when we're doing a fighting day. Because each one of these big pulls is going to be like 20, 30 zombies or so. And I can usually get like 3, 4, 5 pulls in a day. Assuming I'm using the knives, if I'm mixing in stuff like that hatchet or whatever. That thing was just absolutely killing our endurance, which means fatigue as well. Alright. And I do need you all to start running out of numbers right now so I can take a rest break. Don't keep that in your face, please. I don't imagine the biker had anything I care about, but let's check anyways. I'm not super worried about the helmet. I know people get all excited because they're like, oh, the helmet, 100% resistance, you know, yeah. And it's just like, right, but still. You'll overheat. And it massively, massively penalizes foraging. Okay, we could sit down and rest from it to get our endurance back up. Enjoy our fish, and we can get back to it. Yeah, no, the fact that we can carve planks out of a lot of stuff is good news. If I can find a reliable source of nails, I could see using the like the regular walls to build the outer perimeter. But the big thing is, while I do have a box of nails, I'm not going to be able to build that many wall segments with what I got. I think it's like 3 or 4 nails per wall segment, if I remember. No, it's more than that. Wasn't it like 5 or 6? Because you have to build the frame, then the wall itself. But the point is, it ends up being a lot of nails really fast. At least weight went back up? Oh yeah, no, I'm not worried about that. We're good. That's the reason I stopped and I went and fished again. I'm like, okay, we were down to like 77, 78, 77. I'm like, okay, I can forage, but I'm going to drop underweight and take the damage penalty. It's like, we just stop and fish. I still have a little bit more fish left. Our calories are still up, so I'll probably get to like 81. You know, with the fish we already have. Can you make wooden nails? No. I think the idea is a lot of stuff you'd use the nails for. There are alternatives. And who knows, we might be able to make nails with blacksmithing. I believe you can. I just don't know what the recipes are. I still haven't seen any kind of like iron ore or something like that, so I am curious. Like if there are rare nodes I need to be aware of, or something else. I'll have to figure that out. Or it could be like literally I just have to melt down weapons and that we find to then craft them into stuff like nails. Which would be fine if that is the case. Like, I think the big thing is I'm probably going to push for the gas station. Once I get the gas station secured, that I can just at least drive over and top off gas as needed. Then from there, instead of just kill zombie, we're gonna fall back to the house, and we're gonna do a lot of base building, try and get our blacksmithy stuff set up a little bit, just so we can make more weapons that are probably better than what we've got available right now. And that'll also teach us stuff like, oh, I can melt down weapons. All right, let's start grabbing all of these junk weapons I've been ignoring. You know, start bringing them home for purposes of melting down to make my nails or whatever. But get our outer wall built. Once I can get that done, I'm going to start probably putting time into trying getting the farm actually doing stuff where you don't have to worry about zombies rolling in and trampling the whole thing in one quick session. I didn't pay attention to what our kills were at the beginning of the stream. To compare, I feel like we were right over 6,000, like 6,050 or something like that, but I also don't say that with any level of confidence. Okay. Getting really close to high exertion. That was a pretty beefy pull. That's okay. Alright, just 3 or 4? We could probably do that. Those damage penalties aren't going to help us, though. Nope, that's more we're doing. Okay. If 3 or 4 is willing to try and push it, but that's a lot, and we are at high exertion. So we will gradually lose endurance walking, but we should have plenty of endurance that I can just get away from this right now. I was hoping to be able to keep up the pressure enough that I wouldn't have to back off, but we do. It is what it is. And the thing is, we gotta keep in mind, I haven't been back to the house back here in like 2-3 in-game days. Because we've been out fighting, so there's a good chance that zombies have moved around over here, so some of the zombies that were down in the wood may have come out. That's all the more reason to be good to fight over there. I've been making all that noise over there. It's less likely the zombies that would wander out this way get out this way. Alright. Let's sit down. Don't have more food ready, which is fine. Just gonna read our book for a minute while we wait for endurance. Alright, so we're about halfway through that book. It'll be a really nice thing as well when it comes to stuff like reading the book and all that. When I have power at the house, so like when we're sitting there in the dark, just fast forwarding time so we can go to bed at a at a meaningful time. that I won't have to do all that. We can just read during that time, or I can use that time to actually assemble the knives. I look forward to that point. But that's the gas station push. Once we get the gas station, we plop a generator down there, we run it as needed, and we have a generator I would bring back up here. And I haven't decided yet if I'm going to do like the ridiculous thing of just trying to walk up there, pick up the generator, and walk away. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Which would be a very bold way of approaching this. Okay, nothing in here. Or if we take the other approach, trying to drive the car out through all the junk into it. Okay. So it is too dark to do any crafting. It's getting darker much earlier now. I don't think I'm ready for my character to go to sleep yet. It's dark, but it's not that dark. Actually, you know what you might be able to do? It's not really a good time, we can try and be fast about it. Only get to try and catch like 1 or 2 fish. But if I manage to snag a fish real fast while we're waiting for it to be dark anyways, then that spares me fishing later. So no splashy splashes in the middle of the water. Alright, Sirius the Mage, you have a good one. Well, I guess we're fishing right here. Okay, I still do have bait on it. I cannot seem to... get the context menu gone. Broken fish net. Looks like there's little bubbles a little bit farther over there. Dirty rag. Is here the fish nets to pick up the fish, or do you not need them? I don't need them. They're garbage. I can probably use them. I believe you can use them like traps. That you bait the trap and then you come back for it later. Can't craft without a light source? Yeah, there's a lot of craft. Some crafting you can do without a light source, but most of it you can't. Okay, it was worth trying to catch it. We're not going to prioritize trying to fish tomorrow. I just figured we had a little bit of time. I couldn't craft because of the darkness. Might as well see if I couldn't resolve that real fast. Alright. Yeah, so let's check how our skills are doing while we're waiting. We are at Axis 4, we are at Long Blunt 1.5, we're at Short Blunt 3, Long Blade 3, Short Blade 5, Spears 0, 6 Maintenance, about 2 2/3 Carving, just about to hit Cooking 4, just about hit Napping 5. We are at Nimble just shy of 3.5. Our fitness is at about 4 1/3. Strength is about 4 1/3. No one cares about sneaking. Running is almost at 2. Foraging is about to hit 7. And then fishing is pretty close to 3.5. Our weight is in the sweet spot where we want it to be. And otherwise things are going good. Brogoids can be taken apart. for the wire with the right recipe. Yeah, I haven't needed much wire yet. But I haven't been, like, deleting them from existence, so it's fine. I'm assuming it's still too dark for us to craft. Yep, that's fine. I'm gonna try and forage real fast. I'll do it once around the property since we're here. Make sure we don't have any, like, zombie rally groups that have moved in the area. Knives-wise, we probably need a couple more. I don't think we're gonna go through a whole thing of collecting a bunch, though. But the wire can now be barbed wire. Though who knows if it good will work at actually tearing up zombies. I don't expect it to be... Like, even if you could defend yourself with zombies with it, I don't expect it to be good. I'll actually pick that up. I do want logs in this area, so I'm going to pick that up, and I'm going to drop it right back down. Because I'm going to want logs to build around here. Keep animals in place, though? Yeah. I mean, you could also put up just walls. There we go. Just trying to deal with the zombies in the surrounding area. Keep the homestead zombie free. Cool. I need to go clearing down the woods. Mostly was just trying to, one, do a little foraging directly around the house. There we go. Because I was hoping we could get some nice, easy food. Alright, let's top off our water, see if there's any, like, we could craft a knife or two real quick, maybe. Alright, so let's go crafting. We can make 3 knives real fast. Because that'll kill a little bit of time till we can check to see what our situation is here. I'm pretty sure we have another 3 or 4 days until the helicopter can arrive. Because we had one pretty close to the beginning of the stream. Oh. I turned off my alarm, I didn't turn it back on. That's what I want to watch out for. Okay, and we're all set with all that. So, it's moving time. Alright. And we're back on our way out to fight. We got enough food to last us for most of today. I got enough weapons to get us through the probably 2-3 days. Looks like our tomorrow is fine. Where today is fine. Okay, so no major events of any kind on the radio for the next couple days. Good to know. So I probably have like 4 days that I just don't have to worry about any problems whatsoever. That we could just keep the push up. And that'll be the zombies we ditched. Because it pulled too many. I'm not bothering to pick them up or discard them for the endurance use. Not worried about the foraging XP. We're already at like 6, 7 on it. Okay. Hey, Herman, how's it going? Forge your timbers. That's gonna be the big thing, is trying to get those logs for building the walls. I'm trying to let those trees grow in, and hopefully they'll just give me logs when I chop them down. Because that, like I said, I think that'll be what we'll work on, is after we got the gas station working, at least get there and get gas. We'll top off the car and everything, get the generator hooked up at the homestead, and then we're gonna do a little bit of homestead stuff. Get a wall built around it. Try and start getting some like the blacksmith things made. Not like grind all of it out in one go or anything. Just get the home base thing. Let's see. So to recap, the last 5 hours, you got close to the gas station, got helicopter, getting back close to the gas station? Yes. Pretty much. Probably put on somewhere in the area of like 500, 600, 700 zombie kills. We have covered this road with blood. Any looter skills went up? I believe our short blade went up to 5 at some point. I don't know if that was before or after you caught the last time. I think there's the only big skill that went up I can think of. But I mean, as our skills go up, the rate we'll have new skills go up will get slower and slower. We didn't gain fishing. There's something else I gained. I just don't remember what it was. Like as a trade or craft skill, whatever you want to call it. Strength. Oh, did I get strength? Yeah. I can't remember. Yeah, no, if I got strength, that's a big one, actually. Yeah, no stream went up the last stream or two. It was either last night or this stream. Probably this stream. They've just, because stuff does blur together after a while. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. One thing I think I'll probably do is maybe after stream tonight, I will put a poll on the Discord and start figuring out, like, in addition to Zomboid, like what people want to see, that kind of thing, or like where the vibe check is, like how many people want to just see more Zomboid, how many want to, you know, see a little bit of RimWorld or Farm Sim mixed in. Because I am a variety streamer, do play variety games. It just happens to include games like Project Zomboid. And I know I've been playing a lot of Project Zomboid lately, and while I know a lot of people enjoy it, I also know it's not everyone's cup of tea. Only Zomboid report inappropriate content. Luckily, that doesn't really work on Twitch. Not Not like TikTok, where I still don't remember if it was Product Zomboid or Rimworld or what it was that I was switched off of, and I played Farm Sim, and I kept getting reported for like that the content I was playing was not kid friendly or whatever on Farm Sim, which is like rated E for everyone and all that. And it's not like we were having particularly like we weren't having any discussions that would warrant such a label either. And thank you for the 7 stream streak, room. I do appreciate it. Catch the last 7 streams without missing any. So thank you. That was like, I was getting so confused at first when it happened. I kept getting the flag on TikTok back when I was streaming over there as well. And just being like, you know, your stream has been like flagged as not adult content. I can't remember the verbiage they used. It was basically not appropriate for minors or whatever. I'm like, what? It's like, don't get me wrong, I'm playing Project Zomboid or Rimworld. It's like, sure, Rimworld, absolutely. Yeah, mature rated game, absolutely. Can understand, 100% not for kiddos. But then it's like Farm Sim, like, I'm driving a tractor. I'm harvesting corn. What? Are you a survivor zombie? Just looped in there? I mean, you got a hiking backpack that has nothing but socks in it, and a cheap sleeping bag, and a fanny pack that has nothing of value. You're a terrible zombie is what you are. I think you might have offended the protesters for farming. I have no idea what you're talking about. This is going back a while, by the way. But no, so for the record, I actually found out what was happening. It was false reporting that there had been someone's who were viewing the channel. And like I said, I can't remember if it was Rimworld or it's probably Product Zomboid or whatever, but that was the thing they wanted to see me play. And they were all upsetty spaghetti that I wasn't playing the one game that they individually wanted me to play, and so they were reporting me. But apparently they had a couple accounts they were doing it with. And I don't know what they thought I was gonna do, like, was it just I'd get reported so I'd stop playing that game? I'm sure that works to a certain degree. Because just the same, if I was going to get reported again and again for playing a game on the platform, if that was my main platform, which it's not, then, you know, it'd force my hand. But yeah, no, it's just like, dude, if a content creator isn't making content you want, find a different one. That's how that works. Let's see. He started playing the game with the update. Let's see. Just to point out, he is always processing the foods he eats with zombie-covered blood knives. Yeah, it's a video game. Just to be clear, because someone attempted to post like a whole political thing. It's not that we are not allowed to discuss politics here or whatever. Generally, I don't discuss like any political candidate or party or whatever like that. I try to keep it off of that very specific kind of stuff. Because it is just one of those things that the moment you sit there and you mention like a political candidate, a whole lot of people, their brain clicks off of any type of meaningful conversation, and they're like, that's the person on the other team. Grr, anger. And so if you say anything positive about one, a whole bunch of people get angry. If you say something negative about the other. Now, as far as like actual issues and stuff going on, we will sometimes discuss that, but usually then not in the context of like a specific policy or law. It's not that that never happens, but it's something I do try to avoid, because again, I am down for meaningful discussions on, you know, various things, various stuff going on. It's just the problem is the moment you start getting involved with like any any type of specific group, you're going to have a lot of people who they see that as the other team and they just stop having a productive discussion. And then it gets to name calling and all that kind of crap, and there's just not enough time in the world to deal with that garbage. That said, when people pop in here with their hot takes and all that, that they try and, like, you know, they try and take people and they, you know, treat them as subhuman or whatever, that gets shut down on the spot. Like that does not get tolerated. Hate speech and that will get you right out the door almost instantly. Which is not what was said, by the way. I was just being asked kind of like my take on how something happened politically, and I was like, nope. Nope. Hot take, Cinnamon Toast Crunch is the best cereal. I am not a huge fan of cinnamon, just in general. It's just not my thing. I get why people like it, just not my thing. I have way more of a spicy tooth than a sweet tooth. Yeah, no, and also these kind of places are a great place to get away. And like I said, usually when we do have a discussion that is bordering, not importing, that does get to political, it's because it's relevant. If we're playing a game that has a story and just, like when we're playing, for example, Hard Space Shipbreaker. Hard Space Shipbreaker very, very much gets into the old, like, gold mining company town kind of thing. And so, naturally, it always leads to discussions around that kind of thing. Which is totally a-okay and fine. Makes sense. There is times that we're all minding our business, having ourselves a good time, and then some troll pops in and starts making a whole big fuss and about how, like, you know, insert demographic shouldn't be allowed to whatever, and we ban them and then we report them, and then usually that becomes a quick, you know, discussion point about how that crap will never be tolerated around here. I liked Kix. Kix was one of the cereals I liked, because I was not really into, like, when I was really little, I liked, you know, Lucky Charms and that kind of stuff. But later on, as I got, like, less and less of a sweet tooth, Kix was the cereal I liked more just because it was one of the few cereals that I didn't feel like I was eating a little bit of, like, corn or something and then shoveling an entire shovel of sugar into my mouth. There was stuff like the Fruity Pebbles and all that cereal that I enjoyed later on as well. That was a whole series of animation interesting things. I need to not be in this house anymore. It's settled then? Kix is the cereal for chat? Yeah, Kix feels like one of those ones that, there's not many people who are like, yo, Kix is the worst. I could see people being like, yeah, no, Kix is a little bland or whatever. I could see that argument, you know, fair enough. But I feel like Kix is one of those cereals that's, like, inoffensive, as in it doesn't have any strong flavor that's just like, oh man. Like, it's got a corn flavor to it, I guess. But it's not one of those things that, like, you know, like getting into, like, the Honey Nut Cheerios and the like cinnamon stuff and all that, where if you don't like cinnamon, well, you're not gonna like it, or if you're not into honey, you know, you won't like Honey Nut Cheerios or like whatever. Kix feels like that kind of fairly safe neutral one. You know, Chex was another one I really liked. Chex was good. Yeah, I don't eat hardly any cereal anymore. But those are the kinds I went for. Yeah, I remember Chex Quicks. Get it on CD inside the cereal box is like a reskin Doom kind of game. Honestly, genuinely not terrible. Like, especially considering is like a free shareware game you got in a box of cereal. What is the best game I got out of a box of cereal? I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I can only think of like one or two that came out of a box of cereal. Because I know they did that for a hot minute, but as well as things that, like, unless you got a bunch of different cereals, you probably only had the one or two you played. The only one I distinctly remember is Chex. Okay, so you can move away from the bodies a little bit and rest up here. Because this time we fortunately didn't even go exerted. We were close, we were about to. Probably get some reading of her book in here. Your first copy of Roller Coaster Tycoon was in a box of cereal? Yeah, no, I definitely played Roller Coaster Tycoon. I'm pretty sure I didn't get out a box of cereal, though. I'm pretty sure I bought it. That was a weird timeline. The computer games partnering with cereal timeline. Hi. You going to bed? Alright, chat. I'm gonna take a quick, like, little 5-minute break. We're about to have an ad break anyways. So I'm gonna do that and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Tuma's just like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj is like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what he... Well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay, die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff. Alright. Of course. Of course. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so... Back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. That's one of the things that irks me is like I do try and keep right, but like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them and it's just no. Don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS and that was the thing. Engine malfunction. I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we had managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we needed a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? If that little incline is too much for us? Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum, carry me. Actually, it doesn't look like it's gonna be that big a deal. I'm hoping. And we're starting to sell the mushrooms. Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh God, did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. It's perfect. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. Wait, I can attach the stick. Oh. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Oh, okay, no. Alright, the wrong way. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nope, that's not the way we're going. You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, please help me, and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, Sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp, but you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Okay, sorry about that. Just, you know, it was like right around the time that the ad was gonna play anyways. Why did you retire Venus? I was not playing much Project Zomboid at the time because, you know, Build 41, like nothing had really changed for a long while. And, you know, I'm a variety streamer and all that. So, you know, whatever. And then Build 42 dropped. And, you know, so too much change between Build 41 and Build 42. So Venus Orozco is still alive. She's still at like 170, 180,000 kills. But she is Build 41. And, you know, there just wasn't more to do, really. Hey, alright, Randall Thor. You have a good day at work and all that. You take care. Thank you again for, you know, all the support and everything you do. I appreciate it. Because for those who don't know who Venus Orozco is, that was my that's my personal best character. Still alive. Like I said, 170, 180,000 kills. Has literally maxed every single combat skill in the game other than I have like 1/10 of a level in Spears left before Spears is maxed. But I mean, I haven't maxed Nimble and stuff like that, but like all the weapon skills are maxed, maintenance maxed. I believe strength was maxed, fitness was a good ways into, I think, 9? I can't remember. The crafting skills are nowhere near along because, honestly, in Build 41, a lot of the crafting skills are pretty irrelevant. Like, carpentry, the character had it pretty high. I think even electrical and mechanical were doing relatively okay just from over the extended time of, like, repairing the generators, you know, doing the car maintenance from time to time. But I usually don't really care much. Like, Build 41, you only needed a couple skills for, like, keeping food up. Stuff like fishing and whatever, and foraging. You know, farming, that kind of thing. But you really didn't need much. So any skills that weren't just needed for regular survival basically stagnated. Like I think she had an okay amount of metalworking just from, I would take the time to clear the wrecks off the road of the cars. And so she had, you know, gotten an okay amount of metalworking just from disassembling car wrecks off the road. But yeah, just a long-lived character. Lived her entire time in Louisville and nowhere else. We were using Pillow's random spawn mod where it randomly spawned us. It dropped me in Louisville and I ran to... Like, first I ran out into the boonies, cleared one neighborhood. This is also 16 times pop I'm talking about. Cleared a neighborhood. And then from there went to the military checkpoint. And then the military checkpoint was the place I used as the base for the entire run. Man, there you are. With that kill count, your character's desensitized, right? So, the kill count has nothing to do with desensitized. It's just time survived. The way Project Zomboid does when it comes with the fear is your character does gradually acclimate where they're much slower to panic and recover much faster from panic. They never get to the point that they just don't. Like, that's not a thing. And in real life, that's not a thing either. If you get to the point that a person literally will not, like, get scared or panicked or something like that, that is a person who is no longer going to function in a lot of ways. Fear is an important survival thing. But with that said, you do get to the point that when it comes to panic, it's very manageable. Like at its max, you just literally will turn, walk away, and after a couple seconds, it just drops off. Generally speaking, at that point, the only time you get panicked is usually, one, if you're out shooting. When you're out shooting in the game, because of just the nature of how you face the zombies and all that, your character almost always ends up panicked if you're fighting any meaningful number. Because for those who don't know, when you hit the zombies, it actually does lower your panic a little bit. Not enough to overcome, like, early game panic, you're still gonna panic. But, like, fighting and doing damage to zombies helps counter panic. But, I can't remember what the cutoff is. Something like 70 or 90 days before is where you hit, like, maximum resistance to panic. And it's super duper manageable even at that point. Like, this character, I believe... Well, was it 90 days? It was whatever. I believe this character should already be at the point that she's got maximum panic resistance. It's not hard to get. Honestly, it was always one of those things that you would have people would always be like, oh yeah, after this much fighting, your character shouldn't be able to, like, panic anymore. They'd be so desensitized. I'm like, also, side note, if your character had killed this many zombies, it's also very likely that they'd be completely and utterly psychologically broken down and barely able to function. Because killing literally thousands of people that look like your friends and neighbors back to back to back, you know, individually, like, stabbing them all, you're not okay on the other side of that. There's not a, oh yeah, you're just fine. It's like, no. No, you're very not okay. It's the same kind of people who believe that, like, in the Doomsday situation, they would go in their bunker or whatever in their log cabin in the woods by themselves and be fine. It's like, no, you don't understand. Psychology, the human psyche is not as strong and durable as we would all like to believe ours are. Everyone thinks they can, you know, handle being tortured or whatever, and the secret is pretty close to no one can. Everyone assumes they're way tougher than they truly are. It's the same, like, power fantasy that people have. They're like, oh man, like, if this went down, like, I'd go down fighting and I'd, you know, take numbers and all that. And you're like, yeah, except every single person in that room feels probably the same way. Panic is a pretty debilitating game. Early game, it's rough. Early game panic is pretty awful. It will penalize you pretty heavily. Once you get past the early game, it falls off pretty quick though. You just eat a salad and be fine. Alright. The olive shirt, driver's side of the car. Sorry, passenger side of the car. It's weird looking at a car from above and making that determination. Not a normal angle I worry about driver's side and passenger side from. You in London? Nope. Nope, I just said the wrong thing. Don't really have more to add. Just looked at it, the brain processed, and different words came out of the mouth. Ah, fillet knife, get out of here. I thought it was a hunting knife. I'm having a way more difficult time in Build 42 spotting, like, which weapons are which. I'm sure it'll be one of those ones I just adjust to. It's like, this model, you know, looks like this. Because, like, the hunting knife, it was the yellow pommel was always the way to tell it. You're like, oh, yellow pommel, hunting knife. Let's go get it. You know, the machete was always the tricky one because there's one of the ways it would be stabbed in is, like, over the shoulder. So you can kind of only see the handle. And that one was really really hard to, pick out that it was the hunting knife. Or sorry, that was the machete versus one of the other ones. I think the bread knife had a similar style to it, so you'd mistake the two a lot. Was the Panic and Fear? Sure, but this game ultimately not very realistic. You don't think it needs to have a long bounce so that'd be fun? Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree. This doesn't need to be realistic at all. Because, like, if this game was realistic, again, you would probably have your character be near inconsolable after a little while, because you think about your character, they, you know, in theory they lived here, they probably had a family or whatever, and everyone they know and love and dislike, literally everyone is gone. Like, just overnight. And then they're forced the very next day to fight for their life against people who were their friends and families and neighbors and all that. That person would be super haunted. And the whole time they're doing it, they're putting roaches in a bowl and eating plain lettuce and stuff like that to get through their day. They're not someone who's going to be doing particularly well. So yeah, no, it's good that it's not realistic. You'd have to include mechanics like the war is mine, where, you know, your character would do something awful, and then the next day it'd be like, yeah, you know what Dave's doing? Dave's sitting on the ground, just, like, you know, staring out into the horizon, and is just not talking or functioning in any way. Like, not doing anything to survive. There's just... They're looking out in the distance, nobody's home. They're just going... They're going through it. They're having a breakdown. But yeah, no, actual realism. Yeah, thousand mile stairs, yeah. Today my character is disassociated. Yeah, you just have to manage to, like, stay in your base. I would not want them to do any of that stuff, and they won't. Gamifying that kind of stuff. Like, The War is Mine does it because they don't depict it as a joke. Like, it's your character when they have those moments. The rest of your survivors, it's kind of like, ah, crap. Like, I really needed Dave to be functional today, but Dave, you know, Dave had to go and kill all those people, and now Dave's not doing good. Just despondent. But I'm glad they don't do anything, because one, that would not be a very comfy game to play. That would not be a very comfy game to play. But also we were going for like proper realism. Step 1, select all on zombies, push delete, and you've made a more realistic game. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is usually. Oh yeah, no, this War is Mine is designed to be a game that's like, yo, war sucks. Here, you're living as perfectly normal people just trying to survive. War sucks. Everything about it's awful. None of this is happy. Half the stuff that other games make you do, your poor character has to make horrible decisions. I took the nutritionist trait. So that way I could see, like, what the calories on stuff were for being able to, like, discuss it and all that. Yeah, no, this War is Mine definitely does not hold back its punches. Stuff like, hey, you're starving. By the way, this little old lady has food. You know, you could take it. And you're like, come on, man, don't do this. Oh, I'm in the other room. Okay. Walking around in circles because I'm not using my light. Yeah, I know we joke about that, Jealness and all that, but like, in real life you do that, and you come back later and realize they died, and you're like, this is my fault. I did this to them. And, you know, a normal, rational person would be like, this, like, you know, you'd understand circumstances, but you would also not, you wouldn't be okay with it. Not unless you got some serious things that you and a professional person probably needs to have a long discussion about. Can you learn traits? So you can't learn traits or whatever. You can, the only trait you can fix is you can fix your weight. There is penalties around like weight, fitness, and all that. You can fix those. Let's see. So you took the student streamer of the game more than its value. You took it as streamer / student of the game has when it, huh? Student streamer of the game than its value. I don't understand what you mean by that. Yeah, this one also started the internal test and all that. The nutritionist taste trait. Oh yeah, no, that's keep in mind again, this is a like self-sabotage build. This is nothing around like what strategically makes sense for the build. But that information, yeah, I didn't take anything for its value. Like if you look at this build and go, why did you make that decision? The answer is going to be self-sabotage or information. Looks like we're out of water out of these two. That's fine. Because I also like to do the 0 to hero style builds, because then when people get in these like really long conversations about like, well, I need this to survive or that to survive, it's like, you don't. It's like, it can be helpful, but you don't. Like, very genuinely, you don't. We'll try fishing early part of the morning. And if we don't get that, we'll just go to foraging. Because beginning of the day, we've got the bonus. I am going to need to make weapons. I think wait, let's double check. Do I need to make weapons today? I think I need to make weapons today. Yeah, I need to make weapons today. Because we're running out of knives. You'd agree in a Z2H build? I have no idea what a Z2H... Oh, 0 to hero. You can get the first few months your character tends to have 0 negative traits. All good ones. I mean, sure, but most of these... So if we look at most of these traits here, like Keen Hearing and Quick Learner are big. Organized is nice, but not important. Nutritionist doesn't mean anything. Eagle Eye isn't that big a deal. Wakeful, I've talked about how Wakeful is objectively good, but it is one of those things that it can actually be a nuisance. Outdoorsman is good. Dexterous just loots faster. That's really not that important. Cat's Eye is more for streaming, but I mean, it is good. Speed Demon is garbage. Slow Healer is another negative. I wouldn't, like, there's only a few of these traits like Keen Hearing and Fast Learner and Organized. Like, those are the three I'm like, no, those are a big deal. You can fit those into any build. I don't literally make the character as bad as I possibly can. Stuff that's a nuisance, I'm not going to deal with. Like, extremely limited carry space, man, I'm not dealing with that. I have better things to do with my life. So I mean, if you were to rank non-strength fitness traits, you got like best ones? Right, but it doesn't matter really. Product Zomboid's a baby game for babies, haven't you heard? I'm obviously joking here, by the way. In case anyone's not picking up on the sarcasm. It's just, when it comes to surviving long term, none of this crap matters. You can choose stuff to sabotage yourself to the point it is hard to survive. Like if you're taking stuff like the deaf trade, illiterate, the sleepyhead, restless sleeper, those kind of things. Yeah, you can make it really awful to try and survive long term. Sure. But outside of like 2 or 3 specifically awful traits, eh. I didn't let them put it on. If you try to make your game more difficult with random sprinters, but they're way too exhausting. Plus, you really can't kite hordes away anymore. Yeah, and that's, I haven't had anyone do it too much now, but back at Build 41, I used to constantly get at. I actually wonder if I still have the sprinters command. I used to have people constantly be like, oh, you're playing in hard settings, so you're playing with sprinters? Like, no, sprinters are not fun. Ooh, whatever you are, you straight up took off sideways. You about bolted out of this lake. I can't get enough tension off. Okay. I was hitting right click, I couldn't get enough tension off. Whatever that was. Straight up said, I don't care that you're letting off the tension. I'm wrecking this line. I'm assuming I just needed more fish. I don't know about better fishing rods, but it very well could be a fishing skill kind of thing. The good news is I have a spare just sitting here. I don't remember what shelf it's in. There you are. I mean, there's better fishing rods. I don't think we can make those, though. We gotta find them. That fish is the boss of the lake? Yeah, no, when we hooked it and the line just went zip right off to the side, I'm like, okay. Yeah, no, it's just thinking, it's like, yeah, you can probably find better ones, but yeah. No, I actually have enough, lines still floating around. I believe... Sorry, I've got enough lines sitting around. I believe I can, like, I think I have enough line and everything. I can make 2 or 3 more pulls. Because one thing of the 20 hemp does give you enough twine for like 3-something pulls or so. And this time I did take the twine and I put it on the shelf away from all my other crafting things so I don't accidentally use it like last time. I'm gonna ditch the fishing stuff. We didn't catch any actual fish. I believe today is the first day that we can have the helicopter again. But we don't. Let's put the fishing stuff in here. Okay, because we can just forge on our way out. Oh, right. That's right. I needed to get ourselves some more weapons. We were running out of materials. So where's my pickaxe? Oh, I've got stuff here. I must be missing rags. That's got to be exact. Okay, so we're missing rags. Yeah, so if we get enough rags for like 8, we'll be good. So this will be good, because thank you for delivering rags directly to my door. I do very much appreciate it. Alright, so... we have lots of carry-away right now, so clean up these. Turn off the radio? I did. I just haven't unequipped it. Are small blades good? Yeah, no, pretty much all the weapon categories are good. That's my clothes. Not worried about that. People mentioned I could wash the stuff here. Oh, I'm willing to bet they mean I can put it on and wash it, don't they? We'll see. But yeah, no, short blades are really good. I've been very happy with them. Oh, that was the washer cell, of course. But short blades are really good, axes are decent and all that. Yeah, that's my only problem is how long it takes to wash all this stuff. Send while you're still in the house? Gotcha. Because I'm hoping this will give us way more clean rags so I can make more weapons. So it makes it faster? Yep, the catch though is I'm not going to have soap at any meaningful capacity in this run. Alright, so we're all cleaned up. You can't use dirty rags for weapons? Nope, for some reason. You used to be able to, so I don't really know what changed with it. Also, it may be unrealistic. I do think it's a weird decision that makes no sense to me, because like cleaning the rags and all that's not that big a deal. I also think it's weird that we can't wash the rags in the water right now. I think that's probably more oversight or bug. But the baseball bat, good. I mean, it makes zombies get stunned or fall on the ground, but the damage is not as strong as sharp ones. Yeah, the baseball bat's good. Honestly, generally speaking, almost all of the weapon categories are, you know, relatively good. The best weapon you can have in the game is the one you have on hand. No, they fixed sanitizing rags. Or sterilizing rags. Not washing rags. Those are two different things. You need to boil water to sterilize a rag. I'm talking just washing them. Okay, we already stole their clothes. Because sterilizing you can use so when you bandage an injury, you heal faster. Alright, so we're gonna make our next set of knives. So we keep fighting. Honestly, I'm gonna lose most of today doing all this anyways. It might as well be a day that we fish to deal with that. I was gonna put it off because I'm like, okay, I can grab weapons real fast. We can just book it back to where we were fighting. But I forgot as long as it's gonna take me to do this, by the time we get down to the front line or whatever, it's gonna be a couple in-game hours, and I do need to deal with the food first. So I think it's just one of those things I'm gonna just need to accept. It is a maintenance day that we're doing maintenance things. I didn't mean to put this in here. We can eat that. Okay. I was gonna skip him, but let's kill this one over here first. He's probably just gonna hear us anyways, not have to kill him anyways, so let's just deal with it. If we do pull a big fish right away, we might chop down whatever one of those trees looks the biggest and see if we've got them to a point that, And you have bait, cool. Alright. Yeah, no, that's you can still get scratches from running through trees and bushes, but they won't bleed anymore. And I believe it'll be just scratches. So instead, like, the big thing that would happen is you get, like, a neck laceration. And then you had to, like, jump on it immediately or your character would bleed out. Alright, well, at least you're putting up a little fight, whatever you are. It's not a bad fish right for the get-go. Deal with our friend over here. Alright. But yeah, no, it didn't happen to me, but I did see someone who lost a character because they're walking through a cornfield. And the corn in the game could cut you up pretty bad. And they got a neck laceration. And, you know, they started ripping something immediately and it was too little too late. Alright, so we're overburned just by the one fish. It was a pretty big fish, so I'm just going to go with it. It's 2,800 calories. That should do pretty good for us. Because then that will probably let me get some other productive things done in the meantime. So let's go down here to... slice fillet. And then go to here to half fillets. Yeah, because I'll make them like 1.5 each in weight. Yeah, that'll be good. Alright, so chuck our fishing stuff in here real quick. Grab a dirty cloth out of this. Fish in here. So it won't give me a lot of food, but does sort it for right now. Because that should be enough to get our weight back to gaining. And then we'll be able to forage for a little bit and be fine. Meanwhile, I can go down here, take a sip of water. Okay. Alright, so get our hunger under control. That's good, because that means I can actually fight my way back out to that area. We can sleep over there. And I believe I have enough weapons and all that. Yeah, so we should be good to go out there. So I lost the better chunk of one day just doing the whole getting food under control, getting weapons replenished, all that stuff. I was going to grab the pickaxe and go out there and try and get more stuff, but we had enough in there for one more day. When we start getting low on weapons here, so I get down to like 3-4 weapons left, I will need to go get a pickaxe. We'll have to find some place and get some decent amount of flint. Okay. Cool. And that should give me like 2 more meals worth of stuff there. Yeah, that needs to not work that way. If it shows it's not poisonous on the ground when I have the herbalist skill, it shouldn't update to be poisonous. It needs to be either poisonous in both or neither. Okay, there's no real reason on me foraging down the road with all the glasses and junk. There's a good jog down the street a little ways. Yeah, we should be able to get a pull or 2 of zombies in today and still actually make some progress, getting our 30, 40, 50 zombies killed. So considering it's a day I had to back out, make weapons and all that, that's not too bad. Okay. You know, definitely that last helicopter backfilled this. Like, either the helicopter or migration at the time. I'm guessing it's actually a migration and not the helicopter with as far as I went. Doesn't really matter either way. Point is still. Gotta clear up a mess. It also is not that big a deal because we're getting lots and lots of XP out of this. And we will get to the point I'll just be able to kill more and more and more per day. It gets pretty wild in your late game when you start getting to like 7, 8 in the weapon skills and... Yeah, I heard one behind me. You get 7, 8 in weapon skills and you just go in and just slay for half the day. Okay. The dagger's quite some reach. Yep, it's just the bug. I mean, I can't even say it's a bug necessarily anymore. It is just the way it is right now. That the knives... Well, I mean, all the weapons have pretty generous reach right now. It just stands out the most with the short weapons because of just the animations and all that. But almost all your weapons have a little bit more range than they used to. It's something that got introduced when it was the internal test build and it did carry over to unstable. Now granted, it was way more in the first update of the internal test build. Like, it was I could hit the zombie from back there. It was really comically far. And just like it looks like they also buffed nimble speed a little bit. But that was another one that, when you first played the internal test build, it was just like silly high. It was you got your level 1 nimble and suddenly you were rocketing around like as nimble 4, and then you got nimble 2, and it was suddenly like you're on nimble 10, and I was like, alright, hang on a second. Like, I'm down for some buffs, but this is a little much. Get a little sippy sip of water. Pretty soon we're gonna have this place depleted of water. Okay. Yeah, so we've got probably one more good pull before it gets dark. But considering this was a day we did all our maintenance stuff, getting any meaningful kills in is good. We're getting pretty close to breaking 7,000 kills on the character, which is also nice. No, there's the one we aggroed. Okay. I'm just so surprised that, like, we're back at this line. We'll get there. My gas station, it just doesn't know it yet. I'm really surprised you didn't aggro. Oh, there's the aggro. Let's say, like, really surprised you didn't aggro more when I killed those that close, but that's fine. Because I am deliberately fighting the first one fairly close to where the zombies are just to do those large pulls. Alright, that's the hockey stick handle, so I don't care about it. Okay. That is the one thing that, like, it would be cheating and I'm not doing it. It's just, you get that curiosity being like, okay, what are the numbers of zombies looking at, like, in these other tiles? Like, as I'm killing these, like, are they distributing fairly evenly? And so, like, as I'm whittling it down, I'm effectively working on, like, 4 or 5 cells population at the same time. Or like how are the zombies moving? And you can like actually test all that stuff by going into dev debug mode, whatever you want to call it. But I don't do that. Like I've demoed it before, like make a new save, pull up like the dev mode, show the population thing, fire a gun, see where it spreads, that kind of stuff. But never on an existing save. It's like once you do that, you know, it's kind of one of those things, it's like, oh, well, did you do anything else in dev mode? That kind of thing. It's like, nah, man. It is one nice thing about streaming is then when people pop in or like, oh, you cheated or whatever, it's like, look, man, the whole thing start to finish is recorded. You want to go through and check? Was the weapon range bug fixed? It's still a bit long. It's where it was on the last internal test, not where it was at its like worst. But it is longer than it was, but not as long as it had been. Like they split the difference. That's not what I wanted to do. It's what I did though. That's what I wanted to do. That's a 10 cell, so we'll set that. Alright. Like, is there a sense of urgency on how fast you progress in this game, or can you just go at your own pace? You can go at your own pace. Very, very genuinely, there is very little in this game that has any urgency whatsoever. The only exception being is a zombie actively trying to grab you and bite you is about the only urgent thing. Yeah, no, I'm sure they'll figure it out. But like everything else around that, you'll have a lot of people sit there and be like, oh man, there's all this going on. So I'm a little worried that it's telling us it stinks here. Because that means we are being exposed to the corpses. So I'm wondering if it's not detecting that as being inside. Alright, not enough. Yeah, no, I'll worry about food in a minute. So what I'm trying to do is when it comes to corpse exposure, corpse sickness kind of stuff, it has a pretty limited range. But I am getting the thing here that something smells bad. That's usually a signifier that you've got corpses too close to you. No, you mean food is an urgency? No, food is... So, like, it is when you get, like, down to the point where it says you are starving to death. But genuinely, you can actually go a long time before food gets to that point. Like, that's a mistake I think a lot of new players make. Is they'll be like, I've run out of food or water, and they immediately, like, you know, brain off, just try and run into the nearest place that they can possibly solve that need. And it's kind of one of those things you just... I wonder if it's maybe just they've made it so the entire interior space the number of corpses? I'm honestly just taking my chance. Yeah, no, the Moodles do penalize your stats. So it's definitely one of those things that you do want to try and keep under control, but there's a difference between it would be good to have this sorted and it is urgent. Those are two very, very different tiers in my book. Urgent is you are dropping absolutely everything and taking care of it. That's what urgent is in my book. Yeah, even honestly, keeping fed in winter in this game, once you know a lot of the basics, isn't hard. Keeping your weight up during winter is a bit harder though. But not dying from hunger is pretty easy. Let's see, what's the quickest way to get a bag? You struggle with weight a lot. You can pull down a curtain and make a bag from it. You can craft a bag from a curtain. Or sorry, a sheet. A sheet gives you a curtain. Or a curtain gives you a sheet, jeez. Otherwise, your best bet is honestly, choose a highway, start walking around, you know, make sure you're near enough water you can get back to it. But you can walk around looking for the survivor groups of zombies. And the survivor groups of zombies will almost always have a backpack. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, looking for the group of zombies that has, like, the special one in the middle of it. That'll get you a backpack that's usually a pretty good backpack most of the time. So minimum, well, I guess minimum sling, but otherwise duffel bag, and a lot of times it'll be a hiking backpack. It can be a much better one to, like, military or large backpack, but those are pretty rare from what I'm finding. Yeah, or if you find an ambulance. If you find an ambulance, check the trunk of the ambulance. They'll often have a trauma bag, which is a duffel bag. I need to check my weapon supply. I didn't think to do that. We were pretty low going into yesterday. Yeah, I'm good. I usually want to start my day having like 8 or so stone knives or equivalent or whatever. That's more than I need, but the idea being if things go sideways and it gets separated, I got more than 1 day's worth of weapons on me. Okay, so got another one aggroed up here. Alright. Yeah, they do come with the medical goodies. The medical goodies are really not necessary. Because generally speaking, the vast majority of your injuries in Project Zomboid can be avoided. Like, just in general. And the injuries that you can't avoid are the injuries... Or, sorry, not the ones you can't avoid. The injuries you're likely to take, you're usually talking RNG on whether or not you got zombie infected because a zombie hit you. Like, don't get me wrong, you can crash your car and injure yourself, and that kind of stuff. But that's an injury that shouldn't have happened. Like, that is an injury you 100% inflicted on yourself. Like, and they do happen, but pretty seldomly. People notice that I tend to drive the cars fairly slowly, and I get asked if I have Sunday Driver a lot, which I don't. But I've just watched people get to runs that have 30, 40, 50,000 zombie kills, and then they just wrap their car up on a tree and die. And I've seen that so many times. And it is a very unsatisfying way for a run to end that it's not you got caught up in a bad situation from a meta event or a helicopter, or you got caught by surprise and, you know, in an area and you couldn't fight your way out or something like that. It's just, you took your car and you killed yourself. Like, literally the entire game could phase out. It was just you and that light pole, and you just ended your run. You died to your own impatience. Now, one I have a lot more sympathy for is falling off of roofs. There is a lot of places in this game that it's not always clear where you can and cannot stand when you're dealing with roofs, or you hit the wrong button and instead of closing the window, you huck yourself out the window, that kind of stuff. That is one I have a lot of sympathy for. Because it is so easy to just bad input right off the edge of the roof or something like that, or you think you can walk on that angled spot of the roof, but the ground ain't real there. But killing your character from a car crash when it's not multiplayer shenanigans, it's like, but you did it to yourself, man. I don't know what to say. Like, you know, sorry your run died, but it was 100% self-inflicted. You were the victim of your own decisions. Now, it's another thing if you're driving fast and, like, your A key stops working or something like that. It's like, then you got my sympathies again. The driving fast still is the thing that set up the problem. But at least it's like, ah, man, that sucks. You know, your keyboard messed up. Remember when Jajax killed himself hitting a tree? You told him Happy Arbor Day? That's rough. Jax is another fantastic content creator, plays a lot of Project Zomboid. Alright, we are in the window that the helicopter can happen. Pretty soon I have to replace that battery. Gonna eat one of those just on principle. Let's Let's grab water while we're waiting. Just in the off chance it ends up being a helicopter day. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Just woke up? Yeah, and I figured. And no helicopter. Oh, chives. I was about to say, can I make a chives salad? I'm assuming those are yeah, okay, so chives are basically just an herb, a seasoning in the game. Makes sense. I was gonna say, chives better not be particularly filling. I like me some chives, but let's be real. Let's see. Did you happen to catch the multiplayer Zomboid RP event that happened recently? No, I didn't. I miss out on a lot of that stuff because, like, I'll be streaming when it's happening, so I won't catch it. I did catch that it did occur, but I missed a lot of what went on during it. Nah, I'm gonna leave it alone. We got plenty of bugs. We'll take that, because I know we need a lot of it. Yeah, there had to have been like a cell-to-cell migration from one of the more populated cells, because we were right there. We were so close. Alright. And no, respawn is not bugged and on. That was, when I was playing 16-time pop runs all the time, I'd have people like, are you sure respawn isn't on? And like, I'd double and triple check. It's like, no, it's not on, man. It's just how it goes. They just keep replacing themselves by moving them in from farther in until there's just not enough to go around. And then it stops. And then you have like, then it's time to start moving on to the new target because like the one area you're at is just done. You've cleared it. It's gone. I also have no concept of what the population of Irvington is in this game, because I didn't play this where we checked this all out in advance. So I don't know with Irvington if I'm going into a city that has a cumulative total of like 20,000 zombies or 100,000 zombies. I have no concept of what I'm looking at so far as numbers of this place. I'm assuming it's the bigger town, like, of the new areas. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure Irvington is the, of the three new cities is the big one. And then Ekron would be the small one. Of the actual cities, not counting, like, the random distributed houses. The total population of 16 times pop is over 2 million? Yeah, something like that. I'm talking, like, Irvington specifically what is. It's like 1.2 million pop for the map, because it's not going to be that for the town, because Louisville doesn't have that many zombies. I want to say in 16 times pop, wasn't Louisville something like 5, 6, 7, 800,000 was Louisville on 16 times pop? This is build 41 numbers. Yeah, no, like, realistically, it could be 100,000. More than likely, it's not. More than likely, we're talking between like 20,000 to 50,000 would be my guess. Most most of the cities, not counting Louisville, are in that general ballpark. You wonder who has the highest one? I heard there was a couple people who broke like 15, 20,000, I thought. But I haven't been keeping up with like anyone keeping numbers and all that. And that's what a lot of them are playing Apocalypse difficulty doing that. You can still get those kind of kills. The thing that gets difficult at that is even with the respawns, it just gets way, way harder to find zombies in a reliable enough number to keep those keep the kills up. There is a dead zombie in that room? Gotcha. It's probably okay. All right. I'm just gonna see nothing but the glasses. Alright, so the good news is, even while we are still killing a ton of these, it does look like the numbers I'm seeing here are thinning out. We're still pulling groups of like 20 or so, but like looking up the road, I'm not seeing the density I was before, which makes sense because we've killed like 200 something zombies. Or, no, it's more than that, like 400 or 500 zombies down that road since the helicopter. And so you will gradually notice the numbers thinning out. Like I said, it is one of those things that once you notice the numbers thin out enough, you suddenly go from you kill a zombie and you get bullied up the road to you kill 1 or 2 zombies, you only have to backpedal a little bit. Like the slowly like petering in 2s and 3s and all that. That's about what I expect right when I'm starting to break a zone. It'll still probably get backed up a couple of times. Alright, maybe there's still enough there. But yes, I'm almost not needing to go up the road anymore, we're just dispatching them here. Whereas you recall, when he first came down here, I was having to go and fight almost all the way back up to my home base after they like reset their mounts. The downside is I'm going through these weapons faster than I want to. What does bad smell do? It's warning me that I'm around enough corpses to get corpse sickness. And all corpse sickness does is as it builds up, you will eventually reach a point where your character, you know, can get feverish and all that, which is potentially life-threatening. So it by itself doesn't do anything, but it is the same thing saying basically like, hey buddy, just be a little bit careful about where you're at. Which I'm not worried about that. The only reason I'm going out the back is we're getting hungry. And I need something we can eat that... It doesn't need to have calories. That part we're fine. It needs to help hunger. So, like, berries, mushrooms, anything is fine. Yeah, as you can see where I was getting bullied down the road, now we're kind of engaging on them. Well, I still have to backpedal while I'm fighting. I'm not being forced to just Congo line the entire way down the road. Yeah, that sound and how loud that is, I will not... It's going to take me a long time to adjust to that, where you kill one zombie and an entire block with the zombies just rolls in. This one I'm going to have to Congo line. Okay. Yeah, I must have picked up a second group there. Alright, that's fine, because we are going to have to back, because unfortunately, we are about to run out of weapons. We'll deal with these stragglers on, we'll rest. We probably have enough time in this in-game day to collect the flint. Okay. Where are you all coming from? Been pushing high exertion and I don't like it. They're down to like the last 2 or 3. It's the only reason I'm still hitting them. I should have stopped a while ago. Come on, I need you to die because we're about to hit excessive. Just 3. Okay, we can do that. I need you to die. I've definitely overcommitted in a big way in this one. Okay, we're back to 3 again. I hate it. No, we're at excessive. We have to bail. I overstayed that one way too long. But I got a lot of ginseng on here, so we could just go eat ginseng till we've got a little bit more endurance again. Killed somebody just on this road? Oh yeah, no, when we were doing the record run that I died on, I was clearing Muldrow when I died. We had killed over 100,000... No, that's not a lie. That's a lie. We had killed over like 20, 30,000 zombies just on the main road to Muldrow. Because like for that 150 something thousand or 135,000 we had killed on that character, I had only cleared, I think it was Rosewood, the military base, and the prison, and I was working on Muldrow. No, I had also cleared March Ridge. But you get the idea. It wasn't that many places so far as cumulatively that I had cleared. Like 16 times pop is big numbers. Okay, so we're no longer exerted. Our muscle fatigue is starting to clear up. Okay, so what I'd like to do is find those 3 zombies real quick, kill them, just since they're all the way back here. And I need to figure out where my pickaxe is. You know what? I think my pickaxe is in the car again. There. Okay. Well, let's check out the house just in case first, because we're right here. We'll see if the pickaxe is over here. We can top off our water, all that kind of stuff. When we're back there, that's fine. I wanted to kill them all, but yeah, no, it's not worth me looping back. A delicious meal of sauteed garlic butter shrimp on rice with veggies, stir-fried and leftover garlic butter sauce, and a little bacon grease. It was amazing. I mean, it sounds good. Yeah, so we want to get our pickaxe. And then I gotta figure out where I could find Flint, because there was a bunch up where I had the tree icon, but I've already picked that place clean, so I'm gonna need to go someplace else to find it. And that was like a good 12 or so nodes, but you know, we've killed thousands of zombies. That Flint use adds up. Okay, so I can take the nightstick. Drop off the clay. Where? Oh. Yeah, I want the stone hammer on us again. I'm really worried I left that in the car. Yeah, I left it in the car because it's not here. Alright, so what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to run down to the car, and when we get near the car, we're going to stop running, because we're going to try to not aggro a bunch of zombies. I just want to snag the pickaxe real fast. And it doesn't mean, like, I'm probably not going to have enough time to actually get the flint this in-game day, but if I get the pickaxe and I'm all set up, it won't even be bad to be down in that area and then cut into the woods from down there, because like I said, I've cleared this area up here on the mini-map of all the flint up there that I was able to find. So I need to go someplace else. No, there's the one that we... Oh, no, that's not the one we're looking for. I don't care. Ah, there's the one that we left behind that people mentioned. Yeah, we'll kill you while we're here. Anyone encountering sand up being collectible? Don't know. I haven't had a opportunity to try and collect sand yet, so unfortunately I can't answer the question. running too. Alright, so we stopped running, so I have a little bit of stamina just in case I need to fight. But I'm willing to bet it's in the trunk of the car. I believe that's where I left it. I'm trying to not fight here. Pretty sure you see me. Okay.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. Alright, you sleep well, Luxray. Thank you for tuning in. Okay. So we aggroed 2, that's fine. We got the pick actually backed off. Cool. Let's rearrange things. First, can I see any flint from where we stand? Nothing down that way, and I'm not gonna see anything without getting behind these houses. Hey, Woody Mitchie, how's it going? I'll get you a shout out here in just a moment. Dude, we can do shout out. Those who don't know, Woody Mitchie, another content creator on the platform. Been playing RimWorld lately, so if you're looking for some RimWorld, you definitely check it out there. Really do appreciate having you pop by. How's it been going? How's the streams been and all that good stuff? Just some busy post-holiday fun stuff? Yeah. I hear you. Ah, there's some flint right there. And there's a bunch over there too. So this will be perfect. We'll recoup here real fast. I'm gonna try and snag that flint and be home in time for supper. Oh, the sack wasn't empty? Yeah, no, that happened. Hi, friend. You were just waiting for your moment to sneak out of the trees when I was trying to mine flint? Hey, Ben, I've been doing pretty good. Just been enjoying some Zomboid. Been, I mean, I had some travels that were for not fun reasons, but that's a separate thing. But otherwise, it's been pretty good. Alright, so we got a couple of zombies up here. Things are going well on the channel, been having solid progress in the runs. A lot of good stuff for the holidays and all that. So all in all, it's still like generally good vibes and all that. Okay. Okay, so we're getting all this so we can make more weapons. Ooh, good. We're gonna have a nice meal of oregano. Just oregano. Mmm, good eating right there. Yeah, so I've got another node back here. Just making sure it's not like a zombie looming right on the other side of these trees so I don't get grabbed the moment I go for this. Sounds way better than your shrimp. Alright. Okay, we're at that point, it's I can't see, it's too dark levels of dark. We got more flint over there. Absolutely was one lurking. Yep, it was just not lurking where I looked. He's got a flint node there. And here. Let's go for the danger flint node first. And I'm calling it the danger flint node because it's like right wedged in all these trees so zombies can get in close from line of sight on like all sides. And this one's wide in the open. That's probably about as much as I can get away with. Alright. So if I could have some food... I can't forge that dark. It'll be as big a deal. But we're close to home. Sure, we're losing health because I'm carrying too much. It's fine. Let's work our way down towards the highway. Yeah, and there's the drowsy. You hear there are cows now? There are cows now. There's cows, chickens, turkeys, sheep, pigs. I feel like I'm getting one. There's deers, rabbit. And you can absolutely traumatize your chat by driving too fast and just going down the road and having a family of rabbits run in front of it. It's pretty upsetting, actually. Oh, I didn't see the zombie and I just heard it. It just panicked me for a moment. I have yet to traumatize my chat, but I have seen quite a few content creators, not deliberately in most cases. Have you run across turkey? I've seen turkeys, yes, in their pen, doing turkey things, making a colossal mess out of everything. So what I'm doing right now is a bit dangerous that I probably shouldn't be doing, which is I am carrying entirely too much back. It is badly hurting my endurance. It also makes me move very slowly, which makes me a very easy target for zombies. We're also drowsy while doing it, so this is the kind of thing that can be pretty risky. If I were to see a zombie that wasn't just that one, I would immediately chuck this stuff out and drop my bag and run off. Or I guess walk off, technically. When we get to high exertion, that's where it goes from just kind of risky to like, okay, now we're playing with fire. And her home is still definitely nothing even remotely close to safe. So it looks like we got somewhere in the ballpark of about 20 knives worth of flint there. So in the morning when we can see, we'll start breaking those up into the blades we need for the knives. All right. You found a Lady Delighter van. Excellent. And for the record, for people who are like, man, the winter is rough, what we're in right now is technically winter. Like November is the start of winter, and I believe the first day of March is the end of winter as far as the game is concerned. I don't know which of the penalties still are in play and all that, but it used to be there were a bunch of penalties that, like, you know, on November 1st, whatever, your fishing ability would absolutely be decimated, stuff like that. A lot of stuff wouldn't be as available anymore. Okay, so crafting, we will want to go here and start shipping all you. Get our set of knives and all that made. It was 13 we could make out of these. Let's see, was the house you got before still the closest you got? I'm not sure what you just typed there. The house I got to earlier was the house one north of, here, I can just show you on the map. Yeah, so we got to this house. So, like, there's the gas station, that's the house we got to. And so, like, we could see the area the gas station was at, I just couldn't quite reach it. It was, like, end of day, and then when we started the next day, it was a helicopter day, so that kind of screwed up all the plans. Oh yeah, no, I haven't made progress beyond that. Like I said, we got to that house and we slept there. And then the very next day was the helicopter day, which then I had to, like, I ran out and we didn't mess up bringing the stuff around with the helicopter there. But it seems like there was a migration or something between me dealing with the helicopter and getting all the way back around and all that. And just because of that thing. We have... Don't. Okay, no helicopter. Anytime I see the double buzz at the end, I always just, like... There's that momentary, it's like, oh, it's gonna be it. It will be a helicopter day. That's not what I wanted to do at all. That's not how any of this works. No, 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 don't disassemble the radio, please. Alright. Yeah, no, I kind of figured that's where it was going. But pretty soon we're gonna have to go hunting for food. Okay, so we've turned all the flint into those. So one of the things I wanted to check while we're doing that. So at level 6, I can make a long stone blade. So one quick question is long stone required items. It's going to show everything I can cut with it. Yeah, you don't require that. Yeah, unfortunately it lists everything here. I wanted to see if there's like a different kind of knife or something like that. It's fine. When I reach that point, I will make it. And we'll see what the deal is. Is a bone worth it? I mean, you could make stuff with bones, yeah. It depends on what worth it, like, compared to what? Like, inventory space? Or... like, that... I don't really understand what worth it is in this thing. In this context. Contained, compared to that? I mean, I don't have readily available bones, so in my case, it's not worth it because it's not really an option. I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's decent. It's just not something I currently have available. Flint it is then. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, the problem is I need those to be able to take them out. Okay, so I was able to make 3 of those. So I at least have some weapons. We can go back to making the rest of these. Alright, so what did I unlock with that? So for level 5, I made a stone drill. So basically I'm down to just the long blade is the only thing left that we can't nap yet. Yeah, I would love a way to speed this up. Like, if I were to change game settings, it'd be like the crafting thing. Because of how many weapons I need. I cannot imagine when multiplayer drops dealing with that without... like, people are just going to need to have, like, the PSA of, hey, if you're going to be playing multiplayer and you don't hate the people you play games with, speed up the crafting speed. Can you imagine the poor person who's stuck back at place, you know, playing like base mom and just being like, all right, well, I'm making the weapons. Let me craft 30 of these. Real time. Just half an hour of watching bars go by. That was, when multiplayer first dropped for Build 41, there were a lot of servers who were running like 3, 4, 5, 6 hour days and all that kind of stuff. And man, reading the books on those servers where no one knew to change the read times, and you're like, oh, a book takes a real life 15 to 30 minutes. Cool, man. Much game, very fun. Alright, so that'll be the last blade. That's good, because we're getting really hungry. Okay, so, inventory-wise, I have 28 blades. There's a bunch of handles. There's a bunch more handles. I'm not carrying all this crap on me. I've changed my mind. Okay. So what we're going to do is we are getting really hungry. So I'm going to chuck all of this in the box. It does look like I've probably got enough blades to get a pretty solid number of those done. You like the mod that adds reading as a skill level in multiplayer servers? And there's an efficiency skill that Accelerates crafting speed. Might pick that up honestly with how long it can take crafting. Yeah, I could certainly see something like that. Like, honestly, I feel like the base game could... If we're going to be doing this much crafting, I could see the base game benefiting from getting that kind of a thing. Alright, so I'm not going to deal with ripping the cloth, as tempting as it is. Because I am starting to get to that point, it's like our character legitimately does need to get food. And there's a tomato bush. Oh, sorry. I forgot to get the tool out to bludgeon you with. I didn't mean to be pushy. Hey, you. Let's finish you off so I can forage in peace. Your glasses, I'm assuming? Sorry, man. There you go. So we had 3 things pop up the right when we got here. I grabbed the tomatoes and I don't see the other ones. Alright, so this is a field, so this should be good. We can have some garlic with our tomatoes, so we can have like a tomato and garlic salad. We're moving up. If we can figure out where to get ourselves some balsamic vinegar and some basil and some mozzarella, we could have ourselves a pretty good time there. Oh, put that back away. Got ourselves a radish to add in there. Hey, Allison! Thanks so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. How is your run going? You still alive? Still doing good? Did you, I'm assuming you kept your existing run going, or did you start a fresh one for the update? Either way is fine. I don't think it needed a restart necessarily, but I can understand people wanting to. But let me go ahead and get you a shout out real fast. So shout out Allison Adventures. For those who don't know Allison Adventures, a fantastic content creator. Somebody highly recommend check it out. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid. Definitely good times. Let's see. Let's see, you got to level 2 metalworking. And yeah, 11 months you're keeping the existing one for now. That is 100% fair and legitimate. But plays a lot of Project Zomboid. Definitely a good time over there. But yeah, no, there was an update to the unstable branch today. So it was what the internal test build was the last couple of days. That has been pushed to the unstable branch. It's actually got a couple of changes. Like, before, people are like, hey, how did you not catch that the combat animations with the knife are super broken? They weren't broken when we were doing it, so it doesn't hurt anything, and it leads to some weird things where you kind of float at the person and you poke them. But you know, it's weird, it's fine. Yeah, no new archive yet, because things are still unstable. Yep. Right now we're trying to get some stuff to snack on. Our weight's in good place, so I'm just trying to forage real fast. We've got thing. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. No new archive. You know, because everyone's like restarting runs and all that kind of stuff. As a question, because someone asked earlier, like, what the highest kill count run we've got going on right now in Build 42. I realize there's probably a whole lot of people you don't know. Of the numbers you've heard, like, what is, like, some of the higher ones? Like, you know, are people up in the 30s to the thousands already? Honestly, with as long as it would been, it wouldn't be... Yeah, I was gonna say, I wouldn't be surprised if someone had gotten pretty close to 50,000 by now. Emperor's at 10,000, but lots of restarting. Yeah, and that's what I kind of figure is a lot of people are going to be tinkering around, doing all that stuff. I wouldn't want, like, I'm not going to go for any of the records this time, but if I were to, I wouldn't be going for them right now anyways. Because I fully acknowledge, for example, this run, we can make a whole lot of progress, and then an update happens that's like, oh, well, I guess we restart. Or, like, it's breaking kind of thing. We didn't get too many of those on the, I will back up my save and build 41, but there wasn't none of them. We did have once or twice where, like, the map got a major rework that you'd have these weird things where you'd have a building go up. Or so you'd have, like, an empty tile go up, and then because the map had been updated, the other side of the tile would be the other half of the building where the cell was, because you had only loaded in up to that first half of the building kind of thing. They don't have that happen too much. Most of the time, a building will be on one cell. But there are exceptions for, like, really big buildings. Yeah, no, the records just give a motivation for, like, alright, why are we still going on the save kind of thing. Alright, game. I was actually hoping you'd be kind to just give me some mushrooms and be fast about it. Almost better for me to just fish at the rate these go, because at least fishing I can just fast forward. Which is surprising, because we have some hecking foraging skill. We're right about... You know, hell, we're probably one item away from hitting 7. Yeah, now, during the winter and all that, I believe you have a foraging penalty so far as not... You won't see anything here, but, like, the stuff that shows up. There is seasons to the game in the sense that different months you'll have different things kind of show up on the foraging loot table. Should be leveling any second now. I want to say the last time you get new stuff added to the foraging loot tables, I think level 7. It's either 7 or 8. Because there's certain things you can't find, if I recall correctly, if you're under a certain amount of foraging. Snootin, what did you give Valheim a try? Oh, Valheim is excellent. I think you'll enjoy Valheim. I enjoyed Valheim a lot, and then I burned myself out on it. You know, Valheim's really good. It can get a little grindy on the materials at certain parts. The iron. Very specifically the iron. And you'll have some people recommend increasing the quantity, which I think is an entirely reasonable thing. It is a game that doesn't really teach you much. And we leveled on a birthday card. Yeah, no, I had, like, Ashlands didn't exist when I played it. Not in the capacity that there's anything there to do. I'm half tempted with these rabbits running around. If one gets close enough, just smack the rabbit and have rabbit too. I will if I get the opportunity. I'm not expecting to. You got one tap by the mosquito? Yeah, no, that's it is one of those games that if you go to some place you're not ready for, the game will absolutely wreck. Oh yeah, no, the animations are super broken. They don't actually change anything in the gameplay. It just, like, it still works correctly and works as you expect it. It just looks funky. But yeah, no, there's definitely something unhappy with it. The shame is it never had a problem during the test build. It's just when it went unstable, they had changed something. Desk gives are nerfed quickly. Gotcha. No, I definitely remember when I was playing, you got near the planes, and until you're ready to do plane stuff, or I mean even after you're ready to do plane stuff, if you're on your bones just passing the planes, you just gave it a wide berth until you're going there. Just because fighting the mosquitoes on the boat, you're at risk of trashing your boat too. Well, I think in the future I'm just going to fish as opposed to forage. Like, don't get me wrong, we spent most of the time on that. Let's try and go down here to these bodies. And what I can do is I can quickly load up anything we can rip, wash them. And that'll give us something to do in the room at the night. We can just sit there and rip a whole lot of cloth so that the next in-game day I can craft a bunch of those knives I've been meaning to. There's you and you. I do appreciate that we one-tapped a zombie with a claw hammer there. Alright, that'll do. We can run up here. I'm pretty sure we already checked this body, right? Thought I heard one. Okay. Yeah, no, Valheim on its default settings, it can get a little grindy on the resource side, but it's, you know, it's a lot of survival games like that. A lot of games fluff up the mid to late, yeah. Alright, I was hoping I could do this the other way, but let's make really bad choices. So we're about to have a really, really large amount of weight in our main pocket. And it's not something I can easily drop quickly if we get attacked. But if this works the way I'm hoping it will, because people mentioned I could rinse it off here, and I'm hoping this will go quick, because we burn a lot of in-game time doing this, but it's got to be more efficient than ripping literally everything. Don't do that. Does the combat seem easier this patch? I feel like you make less sound, you don't experience much muscle strain. Muscle strain, if you played only on the very first, like when it dropped, muscle strain was easier like the next day or two after it. But this patch, the only big thing I think that has helped with combat is I want to say it's the increased range. I know they changed something with endurance, but I don't think they made it easier. I could be wrong. Someone can correct me. I didn't really watch the patch notes that carefully. Okay. So all these should be washed now. So let's grab those, shove them back in the bag. They could do that while walking. Oh, I'm wearing that, aren't I? Okay, so the question is, rip clothing, rips various clothing. Yes, this is what I do need to do. Because I've been putting off washing it because they just take forever. But this is way, way, way more cloth. Okay. So with that, we got 56 clean rags. So that took way longer in the way of like tearing and all that. But that'll take care of us for a good while. Dr. Horrible's long 100-day plans in the background. Place in the background? Yeah. Oh, Dr. Horrible. That's what I haven't heard in a while. Okay, so go here. Oh yeah, so that's fine. Drop you off. Drop you in here, drop you in here, drop all of you in there, drop you in there. Oh, stop sighing dramatically. You'll be okay. Or you won't. I don't really know. It feels like something I should be worried about. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay, so foraging yesterday took forever. Didn't give us what we were after. Which is surprising. I'm gonna try and fish real fast while we're still in the morning.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
And see if we can't get ourselves some quick food. We had one fish that I was just like slamming right mouse button again, and it still just snapped. I'm like, I don't know what I got, but that fish played for keeps. The big issue is we're going to start starving soon. You know what? We can deal with this. What I'll do is I'll go in the fridge to raid one of like the cans of stuff that I don't really care about. Oh good, it'll smell like home, it'll smell like rotting corpses. It's just the smell we're used to around here. Wouldn't want to feel weird. Okay, so let's go back over here real fast. Get a 40 pound. Yeah, no, I had we caught a 45er earlier. What do I want to slam here real fast? Something that isn't going to dehydrate us instantly or anything. Eat the tortilla chips. It'll eat the jam, and that should be plenty. How late are we going? I will probably go long tonight. I'm guessing there's something coming on with that. I'll probably be going for at least another hour, would be my guess. I thought there was one in front of you. I'm a little spooked by that. Let's just give those trees a little gap. Did I missee that? I thought there was a zombie in front of that one. Alright, Ultra. Thank you for popping in and all that. I'm gonna do this even though I have a feeling what's gonna be going on here soon. Which is, I'm gonna do a shout out for Ultrasaurus. That's undefined, is not the name I'm looking for. Ultrasaurus. For those who don't know, Ultrasaurus, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Good time over there. Also been playing a lot of Project Zomboid and all that good stuff. No, that's no problem. I know it's not required, but I'm gonna do it anyways. And you're either gonna like it or you're not, and I really actually have no control over that. So there, I guess. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna do an ad break here in just a minute because, well, actually, wait. I'll just ask the question. Are you about to raid in? Should I ad break now, or should I be mashing postpone like it's going out of style? I can go either way with it. Because it'll only kick at 15. She might literally be raiding out now. That's what I'm guessing is going down. Okay, so I'm looking for... Oh, that's... I was actually hoping to have started fishing before that went off. I'm looking for is a spot I can even fish here. There's no bubbles in a good spot. I mean, I got those. That's not great. And that's okay. That's an okay spot. I'll have to wait till the alarm goes, though. Or not the alarm. The alarm already went. Meta events. I don't really see any zombies choosing a direction. They're all just kind of meandering, so I guess we're fine. What is my favorite dipping sauce? Ooh, that is a good one. That is a really good one. It's gonna be, yeah, so she's probably figuring out with the raid out. It'd probably be like some type of like buffalo dipping sauce. Some kind of that type thing. You know, something spicy. Well, we're gonna have an ad break here in 2 seconds, so I need to use the restroom real fast anyways. So I'm gonna do that real fast. I wasn't paying attention to the thing. I don't think we have a helicopter. But I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you for tuning in. I'll be right back. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed, please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I
shall put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey, Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly, this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... The worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. I want to clarify, murdering that person, just straight out murdering them, is not... Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. Alright, the ad break isn't quite over yet, but grab myself a drink, use the restroom, all that stuff. Alright, so we were going to... I'm going to assume the fact that I didn't notice her saying air activity detected that we're fine. And then if I'm wrong, I'll just be deeply upset about it, and I will regret my life decisions. Many of them. Oh yeah, no, Little Guardsman is amazing. That is the game where she was like... you know, I am also beautiful. And I was making the joke about the fact that the princess there just left us hanging is all I'm saying. We have been just like, we have just been her bestie and everything. And she's like, nope, not gonna call you beautiful. Not gonna be anything. It's like, you know, or even if like you didn't want to lie and you're like, okay, well, like, kid, I don't think you're beautiful. Like, even being like, well, you're wonderful, or like, you know, at least something. And she's like, nope, just gonna go do my thing. You're like, come on. The kids risk their life. The least you can do is throw a bone. Alright. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to cast all the way across the other side of this entire lake. I don't feel like going down there and dealing with all that nonsense. Oh, if I didn't, I think I mentioned it. We had a fish earlier today, Allison, that I hooked it, and the fish went straight sideways and almost hit the shore immediately. Like, just straight up half across the lake in seconds. I reeled it in, it got close, and the thing went solidly into red. And I was just spamming the right mouse button. Nothing. Couldn't do anything. Couldn't get out of the red at all. I have not seen what it's like. Alright, that's gotta be like a large alligator gar or something like that. I wanna catch it just to see what it is. I have a feeling our fishing skill plays into how much leeway you get, is what I'm guessing is a thing. I don't know that for a fact. That's just me trying to make assumptions with no basis behind them. Empty soda bottle. The record fish is like 20k. Oh, 20k kilograms. I was like, excuse me? Yeah, I think ours was like 16 or 18 was the one. Is there a better fishing pole? I'm assuming the fishing pole you can find is better than the makeshift one. Yeah, I think the biggest I've seen was 16 or 18, somewhere in that ballpark. We caught was a small alligator gar, and it was like 40 encumbrance. Okay. Broken fishing net. Be nice if we had a better fishing spot for fishing ripples today. I actually have no idea how much those ripples matter at all. Like, so far as, like, being here versus there versus there. Can you fix the broken fishing net? I have no idea. Was 93 centimeters? Is something like that, yeah. Yeah, you got one too. It was 92 encumbrance. Yeah, sorry, 42 encumbrance. Yeah, mine was like 40 flat. We couldn't eat it all before it rotted, and I was being pretty aggressive on the eating. Just double checking to make sure there isn't a good set of ripples up here I'm missing. Doesn't look like it. It's fine. All right. Or, you know, another thing it could be, I wonder if the game has a concept of the fish exhaustion of some kind. Because I could see when you realize you have, like, that big lunker of a fish, that what you could do is just, like, reel it in a little ways, but not, like, try to actually, like, retrieve it, because it only seemed to, like, fight to the point of solid red when it got close. So it could be one of those ones that you... Hey... It is a tiny fish. Heck yeah. Where's your spot? Where's the ripples? Good, normal, good. You love that so much quieter? Oh yeah, no, I used advanced volume enable or whatever it was. When I was doing my marathon run to just not make that spear splash nearly as loud, I cut the volume to like 30% or something. I'll need to kill that zombie on the left here in a minute. Yep, and there comes all your friends. Redesign build 42 on your M1 Mac. You have low hopes. I know they were working on some stuff with certain Mac and video or Mac and processor issues that people are having. I have no idea where that's at though. It's always tricky for people who game on Macs just because a lot of games, the Mac and Linux support a lot of times, they don't really put a whole lot into making sure it's there. And I don't even mean that like in a negative sense, they just, when it comes to the amount of effort and time they can put into supporting an area that's a much smaller segment of the possible user base is a harder sell, especially when you're strapped for resources like a lot of indie devs are. All right. How's the head in that? That shit's like the third time repaired. Oh, the head's gone now. Okay. I was gonna say, it's like the third time I've repaired that hammer. I figured it was probably spent. Let's see, Pirate Software once explained that usually comes at a personal cost just to port to Mac. Yep. There's just, when you look at like the different operating systems supporting Mac and Linux, as far as actual market share, it's just such a small subset that not many people, like, it's just not that many units sold, unfortunately. If you're like a huge game, it's a lot easier to justify, but unless you're selling like millions and millions of units, it's really tough. Because on top of that, for people running Mac and Linux, per capita, you're going to have less people who are going to be gaming heavily. And it's not to say that there isn't people who game heavily on Mac or Linux or anything like that. I don't want to come across that way. It's just on a raw per capita, if I have 100 users on one and 100 users on the other, you're not going to have that same volume between the two. If there's no profit, it was a net loss. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's only when you're talking really big titles. When you're talking a really, really big title, then there's opportunity. Even that is a wish-wash. So it is always going to be a thing that, like with Linux, you can do stuff like you can use, what was it, Wine? And all that to make Windows stuff work on there and similar things. So there is some opportunity there to fix it on your end as the user. But there's not many games who, like, out of the box want to support. One of the things that is helping with that, though, is you're getting more common languages, like, or shouldn't say languages, you're getting common tech stacks, like .NET has it and a whole bunch of it, where you can just compile the application and 90+% of it works on any of them, and it's just getting down to some of the minutia between there. Remember correctly, said it was largely due to the problem with licensing costs app from the side of the low user base. I honestly couldn't answer the desktop application licensing. That I have no idea about. I know if you want to put stuff on the Apple Store, you do have to pay annually just to be allowed to submit stuff to the store. But I don't recall that being particularly bad. That said, if it's going through the store, a lot of that stuff, they take a cut of your revenue, and that could be where the problem is. It's kind of like on mobile stuff where you pay the extra if it's on the iPhone or Android. There's some of that kind of stuff going on. But I'm pretty sure you could still direct load with Apple. It's just the question is, do most Mac users operate that manner? But if you're going through Steam, I would imagine that would be the same problem. Of course, maybe Steam, you know, has, like, there's a cut of your revenue goes to Apple through that too, so that'd be like the double dipping royalty kind of thing of the amount Steam takes plus Apple. I have no idea about deploying or selling stuff to be run on Apple. That's fortunately one thing I never had to worry about is the applications I was writing. I usually didn't worry, like, I didn't have to worry about, you know, end users running on their local personal machines very often. So I didn't have to worry about oh, that one's one sideways way. I didn't have to worry about, like, Apple computers much. And for the applications that would have a reason to run there, they were just kind of download from GitHub kind of executable type things that they would run on Apple. Ooh. I see you trying to break my line, little jerk. Small alligator gar. 45 encumbrance. Little baby fish right there. Little bitty baby. Just watching my knees buckle a little bit. But yeah, I know it's like game dev is already a very cutthroat industry on the very make it or break it. It's really, really hard unless you're a very big established name to survive. And then on top of that, anything you do that adds an extra layer of risk is a very difficult sale. Oh, I can't. Didn't I? It's... Put you in here. Drop all the bugs in there. Okay. Craft. Fillet. Small fish. Larger than 2 generators. Generator isn't a generator... Well, it depends on if it's your hand in your bag. Or not in your bag. It can't go in your bag. Wasn't a generator like 45 or something, but then you can carry and it penalizes you for like 15, 20 or whatever? Okay. So we need to cut those fillets down at least once. So now they're 10 encumbrance fillets. And again for 5 encumbrance fillets. And then again for 2.5 encumbrance fillets. How many calories? I did not look before I started hacking it to bits. It probably would have been... I should have checked. I mean, I did have my mouse over it, so we would have seen at some point. At least I believe I had my mouse over it, otherwise it'll remain a mystery forever. It was around 18,000? Yeah, I figured as much. Because like I said, I haven't seen a 20,000 one. That one was a little bit bigger than the last one, though, so far as, like, it was 45 versus our last one was 40. Hey, cooking 4. Alright. And this should be the last time I want to cut these down, but that should get them to a pretty reasonable size. So it doesn't take me a day and a half to yank it out of my bag every time I want to go and put it in a bowl. And the sad part is, a lot of this is not going to get eaten. I'm going to try my best, but a lot of it is going to rot. Installed to let you know? Well, good luck. I do hope it runs for you. But yeah, and as a saying for, like, when you look at indie game devs, it's a big thing to make a game. Like, you can't, like, just being passionate about it isn't enough. Like, there's research you gotta do, there's a lot of work you gotta do, you've gotta develop the various skills you need, which, you know, realistically, if you're doing it on your own and you're not just made out of money, it's going to be you getting other people to believe in your vision and all that, or just learning them all yourself. And it's not that you can't do those things. There are those games out there like Terraria or, you know, Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 back in the day and Roller Coaster Tycoon that were one-person ventures. But for every one of those, you're going to have many, many, many others that just never got off the ground. And you'll even, like, even honestly these days, more so than in the past, even these days, you could have, like, an absolute A+, wonderful, no questions about it, $1 million idea, as far as, like, the quality of what you're making and everything, and still not succeed, because marketing is honestly, in many ways, just as, if not more important for your commercial success than the thing you are marketing. And it sucks that it is that way. but it is. Like, don't get me wrong, it's kind of one of those things that the marketing gets the people to look at your game in the first place. And then your game has to be good enough that you don't just get yourself destroyed in reviews and all that to then undermine your marketing. But even if you have, like, a flawless, amazing game in this day and age, with literally, what was it, like 17,000 or, like, was it 17,000 games came out on Steam last year? It was something absolutely absurd like that. But yeah, so even if you make the most amazing game ever, getting spotted in like 17,000 other games is just a whole thing. And I'm being very inefficient on how I'm eating these. But when they're literally going to rot because I can't eat them fast enough, it's kind of hard to be considering having wasted them. Yes, you're about halfway. Let's walk this over to the fridge. And no, I don't have power. No, I don't have a refrigeration or that. But it's more fish than I can carry on me. So, you know. You know, drying rack? I didn't look at this, so now I'm doing. Is a drying rack actually a thing now? We can. Can be used to dry leather of large animals. Can be used to dry leather. Can be used to dry leather. Yeah, see, these can be used to dry herbs and peppers and small plants. Apply. We use to dry large plants like wheat and barley. So does imply that we can dry... Well, I mean, I guess the fish themselves might be a small animal. That is a lot of twine. What's interesting that you have plant ones and then leather, because these don't even say the animals. This says the leather. I mean, we'll definitely want to deal with that at some point. I haven't been taking these apart, but this one's like right at our house. Thank you for your silence. Let's eat that other fish. Oh wait, didn't I still need to make, yeah, that's right. I had a whole bunch of knives we could have made still. But we should be good to fight more tomorrow because we got our food sorted, we've got weapons sorted. So we're good to fight. So we did lose a day or two because I tried to forage the first day and didn't have much luck. And then we fished and that cost us most of today. That's just the nature of taking care of our characters. As we get a lot of levels and stuff, a lot of this will go faster. Okay, so it's officially too dark now. Okay, I'm gonna put the hammer in here. I'm just being wasteful at how I'm eating this. I don't want to be overburned. And half it's gonna rot. Okay. So it's probably gonna need to happen. Put more of these in here. Grab these knives and put them in here. I go back in here and fill up the rest of the bag. I probably do need more than that even. We'll worry about that when we wake up in the morning. Okay. Alright, so we can fast forward until it's ready to go for the next day, and that'll be good to actually make some moves, and hopefully get some zombies killed. The good news is we have actually survived over 4 months now, so we're making good progress, solid progress in our character. And our kill count is already at 7,170. So I believe we've killed about 1,100 zombies this stream, if I'm not mistaken. So the kill counts are adding up quickly. Alright, we'll eat our salad real fast. Eat more salad. So we might actually push slightly overweight by the time we finish this fish. I'm okay with that because it just means on the other side of it, we'll be able to, sorry. On the other side of it, what we'll be able to do is just eat literally anything and they'll slowly fall off. So I'm trying to make some knives really fast while we're checking to, waiting for the radio broadcast. And then depending on the radio broadcast, we'll figure out where we're going next. And I'm really mixed feelings on the radio broadcast where I will be taking the helicopter. Because I'm running out of places that aren't completely overwhelmed with zombies. To the west, that is. And I'm really worried if I cut east, I'm going to be a major setback. I mean, I'm going to have to probably deal with that one way or the other, aren't I? Okay, so drop some of these in the bag. Drop you in the shelf. Take a sip of the water. Get our radio out. Okay, so let's see what the broadcast has this time, because we're definitely 100% in the range of the helicopter. And then, like I said, I gotta make a decision, and I could potentially try and go around the area to the east and go underneath Irvington, so literally go to the south of Irvington. I could try to do that. The danger there being is if the helicopter arrives and I'm halfway past, it might drag the zombies literally across where we're clearing. I don't think we can go straight right anymore. I have saturated that whole place with zombies. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Is we'll go east and we'll try and cut. Don't. Okay, we're fine. No helicopter today. Get these last 5 knives made. eat another thing of fish. That should give me room for like 1 or 2 more knives. And then we'll have a kill day. I'm wondering with the long blades it'll get our condition higher, because all of our knives have consistently had the same amount of condition. Okay. Drop you off. And one last knife. Get our salad ready, take a sip of water, and then it's go time. Okay, cool. Well, I don't like you being there, buddy. Let's do it once around the house just to make sure we don't have any zombies looming. That's closer than I like them. All right. I'm not trying to clear around the lake, but keep aggroing, I don't care. They're all zombies in the area, they all gotta go. Alright, so let's check the other side though. It mostly focuses on making sure we don't have zombies that'll very easily wander in. Obviously, if they walk a long distance from a migration or whatever, it's gonna happen. But I don't think there's a reasonable way we counter that until we wall off the whole area. Alright, so looks clear to me. Got zombies up here. Looks like a pretty big group. Oh, actually looks like a bunch of zombies up here. Well, unfortunately, that does mean I am dealing with stuff closer to home. Did we ditch zombies along? Oh, you know what? We did do that, didn't we? Did we pull a group back here? And it's just they got far back than I thought? I'm not sure. It could also be migration shenanigans. We did have a meta event that I didn't see any zombies move. This could be the zombies that moved from the meta event, whatever direction it drew them. Okay, just 3 from the other group. Cool. How's that? Minor muscle strain. We'll go a little exerted, but I only got 2 left up here. 3 left up here. 4 left up here. Alright, so we're at high muscle strain. Let's try and back off. Hey! Ultrasaurus, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Bear with me a moment. I'm scarily reading a book out in the open where there's zombies. But welcome in, raiders. I will give you a shout out here in just a moment. I'm just waiting for this muscle straight here. I'm going to pause now. So let me go ahead and get you that shout out. Shout out. As you do in 16 times pop. Absolutely. If it doesn't fill your heart with fear, are you even playing it? I'm sorry. I was going to shout you out, Ultrasaurus, but it says I have a 20-minute and 11-second cooldown because I shout you out too much, so you're just gonna have to wait. For those who missed, I did shout out Ultra earlier. But thanks so much for everyone popping in here. I heard the pages flip and it scared me. But for those who don't know who I am, well, first of all, check out Ultrasaurus, absolutely fantastic content creator, as I mentioned earlier. Also plays a lot of the same games we play, has played Farming Simulator 25, playing some Project Zomboid, playing a whole bunch of good stuff, lots of good times. If you like it here, you will more than likely like it there. All the reverse is probably also true.
Thank you, Ultrasaurus, for subscribing for 7 months. Heck.
And thank you, Ultrasaurus, for the tier 1 sub. That's 7 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that support as well. So thank you so much for that. But yeah, for everyone else popping in, I am Rual Storge. We play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in this game right here, Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life. And on that top of that, I didn't have any mods to change itemization or vehicles, and I played on try-hard big sweaty settings. That said, you'll notice there's a past tense on that record, because it has been beaten. You have the opposite world record. I actually would care to differ. I know people who have survived for, man, what is it? I know I've seen people die in like under 8 seconds. I think my record was probably something like, I didn't time it, like 12 seconds, where I spawned in on like a road and there were zombies there, and it's just as fast as they could bite me. Like, there wasn't a chance for me to react, they're already grabbing. Because it was a, there was bugs with Pill's random spawn mod where sometimes it just plunk you in the road and you're like, well, I guess I die now. Because that's what happens. Alright. But yeah. Try hard big sweaty settings, pretty much. Hey, I know where I stand. Also, with that said, because my brain put 2 and 2 together, don't mind me. Shout out Penny Meowie, who is another fantastic content creator. And we have a how to be quiet. Let's see, the fastest you think you could die is 7 seconds. Crowd control itself upon spawning is pretty definitive. Yeah. For those who don't know, Penny Meowie, another fantastic content creator, also been playing Project Zomboid, relatively new to the game and all that, so still learning all that. But has been doing better and better with each run, as you do. So definitely check them out if you want to see someone who is in that phase where they're learning the game, but they're not quite in that, you know, you have no idea, like having like actual success a little bit here and there. You're the worst Project Zombie player, but you've been loving it a lot. I've seen way worse. You're doing fine. Now, that's the first time we drank the cursed water since the update. I hope nothing changed with that, or I'll regret that. And in a minute, I'm going to be shouting out yet another person, which is How to Be Quiet, who's another fantastic content creator who has been playing Project Zomboid lately. And also plays a lot. Oh, I just about walked into that zombie. That's how you die in 16 times pop, by the way. It's not the big fights. It's you walk into a zombie that's wide out in the open. What a compliment. I've seen much worse. You're fine. I mean, I hope it came across as a compliment. Like, I didn't see anything with Penny playing them like, oh man, this is bad. I didn't see anything that struck me on that end. It's like, nah, you're doing good. Like, genuinely had some solid survival earlier on. You definitely felt like a compliment. Yeah, no, I've you've definitely been like learning as you go. I've seen people who play the game and just due to impatience make the same mistake and make the same mistake and then make the same mistake, and you're like, come on, man. The game is trying really hard to teach you this one lesson, and you're just You're just not listening. You died in the same way like the last 5 times. Usually people driving really fast or running everywhere. The running everywhere is the one I see get a lot of people killed, that they don't realize what they've done. And I mean like literally running like house to house to house, and then they get into a fight and they're like, why do I suck at fighting? Oh yeah, my character's hacking out their lungs right now. Your mistake is abusing the speed up game. Oh yeah, I think that's a rite of passage of the game, is killing yourself by fast forwarding. I think we've all been there. See, the last death, you panicked me because the car you were looting got surrounded by zombies. Didn't die because there were zombies, but because you panicked. Oh no, I've got a clip that shows up every once in a while that was 100% those things. It's the clip that there's a fence like bisecting the screen here, and I'm fighting zombies on this side and like backing up this way, and there's like a tree behind me. And what's happening in my brain is I'm like, oh man, I got a blind spot behind me. If I back up to this tree, you know, I could get grabbed. And so what happens is I get up to the tree, I hear the zombie, and it's not even anywhere near. It's like if this is the tree, it's back here. But it's just the brain goes, nope, process can't compute, and just walked straight forward into the zombies I was fighting and died. Didn't even swing the weapon, just like walked into him and just like if I kept backing up, would have been fine. Jump the fence, would have been fine. Run up, would have been fine. Kept just fighting the way I was fighting, would have been fine. Just, you know, walked into the sunset because it was 100% panicked and just died. Must be said that there's some gamerism running in games is the standard most games. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Every game's have. Well, I always appreciate the raids. I always appreciate when I can raid into you as well, Ultra. It's always a good time. And we should have had a minute, so let me go ahead and do this, which is shout out how to be quiet. Who, again, fantastic content creator. Does a lot of fun stuff over there. Also playing Product Zomboid. I think the content that stands out and sticks in my brain the most from tuning into Quiet's channel is just, I'm blanking on the name, Crime Scene Cleaner, that's the one. It wasn't the first game I've seen Quiet play, but there was definitely a vibe to Quiet playing Crime Scene Cleaner. Putting on his big yellow gloves and getting ready for it. No copter yet? No, we are overdue for the copter. I am playing on sometimes helicopter. I should probably mention what settings I'm playing on. So I'm playing on 16 times population, which is the highest population the game supports out of the box. And I am playing on it with helicopter set to sometimes, which what that means is every 10 days is the fastest it can happen, but it's not guaranteed that. It's somewhere between like 10 and 20 days. I don't know the ceiling. I do know the floor is 10. We are on day 14 since our last helicopter. So you get the idea. Usually I've seen it around this time. That is very Quiet vibes. Yeah, Quiet does a really good job of having some, like, fun chaos going on over there. I kinda can't wait for this nightstick to break. It's a shame. I do not love the nightstick nearly as much in Build 42. Build 41, the nightstick was one of my favorite weapons. Like, it was the short blades, like the hunting knife, and then you drop down to short blunts, of which, like, the nightstick isn't numerically the best one, but that durability, though. But just right now, even with, I think we're at 3 short blunt, still just muscle strained city. It's consistent. You have a few. Yeah. The one that surprised me is like early game build 41 machete wasn't amazing, but it was workable. And then you got 1 or 2 points in long blade and you just wrecked things. Like I honestly, it wasn't until level 3 long blade that it even felt usable. How close are you to Irvington? If we look at our map right now, so Irvington is this. This is Irvington. Irvington, AK, an S-ton of zombies. Our target here is this gas station right here on the north. That's our target. I have gotten to that house. We saw the gas station, and that's like not just running through and looking at it. We ran through and looked at it, but like actually cleared up. We've gotten there. The problem is I got there, I slept there, and then we had a helicopter, and I did get all the way over here before the helicopter went. So that helicopter didn't mess with anything down here. But we had a migration in the meantime. And those migrations, the new cell-to-cell migrations with 16 times pop are rough. The town and up rolls in and says, "Yo, I heard you got a nice place here. We all decided to visit." Because we haven't had zombies like in this area in a while. The hopeful here is that by these zombies being up here, I'll probably go down to the last cell and they'll have left there. Like this volume, there'll still be zombies in the last cell. But yeah, they roll deep. There's a couple clips here and there now where it's like I'll walk and just there'll be the wall of zombies moving towards me. It's like, nope. I can fight some things, and that is not one of them. Occasionally just decide your home is no longer yours. Yeah, that's honestly, we haven't had a ton of clips since Build 42 dropped. Most of the clips we've had since Build 42 dropped is me going someplace and just a literal wall of zombies and the frame rate dip and being like, no. Because if I remember, I think, am I remembering correct? I believe I saw you over here, where this is where you had, like, there was, like 2 animal trailers and a bunch of regular trailers and a ton of animals in here. And it went down there because I saw all the trailers, but there was also, because 16 times pop is 16 times pop, there was so many zombies. I'm like, I'm coming back here. Not today. My poor car only has a little bit of gas, and that is a small army protecting that thing. But someday, these trailers will be mine. Because the best part is, for once they're not a trailer that's a wreck. Yeah, so East Irvington, if you're in the trailer market, ooh, just saying. I can assure you, if anyone is wondering, there is no good loot on this road north of Irvington. In case you're wondering. There is no animals, there is no gun store, there's no outdoors store, there's no tool shop. There's like 5 or 6 houses. They got a couple of garages. I need you to stop showing up because I am becoming exerted. Hey, friend. You just gonna pop out of that tree next to me there? We got it back. Did I mention I've been a little disappointed in the nightstick? Alright. You haven't, how so? It's just the endurance. If the endurance efficiency is actually okay. It's causing me way more muscle strain despite like, being level 3 short blunt, I'm finding is a very muscle strain inducing weapon. It's nowhere near the worst. The low level machete was pretty awful. Which is a shame, because machete, it's probably really good at higher levels, but low level machete was just 2 zombies, and we were into red muscle strain. And it was pretty upsetting. To be fair, it is a 2 encumbrance one-handed weapon, which... There. I need you to stop. I am at high exertion. I should not be continuing to fight. I should be stopping. But we're right here. Because they're just trickle feeding in here, giving me that false sense of confidence that I can finish the job and then rest, and it'll all be okay. Knowing that if they can keep this up just a little longer, I'll be at excessive exertion, at which point I might as well just lay down on the ground and cover myself with barbecue sauce. Okay, there we go. Finally. Please be mostly broken. I mean, you're like 2/3 broken. But it's not gonna level unless I use it, and I have it, and it's taking up inventory space, so I'm gonna use it. Alright. Because with my short blades, I can actually go through, like, 2 or 3. What type of barbecue sauce? Sweet baby Ray's? Oh, no. No. For the zombies and what we're going through, they're not getting good stuff. They're getting like that ketchup someone put a little brown sugar in and called it barbecue sauce. That's what they're getting. They're getting like the real bad stuff that even the fast food joint kind of goes, man, can we really sell that? It's pretty rare to find a barbecue sauce that I'm like, you know what? That was bad. But I've had someone like, this is ketchup. This is just slightly darker ketchup I'm eating. I am the disappoint. I just gotta accept that muscle strain isn't going away. We gotta back off. It's getting dark anyways. That Drongo emote is so cursed. It's always the lower level employees asking the question. The C-suite is like, if we could feed them actual garbage, we would. I have certainly seen decisions. I've certainly seen decisions. I don't really know where to go with the rest of that sentence. I've certainly seen decisions. The things were decided. Not sure where to go with there. There's a lot that one sentence can carry. What is Arby's sauce? I have no idea. I haven't been to an Arby's and I couldn't tell you how long. I don't really do much in the way of fast food. Like once in a while I'll do like the guilty Taco Bell hit. You know, see if I can destroy my stomach lining. Let's see. Ended a bit early because you're not feeling great. Glad you could thrust your chat under my chat under your care. No problem. You feel better. I know you've been trying to get on the mend. I do hope you feel better. The franchise owners look like I got 80% of fell off the back of the truck, and it's only 2 years expired. Yeah. Oh man. I will simply say I cannot eat hot dogs out anymore. And like even at home I can't really do it. Like grilled I can maybe make it happen, but roller hot dogs or steamed or any of that, can't do it. Cannot do it. It's not possible. With the things I've seen, cannot do it. I will go hungry. I'm fine. I will simply say it wasn't the first time they were cooked, or the second, or the third. How many times have they cooked? I honestly couldn't answer. All I know is one of the few times at work is like, my answer is no, I'm not doing it. You can fire me. That's disgusting. Which they didn't. But that was a job I didn't stay at very long. And I would say more about the job, but it's definitely one of those jobs I can't say a lot about without doxing myself, so I won't. Alright. So we're gonna go boil ourselves some water. I remember when I had a whole field of crops. Those are good times. Brief times. Then we had Plants vs. Zombies, but only the zombies knew they were playing. And for the record, the zombies, they don't, like, dig up your plants or anything like that. They don't target them or anything. It's just if a zombie happens to walk across a plant, it will destroy it. Or it can destroy it. It won't will. Let's see, I had an old friend who worked at a fancy restaurant, and his first title was Dishwasher and Cockroach Catcher. Sounds about right. To give credit to that place I worked, I never ran into a situation where we had pests. Like, you know, I'm sure it happened, because there's food, pests are gonna happen. But of all the cursed things I saw there, that was not one of them. I will say, oh man, for the actual worst one. So, I will simply say, so you know how there's like the tray dispensers, the spring-loaded ones? So, you know, you go out there, there's the trays, you put them on there, they push down in the springs. You take your tray, you go, you get your food, whatever. So one of those had broken. The springs, I don't know what actually broke it, but it wasn't there. There was just the opening. And so what ended up happening was, understandably, a bunch of customers went through this. And when I say this is a high-traffic food place, it is a ridiculously high-traffic food place. So they saw an opening about counter level, because it was a counter, an opening counter level along where you have everything. What do people assume that is? You assume it's a trash can, because it looks like a trash can. Obviously, if you look down and you see there's no bag in there, you'd figure it out. But, you know, that's expecting a lot out of a customer. So, needless to say, people are throwing large amounts of food waste in this not trash can. Well, what ends up happening is someone comes to realize that this is a thing many hours later. Because again, super duper high traffic, you don't see everything, and the person's like, oh hell no, I'm not doing it. So they put the trays back. Well, a day or two goes by, the things down in there have ripened, as you can imagine. You know, dairy and all of it has hit truly awful sense. And I'm the poor fool who gets brought in, and I'm there, and the person's like, I'm going to ask you to do only one thing for your whole day. Literally, you don't have to do anything else for the entire shift. Just one thing. I'm like, okay. And they're like, we need someone to clean this. It's not a cabinet that opens. So I can't just like open the front of it and like clean it out or anything. The only thing I can do is reach up and over and down, and whatever I can get, facing down into this awful, and just what I can get into a bag, one after the other. It was truly an experience. It was one of these things I would do for like 15, 20, 30 minutes, and the stomach was not doing so hot, and I'd go outside and just sit down, like in the air, and just let everything settle, and then go back for the next round. You'd bust out the pressure washer. Well, the problem is it's an enclosed space and there's like physical trash down there. Like that's the problem. There was solid matter down in an enclosed space that didn't open on any side. Like the manager there did a lot for me because I was willing to do that, but it wasn't worth it. I was not paid enough. And I was paid for the type of work you do at that kind of place. I was actually paid pretty okay. But I'm sorry, that's all I was like, man, I know you got some higher paid people here. I don't care what their actual job is. I'm not paid enough. But that was one of my first jobs. You don't learn your worth real quick. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, and we're on an ad break, so I'm gonna do that and I'll be right back.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving.
Garage?
Oh,
Yeah,
you are
just,
too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
We're by
nothing.
ourselves.
That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace and you're still threatening, but not you. She's a jerk. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. I missed. All right. Of course. Of course. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp, but you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And all right, one of the things that really makes it easier. That was a good old clip from Dr. Ellen Ennis, who is one of our first really big marathon runs. Got to, like, you saw, it was like the 75,000 or whatever. Died clearing the prison. And it wasn't anything you'd think, like, you go in the prison, there's all those dark corners you can't really see, lots of room to get ambushed. No, it was a zombie standing perfectly still on top of all of the bodies of the fallen, because when they do that, you really can't make out the zombies among all the visual noise of those who were just standing there. And so, had that 1 second didn't see the zombie, got bit, run ended. So I piled up a bunch of bodies, and you saw, like, the car turned on its side. Because, I don't know about now with Build 42. Build 41, if you had, like, a bunch of bodies piled on one tile, your car could just, like, roll on its side and all that real fast, or you could, like, ramp it and jump it. Like, physics got wild when you had big stacks of bodies. And I still imagine they do get pretty wild. So that is one thing to keep in mind when you're driving around. Treat bodies, like, with respect, as far as be careful driving over them at any kind of speed. You'll be amazed at how fast you can send a car into the air or flip it on its side or stuff like that. Alright, so hopefully we managed to get some pressure down here. We are expecting a helicopter literally any day now. My plan for the helicopter here is I don't want to drag the zombies across there. And all these skulls are me marking that I have made this place. You can see I've had 4 helicopters I've done over here. This place is just not a place we can do anything with. So I have the problem now. Well, actually, you know what? We never went down this way. Never mind. Yeah, so ignore everything I was about to say. If we have the helicopter, my goal is to go over here and then go south. Because I'm trying to not draw the zombies up or across this any more than I have to. As you try to kill zombies away from the main roads for that exact reason, probably not feasible. So I actually do the opposite. I deliberately do fight zombies on roads, because roads, I don't have to worry about trees blocking my vision. I don't have to worry about, you know, where corners are and all that. If I'm on the road, it's fairly, you know, fairly safe. Generally speaking, I don't have a reason to drive over the areas I'm working on clearing on 16 times pop. Usually don't make that kind of forward momentum, you know, that fast. That said, we are in a weird situation because my car is low on gas and I'm just trying to get to the gas station. I am kind of just driving it forward and then parking it, and because originally I was using it as like my base of operations. Do you have zombie respawn on? No. Generally speaking, if you're on any level of higher population, like 4, 6, 8, or higher than that, you should not have respawn on. Lower than that, then there's certainly a thing to say yes, no, depending on what you're doing. Or if you have it on, you need to crank it way down. And the reason for that boils down to, at these pops, you can't even theoretically keep up with the respawn. For those who aren't aware, I can't speak for Build 42. It just came out. We haven't trialed and errored and figure out like the sweet spots of what you can and can't do and all that quite yet. But I'm imagining the amount of zombies we can kill per day is lower than Build 41. Or, yeah, Build 41. Because of like muscle strain and all that kind of stuff. But when you're looking at Build 41, you could average about 500 to 700 zombies per day sustained. And the sustained is the key word there, because usually I have someone like, I've killed 1,400 zombies a day. And it's like, well, that's cool. But that's one day. You got your shotgun shells and you had a good time, I understand. The sustained is the key word, because you'll have those days you gotta stop and, you know, deal with your traps to keep your weight up, or fish, or, you know, make new weapons, or you're getting to the end of the area, so there's not really that many zombies to pull from anymore, so you're just kind of doing cleanup. You get the idea. There's like an ebb and a flow where you'll have those days you're just absolutely tearing up house, and then you'll have those days that the kill count is just really not much. Do you know how it plays? Let's see. Do you know how it, if you play with low initial count but high peak count? So if you do that, it'll be effectively zombies just kind of, they'll appear in different areas on the map. So it'll effectively be like respawn, except it'll be a very aggressive respawn until it reaches that peak count. Because spawn and respawn are separate mechanics. But it'll feel like you've got respawn turned on. It'll just be extremely aggressive. Just because instead of it being like, you know, 5% of an area per 3 days or whatever the default is, instead it'll be, you know, however many days, that amount of the zombies to hit that final mark each day going up. Hi, zombie. I was trying to think of like an easy way to do the math, but let's say you start at 1 times and you have the peak set to 2 times, and you've got like 4 days. It means each day you'd get 0.25 pop worth of zombies spawning in, you know, per day. Are you wearing a wizard hat? Yep, it is not a mod. That is base game. It's new with Build 42. But it is just base game that you can find the wizard hat. I also got my monster manual and my my 20-sided dice. Don't worry about it. Where do you get it? It is a event house. So you just basically keep looking for houses until you find the house where people are having game night. So there's not like go to this house. It's random. It was really fun. It was really fun being in the internal test. There was a bug in the internal test for a little while where you had your weapons had like a little bit over twice the range they were supposed to, and it was really fun to take like the little knife and then stab, and then a zombie like 8 feet away get knocked back with the wizard hat. So we were just RPing a wizard. Because our character used to have this whole like purple theme and all that going on. She had like a purple flower sun hat and everything, and that all went away when the wizard hat showed up. You understand. We were also wearing a bathrobe for a long time, so we were really leaning into the wizard thing. Unfortunately, it started to get too cold, and we had to put on another layer of clothing. And unfortunately, the bathrobe does take the outer layer, which is the same thing the jacket does. Can you repair it with tailoring? The hat? I don't believe hats can get damaged. I could be wrong about that. I've not... So I normally don't get hit by zombies at all, so... You know, until we die, I guess. But in a run, I'll go a very long time with no zombie hits. I don't think we've had a zombie hit on this character yet. And we're at over 4 months. But, like, to give you an idea, so actually, what we could do is we could use Venus Orozco. So Venus Orozco is my longest-lived character, still alive, build 41 at over, like, it's like at 180,000 kills or something like that. And I think she's been hit by a zombie twice. We had one hit very early on, like right by the beginning, trying to get set up in her first house. And then I had a second hit because I had my mouse failing at the time. And it was like the right mouse would stop detecting for a fraction of a second. So in practice, I would go to hit the zombie, and because it's holding back, my character would turn around as I was trying to swing because it would just stop detecting the right mouse button, so I would miss the zombie and still move really slow. And needless to say, that got us hit. That's actually when I kind of took a long break from Project Zomboid. Like, we didn't die to it or anything like that. And I don't save scum or anything like that. You can't. I mean, it's not easy to save scum in Project Zomboid. It was just one of those things I was like, yeah, I'm not playing till my mouse is replaced. You know, and that had already been to the point that the numbers on Project Zomboid, so far as viewership on the platform, were pretty diminished, because nothing new had happened for a long time. I need to go inside and properly sit with the muscle strain. Are you about ready to break? Oh, we're almost free. My hope is as we get some more levels in the short blunt, it'll start to not feel as bad. Okay. Yeah, so we're just gonna let this fall off. But usually, I try to have like the occasional place you can stop back in to recoup. When you're playing at 16 times pop, like, you're gonna have to stop and rest often, you're gonna have that. It is interesting, before they had the changes where you now actually sit down in the chairs, the meta that people used to do in Build 41 is they would have the piano stool in their fanny pack, and it was just a super light chair you could drop and then, you know, rest anywhere. I didn't like doing that, not because I had, like, any type of, like, oh, you know, against the meta or whatever. I'm just very lazy, and I don't want to have to pick up and put down a chair again and again and again. So what I would do is I would turn around, and let's say like this is a spot I kept stopping and needing to rest. I would put a chair there, and that chair would just live there forever. And then when I had another spot that I kept noticing I kept going back to, then I would go and I put a chair in that new spot. And it'd be a new chair, so that chair would stay there forever. And I would mark it in the map with a Z or whatever, and that was like the rest spot. But now that you have like a whole sit animation, I just haven't bothered. Like, I'm finding sitting on the ground, while not technically as fast as sitting in the chair, because I can look in all directions, is just safer. That's the thing. Yeah. What's your kill count right now in this character? 7,270. This is a relatively new character. I did miss out in 2 weeks after build 42 dropped because of having to travel for family reasons. But then this character came back. I think this is our 5th stream on this character. I'm probably off by 1. Something like our 5th stream, 6th stream, somewhere in that area. Because, yeah, we can probably figure it out, because the first 2 streams together were 1,000 kills. And then every stream after that I've had 1,000 or more. Well, that's not true. Last stream was only like 800, but that's slightly off. So it'd be 1,000 for the first 2 streams. Then 2,000, so 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. And yeah, so 6. So yeah, actually we're like on our 7th stream, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. We can also figure it out this way, we're 4 months, 5 days. That's probably the thing that matters more. And you might be thinking, it's like, okay, hang on. You know, you're talking about these characters, they have hundreds of thousands of kills. How long did they live? And it's only about like 1 year and 4 months, and the other one is like 1 year and 8. I don't remember exactly what it is. I know we're in like our 2nd winter, or just finishing our 2nd winter or something like that. And it's just one of those things about the speed your character gains as time goes on. Ah, we're free! We're free! Get out of my life, Nightstick. You used to be my bud. We used to be pals, we used to be friends. And then Build 42 happened. And you changed. You changed, man. Alright, we're gonna need to back off a minute for resting. Because that's a big pull, and we're still pretty exerted from the Nightstick. But I just need to go back up the road farther. Man, that corpse sickness does not build up very fast. Like, I would expect to be queasy here with what we're dealing with right now. Oh, okay, you're just gonna chill there? Alright, I'm down. I'll take the extra timeout time. What is the best weapon in the game? The one you have available. Generally speaking, there isn't really a best in product Zomboid. There is preferences, and then there's weapons that are actively bad. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You'll have a lot of people who focus on, like, what's the meta, what's the best. Arguably, with Build 41, the metas, depending on how you win it, was Spear was a very, very commonly accepted meta because it was very, very strong. It was the highest damage per second you could have out, and the weapons were easy to get a hold of, so you could pop out a whole bunch of weapons really fast. I can show the skills here in just a second. Let me get these zombies done and I'll show them. But if not that, then the hunting knife would be the next arguable meta. And it did not have particularly high damage per second, but didn't matter because you could 1- and 2-tap zombies in late game. And so even though you'd have more hits to kill the zombies, with the spear you had to stop it if you weren't, you know, doing the piano bench thing or something like that. Alright, let's show the skills. If you didn't have, like, the resting thing, it was like, basically you'd knock down a rally group or two, and then you'd sit, and you'd knock down a rally group or two, and you'd sit, and you'd knock down a rally group or two, or sit, and then you had to head home with your spears. With a hunting knife, I wake up, and I would kill. There's no resting necessary. I would kill until it started getting late in the day, and then, you know, the character gradually getting sleepy would then start penalizing my stamina more and more, till I could no longer keep up the fight. And so they were very close in the amount of kills you could get between the two weapons. I believe the spear came out in top. But, they're very similar, but like with the hunting knives, I didn't need to have as many. And I could loot them as I went, because by the time you start getting maintenance 5 and 6, you could replace the knives with the kills. We have no idea where any of that stands in this. We have no idea what the meta is right now. That's going to be figured out. As far as skills go, because that got asked. Right now, I am at Axe is 4. Long Blunt 1.5. Short Blunt about 3 1/3. Long Blade about 3. It's just going to say 3. Short Blade we're about 5 and not quite 1/3. Maintenance we're at about 6 1/3. Carving we're at about 2.5. Cooking, we're at 4. Napping, we're at 5. Fitness, we're at about 4.5. Yeah, 4.5. Strength, we're sitting at just a bit shy of 5.5. No one cares about light-footed or sneaking. Those are irrelevant skills that don't do anything worthwhile. We have on Nimble, we're at about 3 2/3. Running, we're at 2. No one really cares about that one either. Fishing, we're at about 3.5. And then foraging, we're at 7. And let's turn that back there so you can see as the peak. Okay. Let's see. What got you a few times is not knowing what in my hands after crafting. Yeah, that can get you. One of the other dangerous ones you'll get is you can actually get yourself in trouble accidentally putting a bag in your primary hand. Putting a bag in your primary hand and suddenly you can't push anymore, not a good time. I've only really done that once. I think that was on a multiplayer server. It's either on a multiplayer server as a throwaway character. I think it was a multiplayer server. Because I was helping move stuff for people, and I believe I had a military backpack on my back and a military backpack in both my primary and secondary hand just to move a ridiculous amount at once. Ran into a zombie and then realized I had no animations to do anything to defend myself, and it didn't go very well. Because when you run up to a zombie expecting to push it and nothing happens, not a good time. Yeah, no, the foraging was our early game survival. We're doing pretty good now that I don't need to forage nearly as much. I do have a feeling in build 42, you're just gonna have to get comfortable foraging. You can go from loot between buildings and all that, certainly. But as you get farther on and stuff gets rarer, you're just gonna have to accept it. For those who don't know, loot slowly does disappear from your world now. There's like 2 separate mechanics. There's one that relatively quickly half of the buildings end up looted. It's like, I think they call them like bandit or whatever loots. But it's pretty quick. And then there is a very, very, very slow reduction in loot that gradually makes loot more and more rare up until you hit 10 years into the game. And then after 10 years into the game, the loot kind of bottoms out to its absolute minimum. Which may sound terrible. It's actually not. Generally speaking, by the time you start getting to like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months, there's almost no loot you care about anymore. Like, by that time you've got your food solved or you've died. It's pretty much the way it goes. You've either solved your food where you can do, you know, fishing or farming or like whatever your sustained food is. Or you've died. Because you starved to death. And as far as like cars and all that go, cars don't count as loot, first of all. And all this stuff I don't think applies to the car loot, I'm not sure. But like you've usually got a bunch of stuff you need to manage cars. And now with build 42 where we can craft stuff that subs in for almost anything, more than likely by the time we get to the point where loot gets scarce, you're going to have access to most, if not all, of the things you care about from the crafting. Yeah, there's going to be stuff like, I'm willing to bet there is, like, maybe the jack for a car you can't craft, so you deal without. I don't think those will get destroyed in any timely manner, so you'll still be able to find them. The long story short is what ultimately that means is a lot of your common loot, like canned goods and that, will be pretty much impossible to find way late. Whereas your actual rare stuff like books and all that won't be that bad, because you're going to have a lot more of the survivor zombies that have like the really good loot. The the things we've been jokingly called loot pinata zombies. Where you see the zombie walking around with knee pads and everything, and you get all excited and you drop everything to go kill that zombie. Get their really awesome backpack, their sleeping bags, that kind of stuff. Because my understanding is those are supposed to become more common as the game goes on. I don't think it'll ever be like you walk around and every group has anything or like that kind of commonness. But I could see it being a thing that if you're wandering around, you'll probably find one or two of them a day if you're out and about on the highways. Alright, so let's back off a little bit. Taking our sip of water, eat a little food, recover our endurance. And I do have a bottle of water I can be using. I just am not a huge fan of the new transfer liquid menu. I think it's good for like having it as an option, but I just want to refill my bottle of water with right then left click, and that's not a thing anymore. So I'm practically going around, you know, drinking from the faucets and all that in protest to not deal with that UI. It'll be fine once I get like a rain barrel set up to a sink or something. Alright, so our fish fillets are starting to go stale. And keep in mind, I have less than half of these on me. And our calories are max, so I really don't have much advantage of doing that. So like literally half that fish is gonna rot. Oh, which for the record, I do actually already have my generator, and I know where a spare is. I've already read the Generator magazine. How long are you streaming today? We'll see how late I want to go. I'm already pretty late compared to when I normally go. I haven't decided when I'm wrapping, is kind of the truth of the matter. Normally, like I say normally, as if I haven't been doing this consistently lately. My official schedule is I start at 7 p.m. EST and go to 4 a.m. EST. And barring extreme situations, that's pretty much what my schedule is most of the time. But I've been pretty bad since like mid-fall, since Satisfactory and Factorio dropped, about going long. As you can imagine from the fact that it is normally a 9-hour stream I do, and we're at 10.5 hours. Like, it probably won't be going super much longer. Like, I probably won't be going like another like 2-3 hours. But we'll see. I think what I'll probably do is we'll wrap up this in-game day. If tomorrow ends up being the helicopter day, I might play that through. If tomorrow does not end up being the helicopter day, I might just, you know, wrap up there. That'd be probably the more responsible thing for me to do. Man. Not catching a break. It's the weird thing is we were way up there. Like earlier in the stream, you know, I was a whole like block far down the road. And just the last helicopter came in, there was a migration or something. We just got a major setback. Now we don't have respawns on, so as much as I say it's a setback, we are still making forward progress. No actual negative progress has happened. Because each one of these zombies that does fall over is one zombie that's never going to give me grief ever again. And we will eventually deplete the numbers in the area. And when that happens, I get basically to walk anywhere I want because the zombies are dead. And it will get to the point they'll walk into town and they're just... you just won't see any zombies anymore. Oh, do you see why I like the short blades more than the nightstick now? Considering just pull like 30 zombies, like, nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We can kill them all. Because we only now pushed into exerted. Without Exerted, it's about 2 to 3 hits for me to kill a zombie right now with these stone knives. With Exerted, it's probably 4 or 5, maybe 6 hits. Exerted sucks. I do want you to stop attacking, though. We are starting to wear down. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I do strive to try and make it a good stream. Alright, I did see that zombie heard the noise. I don't think he saw me, though. So let's walk up here. Okay, did you see me or are you just chilling? Okay, you're just chilling. You get to live a little bit longer. Yeah, someone said there was a corpse in here earlier. And I didn't see it. But there's definitely not a corpse in there earlier. Because we are getting the whole thing where it's saying that, that are getting queasy or whatever. And so I'm just trying to, get the bodies away enough. Yeah, I'm still getting queasy over here. It's fine. I can sit that on the ground. Alright. Let's go clear up the zombies that are right out front. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's just the corpses in the house. Like if it's just a thing that it doesn't matter anymore if you're inside with like a door between you or not. I'll have to check that. Because then we can kill the 2 that hurt us but didn't see where we went. Okay. I'm also gonna go that one that's been chilling by the garage the whole time. Because I'll forget about that zombie by tomorrow. Probably not a real risk to me, but it's always the one last zombie you leave by itself that's the one that gets you. Okay. Let's see, you had encountered an issue in Build 42 crashing immediately on launching the game. I haven't run into that, but I do know there is, for people running on Mac, and I want to say there was, like, a certain video card or processor that was having an issue. I believe there's been discussion about it on the forums. Unfortunately, I don't know what you can do about that. The other thing you can always do is, you know, right-click, verify files, yada yada. That kind of thing. But I believe there is a known issue with certain processors and all that. I know Mac is one of the things that a lot of people have problems with. I just don't remember what the hardware was. Let's see, are these insta-kill animations critical hits? Or does the knife deal less damage if you swing farther? Oh, the animation where the character goes like that, that is called a an execution animation. The spear and the knife had those. They are insta-kills. But they're not something that I, as the player, can force to happen. They can only happen under certain conditions, and even then, it's a random chance. Higher skill in the weapon, I believe, has a higher frequency of triggering. But you shouldn't, like, With the knife, at least, it won't, like, randomly trigger in a fight. Like, if you're in the middle of fighting zombies, it won't just suddenly lock you into that animation so you get overrun. Fortunately, the conditions make it so that can't happen, or shouldn't be able to happen. Alright, so these are going to go stale, so I'm going to go ahead and keep just snarfling all these down. Okay, so we got one fillet still there. No problem. But yeah, spears all 7. The spear one is dangerous. Because with the knife, you can only have so many zombies nearby. Like if I only can have one zombie particularly close. If you have a spear, it's how many zombies are in front of you. So you can execute a zombie in front of you and get hit from the side with the execution. So the big thing with the spear is not to, like, if I have a zombie on this side and this side, it's not to run over there, try and hit that zombie and do that. Back up so they group up. It's one of the reasons I don't like spears. Okay. So I said I was going to wait to see if it's the helicopter. I'm realizing we have to wait for a little while. It is pretty late for me. I have been going for almost an hour, or for an hour and 40 minutes, wouldn't be that long. 10 hours and 40 minutes. So what is going to happen is we are going to be wrapping up stream here in just a minute, but don't go anywhere, because we are going to go raid out and find someone else who we can bring you to, playing Project Zomboid and all that good stuff. So if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you, because I can't host out because I don't have enough subscribers, so get on fixing that. I'm teasing. Subscribe if you want. But for those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future